Chapter 1. Fuzhang, Shan's, a construction site. The silver-white full moon hangs high above the dome, and the black clouds are constantly piled under the full moon, concealing all the moonlight that should be shining on the earth. A humanoid monster with dark brown eyes all over the body stood on the ruins of the construction site, and its huge mouth secreted terribly corrosive pus dripping onto the ground. Zizi. Zizi. Large and small pits were corroded on the ground. The stench constantly emitted bursts of stench, like a worm just crawling out of the sewer. The disgusting monster is about 3 meters tall, like a giant. Opposite it stood a tall boy. An ink-like long black hair was randomly scattered on his shoulders. Dressed in a casual outfit, with his hands in his pockets, he raised his head casually, and the silver-white pupils reflected the figure of the monster. In such a huge monster, a teenager who was a little over 1 meter seemed as small as a baby. Level 4 Cursed Spirit. Ryuichi calmly looked at the monster that appeared in front of him, with a slight disappointment in his tone. There was a scarlet across the pair of Danfan's eyes. A bit of greed suddenly appeared in the monster's dark brown eyes. Fix the water pipe, it will be repaired today. If you can't fix it, don't leave work. It seemed that the strange voices of several middle-aged men's accusations superimposed on each other sounded, with bursts of weirdness. Boom! The monster rushed to Ryuichi outrageously. Every step of his huge body made the ground under his feet tremble constantly. The plumbing is repaired. Repaired. Boom! The cursed spirit is like a heavy tank, crushing it with terrifying power to the unrelenting young man in front of him. Facing the terrible monster that could easily crush ordinary people into flesh, the corners of Ryuichi's mouth outlined an arc of disdain. Base. I saw his feet lightly, and the cross pendant on his neck radiated faint fluorescent light. Before the 4th level cursed spirit was about to hit him, his figure instantly turned into an afterimage. Boom! Cursed spirit's huge body directly smashed a wall made of concrete, dust and powder flying all over the sky, covering the monster's huge body. Ho ho ho! The monster scratched his head suspiciously. The young man, who clearly had no curse power, was able to easily dodge his own attack, which made the mind of the 4-level cursed spirit, which was already one of the few, unable to turn for a while. The Jujutsu division and cursed spirit have been fighting for thousands of years. Humans without curse power are their food, their prey. However, that ordinary teenager disappeared before his eyes in the blink of an eye. The dense eyes of the monster looked around, trying to find the location of the boy, and suddenly, a joking voice rang in its ears. Are you looking for me? That voice was like a babble from the devil in hell, causing the lower cursed spirit, who shouldn't have any feelings, to tremble involuntarily. Fix. Cannot fix. The wisdom of the lower cursed spirit can only support it and speak its resentment. Is the cursed spirit born because of the boss's harshness? I don't know what it tastes like. Ryuichi appeared on the top of the monster's head at some point, his fingers folded lightly together, muttering something to himself. The look in cursed spirit's eyes seemed to look at another delicious piece of food. Roar! The 4th level cursed spirit suddenly waved a huge palm, and slammed it on the top of his head with great anger. The tyrannical palm wind brought fluctuations. Ryuichi stood on top of the monster's head, facing the attack. Without avoiding it, the wind rustled his hair. Fix it. 6 Immortal Thief Treasury Swallow. Peng. Rumble. As the cursed spirit roared, Ryuichi coldly stretched out the overlapping fingers and opened his mouth slightly. In an instant, a terrifying suction erupted in his mouth, and the force swept like a hurricane. Rumble. Shiu cursed spirit didn't even have time to say a complete sentence. In the next moment, its huge body was like a balloon punctured by a needle, and it quickly dried up. The dark brown eyes all lost their color, and they began to look like weathered plastic toys, and they continued to loosen. Click. Patter. Countless eyes fell from cursed spirit's body. The curse accumulated in his body was taken away by Raiwichi using a strange method and sucked into his abdomen. After a breath, the fourth level cursed spirit dissipated in the wind like burnt yellow paper. Raiwichi's face has a look of enjoyment. Muttered to himself. Chocolate flavor, not bad. The frightening cursed spirit is like a child's toy in front of Raiwichi. No. It should be said that it is like a buffet restaurant where people can choose the food. 6 Immortal Thief Treasury really didn't disappoint me. Open the panel. Raiwichi said silently in his heart. Divine Armament 100 Refinements, satisfactory, current progress is 100%. 6 Immortal Thief Treasury, beginner, 9% of the current progress. Feng Ho Chi Man, unlocked. Dispatch of Detained Spirits, unlocked. Full Hand, not unlocked. Tongtian Talisman, unlocked. Delugo Cave Temple, unlocked. Origin of Qi, not unlocked. Chapter 2. 2 years have passed. Raiwichi twisted his wrist, his eyes slightly lost. He is a traverser who has traveled into the world of Jujutsu Kaisen and became the heir of the Zenin family, one of the famous big 3 sorcerer families in Jujutsu. His real name is Zenin Raiwichi, but the identity of the Zenin family did not allow him to receive the slightest favor. As a descendant of the Zenin family, Raiwichi, who was born without cursive power, almost became a rat-like existence in the Jujutsu Supreme family, and was finally driven out by the family in the name of experience. And the moment he was kicked out of the house, his belated system was also activated. Those are the 8 strongest stunts from the Alien comics, 8 mysterious arts, which is the apex of the entire Alien world. Only when the previous 8 mysterious arts is under his complete control and the progress is 100%, the next magical skill will be randomly activated. Even with the blessing of the Golden Finger, it took Raiwichi 2 years to fully master the Divine Armament 100 Refinements, and he just unlocked 6 Immortal Thief Treasury not long ago. Raiwichi, who has mastered Divine Armament 100 Refinements, can instantly refine everything into a very high-quality curse tool. The strength of the previous 4-level cursed spirit is too weak. Even Raiwichi's 6 Immortal Thief Treasury couldn't bear the power of throughput, let alone seeing the cursed tool forged by Divine Armament 100 Refinements. Clang. A crisp sound of wind chimes rang in Raiwichi's ears. Around his neck, there was a small cross pendant, which was different from ordinary ornaments. At this moment, the cross was emitting bursts of pale blue light, and it made several sounds like wind chimes from time to time. Raiwichi, who was lost in thought, pulled back into reality. Get out, otherwise don't show up forever. Raiwichi snapped his fingers casually. He only heard the voice of Peng, and a rocking chair appeared out of thin air behind him. Under this weird scene, it seemed very out of place. There are wisteria patterns all over the rocking chair, which looks very elegant and noble. Raiwichi leaned his body on the rocking chair and stared at the corner of the construction site with gloomy eyes. Like an unchanging iceberg, the surrounding air seems to have become thinner. Finally, at the gate of the construction site, 2 big men in black suits and sunglasses walked out. The head of the person exuded a very strong curse power, obviously not the general. Looking at the rocking chair, Raiwichi was contented. The older man among the 2 strode away and dropped the other half of his body. He walked in front of Raiwichi first. Master Raiwichi? You have been out long enough, you should go home. Although the man said something for discussion, there was no room left in his tone. It seems that as long as he speaks, the boy in front of him will obediently go home with him. Raiwichi lay on the rocking chair, his body swaying slightly, as if he was enjoying the moonlight that broke through the dark clouds on the earth. Turning a deaf ear to what the man in front of him said, the corners of his mouth turned upward, revealing a bit. Zenin Raiwichi? Don't go too far. The blue veins on the man's forehead suddenly violent, who didn't know that Zenin Raiwichi was a waste without the slightest curse. Now I don't know what shit luck I've gone, and there is such a weird jujutsu. Even the elders of Zenon's family were alarmed and personally ordered them to call Raiwichi back to the family. However, seeing the old waste facing him with such an ignorant attitude at this moment, the man couldn't help but feel annoyed, but for the task that the elder explained, he still held back his anger. Zenon's house? I'm not interested. Raiwichi narrowed his eyes, as if he didn't even have any interest in looking at the man more. He waved his palm in disgust, as if to catch a fly. A hole. Do you know what you are talking about? How many jujutsu masters want to visit Zenon's house without a chance? The man roared and looked at Raiwichi incredulously. It was like looking at a madman again. He thought that Raiwichi would return to the family happily after hearing the family's decision. After all, as one of the leaders in the jujutsu world, the strength and resources of the Zenon family are beyond imagination. But unexpectedly, the current Zenon Raiwichi actually treats himself with this attitude. I really thought it would be really great to be a little bit crooked. The man yelled, looking at Raiwichi, who looked indifferent, and suddenly waved his left hand. A burst of dark purple curse power spread quickly on his arm, and a powerful force emerged in an instant. Shock. The mighty power, wrapped in a weird curse, this terrifying punch turned the surrounding air into purple. Go straight to Raiwichi lying on the rocking chair and fight. As a second-level jujutsu teacher, a man is confident that he can easily teach the little devil in front of him. In his mind, he estimated that Raiwichi at the moment would have at most a level 3 level, the kind he had just entered the level 3. But next moment, sudden change. A silver-white cold light illuminates the night, fleetingly. Chapter 3. Click. The arm entangled by the dark purple curse, as if cut off by something, suddenly fell to the ground, and a large amount of blood stained the surrounding ground red. Ah! The man let out a heartbreaking wailing. The severe pain made the seemingly invincible man let out a pup-like scream uncontrollably. A small dagger was quietly inserted on the ground, and under the moonlight, the cold light glowed, which made people shudder. Big brother. Another man who came with the big man couldn't help but exclaimed when he saw this scene, and rushed over quickly. Raiwichi was still lying on the rocking chair with a drowsy look, but for some reason, the man felt chills all over his body. First level curse tool. How is it possible? This level of cursed tool, even in Zenon's family, is very rare. With the support of his hand, the broken arm man firmly held his mind and used the curse power to stop the wound from bleeding. Looking pale at the dagger on the ground. With his eyesight, he recognized the level of the dagger at a glance. Although it is impossible to see the specific content of the curse above, the cursed tool that can cut off the body of the second-level jujutsu master at will, there is no doubt that this is the first-level curse tool. Zenon Raiwichi, don't go too far. Stealing the cursed tool is the most serious crime, so you'd better confess it obediently. The man immediately recognized that Raiwichi's cursed tool was stolen from the family before he left. At this moment, I actually want to rely on the family's reputation to suppress Raiwichi and make him surrender the cursed tool. Even though the man broke his arm right now, a deep hidden greed flashed in his eyes. Smelly boy. I really think that you can do whatever you want with the first-level curse tool. It's ridiculous to use such a powerful curse tool as a dart, and it's a violent thing. If I kill him now, then this cursed tool, is it just? The man's complexion instantly changed from pale to rosy, and his eyes rolled steadily. All this was seen by Raiwichi, and he couldn't help feeling a bit funny. Zenon Raiwichi, unfortunately died while fighting the cursed spirit, and the cursed spirit was destroyed by me, who was too late. In this way, the cursed tool is mine. Raiwichi looked at the man with some sarcasm, and said softly. And the man's face changed a lot, just because everything Raiwichi said was what he thought in his heart. The man whose dirty side was revealed all at once showed a cruel smile. Idiot. You without cursed tool. What can you use to fight me? Bang. The man rushed towards Raiwichi in an instant, and at the same time the countless dark purple curse power rushed out, piercing the chest of the subordinate who had not yet become the Jujutsu teacher behind him. Click. Until his death, the poor little brother didn't understand what he had done wrong. Murder for treasure. This matter must never be known to the second person. The first level curse tool, let alone a little brother, even if his parents are in front, I am afraid that this man who has been completely reduced to a beast of desire will not keep the slightest hand. Ha ha ha. Go to hell. 8 ghosts fall. Wow. The dark purple Jujutsu condensed into a huge slap and suddenly fell from the sky, and everything around it seemed to be enveloped in it. The tyrannical curse was extremely corrosive, and the surrounding air began to twist slightly. Faced with such a terrifying attack, Raiwichi didn't even get up from the rocking chair. I saw him slowly raising a finger and waving it indiscriminately. Ken. The man in the air was a little bit bad. Whoosh whoosh. 3 sounds of breaking through the air sounded. The dagger that was exactly the same as the man's arm was cut off before, following Raiwichi's hand to direct the dance, it flew out like a butterfly. Beautiful and deadly cold light suddenly appeared. Go straight to the man's chest. The man lost his color in panic, condensed his curse power in a panic, quickly twisted his body, and assumed a funny gesture of holding his head in his hands. Can't escape the attack of the dagger. How can you have 4 curse tools of this level? Base. Shit. Base. 4. Raiwichi looked suspiciously in front of him, the man who kept avoiding throwing knives like a clown. With a pop, he snapped a crisp finger. In the man's incredible eyes, countless daggers slowly emerged behind Raiwichi, covering the sky and the sun, like a flock of crows. Do not. Shenji Crow fall. The first level curse tool that was extremely rare in the man's mouth, the first level curse tool that made him want to kill him, instantly drowned him. His body was like a candle in the sky trying to resist the terrifying attack, but he was swallowed up by the endless crow swarm almost instantly. Raiwichi breathed in lightly, and among the crows, all the man's curse was swallowed by him. 6 Immortal Thief Treasury can swallow all curse power and turn it into its own use. Of course Raiwichi will not waste this curse power. The group of crows also disappeared after swallowing the man. The terrifying group of cursed tools seemed to have never appeared before. Raiwichi, who had clearly killed someone for the first time, didn't feel the slightest discomfort. Cursed spirit has seen a lot, and killing people may have long been easy. Besides, some people do not necessarily have to be more kind than cursed spirit. Cursed spirit will always be cursed spirit, and people may not always be people. Chapter 4. Oh. Caught it? Zenin Raiwichi? You killed someone. This is really big news. A cool boy voice rang from behind Raiwichi. However, Zenin Raiwichi did not have the slightest accident, the corners of his mouth were slightly pursed, and he didn't even turn his head back. Why are you here? Cut, you are still so boring, Zenin Raiwichi. Hearing Raiwichi's words, the boy behind him curled his mouth boringly, and he appeared in front of Raiwichi while his body twisted. This young man was covered with silver hair, scattered like frost on the autumn night. He was wearing black casual clothes and a pair of sunglasses on the bridge of his nose. His expression was very relaxed. Obviously he saw a murder case with his own eyes just now, but he seemed to be accustomed to it and didn't care. Crouching on the opposite side of Raiwichi, he took out a camera and snapped at Raiwichi. Don't waste your efforts, you can't photograph me. Raiwichi showed a helpless expression that was rare. Looking at the beautiful boy holding the camera in front of him, there is a black line. The boy looked like he had listened completely, and the camera in his hand was constantly flickering. Then he picked up the camera and took a look. The film was so dark that even the slightest shadow of Raiwichi was not reflected in it. Your jujutsu is really weird. The boy shook his left hand casually, and the camera he was holding in his hand disappeared out of thin air. Raiwichi slowly sat up straight from the wisteria flower rocking chair. You who are recognized as the next head of the Gojo family, do you have such a leisurely time? Gojo Satoru. Hey. What's your tone of voice? I came to see you from a long distance. Is your attitude like this? It's really sad. Gojo Satoru raised his brows, shrugged his shoulders casually, and put on a posture of I'm very hurt, looking at Lo with a full smile. We are friends, aren't we? Raiwichi stood up and snapped his fingers again. Under Gojo Satoru's curious gaze, the wisteria rocking chair behind him gradually turned into nothingness. It's been a long time, Gaku. Don't be so nauseous, Raiwichi. Gojo Satoru and Zenin Raiwichi looked at each other and smiled. Gojo Satoru, the ceiling of combat power among Jujutsu Kaisen, is still in his teenage years. Although he is still young, he has already revealed the appearance of a king. The prestige of the Six Eyes, the fierce name surpassed the world. The Gojo family has long been appointed as the heir of the patriarch. A few years ago, before Raiwichi was evicted from the Zenin family, Big Three sorcerer families once held an exchange meeting between families. Gojo Satoru has become the focus of everyone. For some reason, I found Raiwichi, who was supposed to be drowned in the crowd, at a glance. At that time, Gojo Satoru looked like a proud dragon, listening to the flattery of the jackals, tigers, and leopards in his ears, looking around boredly. It's like some kind of guidance in Meimei. The moment when I saw Zenin Raiwichi, who was silent in the corner, an absurd idea suddenly appeared in Gojo Satoru's mind. He saw it. A deep mire. Similar. A Zhongxin Penjiao, a deep mire, two teenagers, somehow became friends. But the contact between the two was completely broken after Raiwichi left Zenin's house. Until today, Gojo Satoru has not found a close friend whom he has not seen for a long time. It's been a long time, but it's not the time to relive the old days. Gojo Satoru showed a smile, squatting on the ground and looking up at the sky above. Woo! Woo! The black and purple curse continued to condense in the air, and the tyrannical curse were intertwined like a spider web. The second-level Jujutsu master is in a place full of curse, and if he dies with resentment, a new curse will be born. Gojo Satoru placed his chin on his palm. The eyes hidden under the glasses looked at everything in front of them with interest. I know, so what? Raiwichi's body was straight like a javelin, and he looked at the mighty curse gradually condensing in the air blankly, and said coldly. What about the birth of a new curse? No matter what he becomes, the murderer will always kill him, even if he becomes curse. But it is. Kill it again. Raiwichi's voice was cold without any emotion. Gojo Satoru, who stood shoulder to shoulder with him, was taken aback. Then there was a smile at the corner of his mouth. You guy, really? Roar. A huge roar sounded. Due to the death of the second-level Jujutsu division, the birth of a new cursed spirit appeared in the air. It was a monster formed by countless arms, without a head or body, just like countless arms superimposed on top of each other to construct a terrifying curse. The quasi-level curse caller is born. Mine. It's all mine. It's all mine. The cursed spirit uttered obsessive babbles, the whole body twisted together, and there was a loud bang of peng. Like a cannonball, it rushed to the two people on the ground with a bang. The powerful force set off a hurricane, which blew the clothes of the two of them. Gojo Satoru pushed his sunglasses lightly. I ignored the terrifying cursed spirit, looked at Raiwichi on the side, and continued. It's really interesting. Afterwards, Gojo Satoru's hands quickly made a strange gesture. Boom. Click. The quasi-level 1 cursed spirit, which was constantly impacting in the midair, was instantly imprisoned in the midair. Gojo Satoru bumped Raiwichi with his shoulder and said in a stern tone. "Oh, look, this is called a friend. I will take care of your troubles." Chapter 5. Give it to me. It's all mine. Give it to me. The cursed spirit in the midair seemed to be imprisoned by an invisible big hand. The space seemed to be frozen by some weird force. Even the air solidified with Gojo Satoru's gesture. The mighty power, with unbridled arrogance, vented in the factory unscrupulously, completely compressing the curse power of the quasi-level curse into a harmless ball of flesh. Feeling all the weird changes around him, Raiwichi's heart was also very shocked. Is this Gojo Satoru? It's terrible. Can you have such a terrifying power at this age? At this moment, Gojo Satoru's fingers were swaying randomly, and the cursed spirit in mid-air was like a child's hands being constantly kneaded in mud. The body with strong curse power was constantly twisted and deformed. The cursed spirit, which originally had no bones, was suddenly twisted into a shape. It's weird to say that Jujutsu should have been engraved in the body when the warlock was born. You actually broke the rules. Gojo Satoru's attention only stayed on the poor cursed spirit for a few seconds, and then shifted to Raiwichi's body at once. The sunglasses slid down gently, and the fascinating pair of blue eyes came out for the first time. In the pair of pupils of the sky, it seemed that the entire starry sky was contained in it, quietly turning in Gojo Satoru's pupils according to a certain pattern. Every time I see it, I feel very shocked. Raiwichi faced the pair of eyes that made cursed spirit and Jujutsu very scared. Without the slightest tension, but with a bit of appreciation. So that the whole Jujutsu world is focused on six eyes. If the six eyes can be poached, I am afraid that those who are immortal will not be able to sit still. Seeing that Raiwichi hadn't answered his question, Gojo Satoru didn't say much. Instead, he followed Raiwichi's topic with a bit of sarcasm. The people of the Gojo family don't just sit back and watch, and those who don't die will also consider the consequences. Raiwichi raised his head and looked at the continuously distorted cursed spirit, and said casually. Gojo Satoru opened his mouth just to say something, suddenly frowned. Not good. Rumble. A huge arm suddenly appeared from the ground, and the terrifying force instantly tore the earth apart. Gojo Satoru's figure moved quickly, and Raiwichi on the side disappeared as early as the moment the arm just appeared. Is there another one? Gojo Satoru jumped and stood on a high platform. Looking at the cursed spirit appearing on the ground that is as indistinguishable as mid-air, he shrugged helplessly. Give it to me. Give it to me. The newly appeared cursed spirit let out a roar, and on the opposite side, Raiwichi's figure slowly emerged. Hey, Satoru, your temptation is too old-fashioned. Raiwichi complained a little, glanced dissatisfiedly, and sat on the high platform with a look of Gojo Satoru watching a play. If someone said that he was negligent and didn't find that there was a quasi-first cursed spirit, Raiwichi could still believe it a little bit. But Gojo Satoru with six eyes, unless he voluntarily can't see it, all the cursed spirits are conspicuous in front of him like lights in the night. Gojo Satoru rubbed his chin a few times, and he laughed, without speaking. For Raiwichi's strength, Gojo Satoru always feels unrealistic. Since there is such an opportunity at this moment, he will naturally not let it go. What's more, he didn't believe that his kind would be hurt by this level of cursed spirit. Give it to me. Give it to me. Cursed spirit's voice was a little bit crying, and opened his arms. Countless arms are like centipedes, covered with large and small curse models. He grabbed Raiwichi fiercely. I know, I'll give it all to you, okay. Facing such a powerful attack, Raiwichi's tone was somewhat helpless, like the terrifying monster in front of him, just like a bear kid who wanted a lollipop. The finger was lifted instantly, the two fingers were overlapped, and the cross pendant on his chest flashed a gloomy light. Rumble. Bang bang bang. The countless arms of cursed spirit were resisted by a faint blue light at the moment they were about to catch Raiwichi. The arms that touched the faint light rotted quickly as if they were poisoned by some kind of poison. The halo formed a translucent barrier in front of Raiwichi, warding out all the power of the cursed spirit. Ah! Cursed spirit wailed, and his companion in the sky was also crushed by Gojo Satoru's Jujutsu, almost exploding. I want the cursed tool, right, here you are. Raiwichi's palm waved randomly. Next moment, the cross exploded with a powerful curse. The faint blue light seemed to have turned into a Manjusawa in hell, beautiful and deadly, and completely swallowed the cursed spirit in an instant. The dark purple curse power was slightly invisible, being absorbed by that Yalan. Bang! Almost at the same time, the cursed spirit in the sky also exploded to pieces. The cursed tool is made instantly, and Jujutsu can be summoned at will, plus the spell swallowing spell. Raiwichi, you guy, it's really not easy. Gojo Satoru looked at what was happening on the ground in shock, and under his six eyes, Raiwichi, everything he did just now was clearly seen by him. Chapter 6. At the moment when the cursed spirit of the arm attacked, Raiwichi's palm made a strange gesture invisible, so fast that if it weren't for Gojo Satoru's natural six eyes, it would be almost impossible to detect. At the moment when the gesture was over, with Raiwichi as the center, everything around was instantly refined into a cursed tool by a wonderful power, including dust and particles. The powerful cursed tool directly shreds the cursed spirit at the moment it took shape, and the horror curse power hidden in the cursed spirit's body was absorbed by Raiwichi's 6 immortal thief treasury. Can the quasi-level cursed spirit only increase the progress by 2%? Raiwichi looked at the system panel, and the progress of 6 immortal thief treasury had increased from 10% to 12%, frowning slightly. According to his understanding of the system, the difficulty of unlocking the progress of the 8 stunts is an increasing gesture. When absorbing the first few level 4 cursed spirits, each one can increase its progress by 1%, but as the progress of 6 immortal thief treasury increases to 5%, the 5 level 4 cursed spirits can only increase by 100%. 1 part. Unexpectedly, it is even more extreme now. A second level Jujutsu master's curse power can only be increased by %, while the semi-first level cursed spirit can only be increased to 2%. It seems that getting the 6 immortal thief treasury to full schedule is much more difficult than divine armament 100 refinements. That's the first level cursed tool, right? Gojo Satoru's cold voice reminded Raiwichi from deep thought. He rubbed his eyebrows. He didn't want to hide in front of Gojo Satoru. After all, under the pair of heavenly pupils, everything was invisible. But Raiwichi suddenly thought of Feng Ho Chi Men, the strangest and most mysterious in 8 mysterious arts. Covering the changes in Joutien, turning me into a king. Among the strange gates, I am the position, and I am the good or bad. Whether time and space can be distorted in a strange game, whether it can resist Gojo Satoru's unrestricted warlock, Raiwichi suddenly has some expectations. Peng. Gojo Satoru jumped off the platform, leaving a few after-images in the air. He appeared on the opposite side of Raiwichi in the blink of an eye. Creating a cursed tool in an instant, and arbitrarily punching curse into all the surrounding objects, this kind of jujutsu completely violates common sense. After casting sunglasses, Gojo Satoru looked at Raiwichi curiously. The magical power made him feel very interesting. Curse tool, as the name implies, is a tool that is subject to curse. Every powerful curse tool has a little known past, but the cursed tool in Raiwichi's hands is completely different. In his hands, everything in the world can be given curse power and become a powerful curse tool. Even a leaf can be instantly refined into a top-level curse tool comparable to the second level or even the first level cursed spirit. This is the power of divine armament 100 refinements. Contrary to common sense. According to you, Your 6 eyes are the most contrary to common sense, right? Raiwichi rolled his eyes and looked at Gojo Satoru with a weird smile. This guy is good at everything, whether it is character, strength, or the tacit understanding of being a friend, he is the best choice, but this headache character makes people a little uncomfortable. Ha ha ha. It makes sense, it makes sense. I really want to know now, if Zenon's family understands your current strength, what will it be like? That old guy's face will probably be greenish. Gojo Satoru laughed, and then a flash appeared next to Raiwichi. Hooking his arms around Raiwichi. Zenon's family? I owe a good impression to that family. If they continue to provoke me, it will be a little troublesome. Raiwichi gave a sneer. Although he didn't say it thoroughly, the terrible killing intent was scary. Feeling the murderous aura of his best friend, Gojo Satoru's cynical smile on his face also secretly reduced. The current you are not enough to fight against the entire Zenon family. If your abilities are known by people with ulterior motives, it will cause a lot of trouble. Gojo Satoru's tone was a bit serious for the first time. As one of his few friends, Raiwichi still cherishes it very much. So I put forward my own opinions from the bottom of my heart. Woo, you know me, I'm lazy, too lazy to cover up, and too lazy to avoid, so. Raiwichi's long, ink-like hair suddenly disappeared automatically, and a shuddering chill flashed across his silver-white eyes, and the corners of his mouth pulled upwards in a cruel arc. Whether it is Zenon or Jujutsu, everything is good, everything that stands in front of me will be destroyed. The voice fell, and Gojo Satoru seemed to see his best friend's face clearly for the first time, like an everlasting stone Buddha, cruel and compassionate. Ha 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 ha. Gojo Satoru laughed suddenly, and his hand on Raiwichi's shoulder was even harder. That's right, you are Zenon Raiwichi, and we are the strongest. Hearing Gojo Satoru's words, Raiwichi's heart warmed. How lucky to have such a friend. Sorrow, don't you think it is embarrassing to say this? Where is it? I'm just telling the truth. The two stood side by side and walked out. Under the white moonlight, the shadows of the two of them were getting farther and farther away. Gojo Satoru's eyes hidden behind the sunglasses were a bit playful, and he glanced vaguely at the ground of the factory. On the other hand, Raiwichi had a smile that was not a smile, in a daze, like an evil spirit, showing his fangs. A moment after the two left, a very weak curse slowly emerged. The magician who made the cursed tool in an instant, interesting, a cold voice slowly sounded, and then gradually disappeared quickly and silently. Chapter 7. Well, do you want to go to Jujutsu High School with me? Gojo Satoru was sitting on the sofa, knocking on Erlang's legs, and eating the cakes Raiwichi bought by himself. On TV, the news is being broadcast, the collapse of the construction site, and the ignorant media are hyping the theory of ghosts and gods. Raiwichi leaned listlessly on the sofa, holding a can of Coke that had just been opened, pouring it into his mouth one after another, and replied. Forget it, I really can't be interested in a place like a school. Raiwichi shrugged his shoulders, and Jujutsu High School also heard about it. However, after rebirth, he has to go to be controlled by others and join a school. Raiwichi is really lacking in interest in this kind of thing. And the old guys in the academy are stubborn, their abilities come from the system, they are too special, and the guys who can only hide in the dark are under the same roof. It is really unreasonable. Although he is not afraid of those guys, there is no need to cause trouble. Even if he does not join Jujutsu College, Raiwichi, who has 8 mysterious arts, is confident that one day he will stand on top of the world. Even with the man next to him who was later called invincible, Raiwichi is confident that he will stand shoulder to shoulder with him in the future, and will not fall behind. Hearing Raiwichi's answer, Gojo Satoru was not surprised at all. After all, based on his knowledge of Raiwichi, he had no intention of joining Jujutsu College. If the other party agrees, then he will be really surprised. Okay, but your environment is really good. Is Zenon's generous enough? Gojo Satoru took off his sunglasses and looked around with interest. At this moment, the two of them are in a sea view room with an area of several hundred square meters. Inside the house, all kinds of facilities are readily available, and the paintings on the walls are also very elegant. At first glance, they are made by famous artists. No wonder Gojo Satoru is curious. Although he doesn't know how many houses like this there are. As the future owner of the Gojo family, his assets are unimaginable, but as the abandoned son of the Zenon family, Zenon Raiwichi was able to live in such a valuable sea view house, which was totally inconsistent with the old stubborn temper of the Zenon family. In that family, people without Jujutsu can hardly get the slightest supply. What's more, Raiwichi has now completely disconnected from Zenon's house. It has nothing to do with Zenon's house. Is this house my reward? Raiwichi rolled his eyes and took out a business card from his pocket and threw it at Gojo Satoru. Whoosh! Just throwing it at random, the business card made a sound of breaking through the sky. Flew towards Gojo Satoru at an extremely fast speed. Gojo Satoru didn't lift his head, his slender fingers seemed to sway slightly, leaving a few after images in the air. The business card was already sandwiched between his fingers. House of Everything. Gojo Satoru looked at the hand, and said 3 large characters on the extremely simple business card, and he could not help reading it out. You opened a House of Everything. 2 years ago, after leaving Zenon's house, Raiwichi unlocked Divine Armament 100 Refinements, and at the same time he could see the cursed spirit that he had been unable to see. At that time, Raiwichi, who was carrying only a few thousand yen, helped a victim inadvertently. The teeny, cursed spirit, ridden grocery store owner received a large thank you. Since then, he has established a House of Everything. While being able to obtain funds, while relying on solving cursed spirit can also improve their actual combat capabilities. This sea view room was the reward he got after helping a real estate agent in addition to the second-level cursed spirit. His House of All Things is a special existence that specializes in solving supernatural events. It is very famous in the small place of Shan's, but the rules of Raiwichi are slightly different from other houses of all things. Yes. To resolve any supernatural incidents, set prices according to my mood, and no bargaining is allowed. The young man is not deceived. Raiwichi turned the Coke cans into a ball after drinking, and threw them into the trash can at the door, frivolously, looking at Gojo Satoru with a very strange smile. How about, do you want to think about it, join my House of Everything? I still lack an assistant now. It sounds interesting, but the price is up to you. Isn't it a black shop? Even when Gojo Satoru heard Raiwichi's rules, he couldn't help but spit out a few black lines on his head. Road. Raiwichi pursed his lips, and said dissatisfied, why is it a black shop? Taking people money and people to eliminate disasters is something I want. You go and ask, who in the whole Shan's doesn't know that I am the most conscientious owner of the House of All Things? The whole Shan's is like you, a House of Everything, and this kind of thing is known by the Jujutsu Teachers Association. You are in trouble again. However, it looks pretty good, but Jujutsu High School is a certainty. After I graduate, I might come back to do a part-time job. Gojo Satoru got up suddenly, put his sunglasses on, moved his body slightly, and made a violent bean sound. Okay, then you should be more careful. I'll leave first, and feel free to contact me if I have anything. Besides. Before Gojo Satoru's words fell, a curse appeared all over his body, and his figure had disappeared from the room, only the curtain on the windowsill swayed slightly. Your cake is not sweet enough. Cut, don't you be afraid of getting fat after eating so many sweets. Raiwichi couldn't help but vomit. Chapter 8. At the same time. With the departure of Gojo Satoru, outside the window of the room, a dark blue curse wave gradually spread. The surrounding space trembled slightly. Sudden. In the midair, the curse power was all condensed together, and a strange skeleton appeared out of thin air. Under the action of the curse, he slowly floated in the air. The two holes in the eyes braved a faint, weird flame. Exudes an unknown breath. Staring quietly into the room, lying on the sofa, Zenon Raiwichi seemed to be asleep. Target confirmed, you can act at any time. The skeleton's voice was very faint, and the ghost fire in his eyes slowly swayed. Although there is only one head, it carries an extremely terrifying curse power. Be careful, this guy is not easy. According to previous information, he has at least a level of quasi-level strength. A stern man's voice sounded beside skeleton. Heard this? It shouldn't have made any emotional bones, but it brought out a very humane ridicule. Don't worry, being able to create curse tool is indeed an amazing technique, but it is far from enough to resist me. The monster from Gojo's family has gone far. Then, leave it to me. Good. Haha kid, I hope you are more sensible. The ghost flames in skeleton's eyes are indefinite. Looking at Raiwichi in the room, it was like a beast staring at an innocent lamb. What? Suddenly the skeleton yelled in surprise. The ghost fire in his eyes was shocked and burned frantically. Now. Raiwichi, who was lying in the room, suddenly disappeared before his eyes. It can guarantee that he didn't even blink his eyes. Even if he wanted to blink, he didn't have eyes either. Raiwichi seems to have disappeared out of thin air. Did not leave the slightest wave of curse power. Impossible. It's here obviously. Peng. The window suddenly exploded into countless fragments, and the skeleton slowly floated into the room. The skull was wrapped in countless magical powers. Ghost spells tracking. Whoa. Whoa. With the skeleton as the center, the magical power of the faint blue outlines a mysterious pattern, and there are constant crying sounds like ghosts and wolves, coming out of it. But a cold light suddenly appeared, and went straight to the skeleton to kill, a powerful force, accompanied by a burst of curse power. The flying knife appeared in front of the skeleton almost instantly. Damn it! Skeleton exclaimed. The patterns outlined by the curse force all around were shattered. The skeleton was able to escape the attack of flying knives in the air. But I don't know why. A strong sense of crisis arose in its heart. It seemed as if he was being stared at by a terrible beast. You've been watching it for a long time, there is a charge. Raiwichi's voice resounded with murderous intent. Behind the skeleton, his figure slowly emerged. The skeleton is like a rabbit that has encountered natural enemies. The head stopped stiffly in the air. Did not dare to move, nor dared to look back. It seems that there is a boundless abyss behind him, and only if it dares to look back, it will fall into the gloom that never sees the sun. This feeling, I will die. What is in this guy? Damn it! Skeleton screamed frantically in his heart. His body, condensed by curse power, felt threatened instinctively at this moment. From Raiwichi's body, he noticed that his mantra power was constantly being swallowed by others. Master Curse. Raiwichi grabbed the skull by the head. Mentioned in front of him with great interest. 6 Immortal Thief Treasury kept running, unceremoniously absorbing the curse power from the skeleton. Strange thing. Raiwichi murmured, looking at the skeleton who chose to play dead without saying a word. It felt strange for a while. 6 Immortal Thief Treasury can absorb all the curse power and transform it into its own power. From the body to the curse power, it will be continuously strengthened by the 6 Immortal Thief Treasury. But there is indeed a very strict condition for absorbing curse power. That is no master. Whether it is curse spirit or Jujutsu master, if you want to use 6 Immortal Thief Treasury, you must defeat it. If you have to metaphorically, that is, Treat everything that carries the power of the spell as a drink, and the conditions for use of 6 Immortal Thief Treasury are that it needs to be used. Unscrew the cap to drink the drink. And this strange thing in his hand is like a drink being poured into a cup. Just pick it up and drink it. If you continue to pretend to be dead, I don't mind draining you completely, trust me, I'm good at this kind of thing. Raiwichi shook the skeleton in his hand a few times, but he still didn't respond when he saw the opponent. There was a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. As he said, he is a lazy person, so he is even less interested in playing with this thing. Hoo-hoo. He opened his mouth slightly, and the powerful devouring force appeared suddenly. The original intention was that all the digested 6 Immortal Thief Treasury had also changed after arriving in this world. The power of swallowing skyrocketed. Damn. I will really die. The skeleton who had chosen to pretend to be dead, the moment Raiwichi opened his mouth, the alarm bell in his heart rang frantically. Dare to pretend to be dead for a moment, so he yells quickly. My lord. Give a chance. Chapter 9. My lord. My lord. Give me a chance. Skeleton no longer looked like the gloomy look before, was grasped by Raiwichi like a toy in his hand, and could only make a weak beg. It can feel that the young boy who is less than 18 years old behind him, Jujutsu, which is revealed at this moment, is exactly the kind of people like himself. Natural enemies. Oh, I'm not dead yet. Raiwichi glanced at the skeleton with a faint smile, his hand suddenly increased. He only heard a sound of click, and there was a slight crack on the skull that was originally as white as jade. The weak curse power emerged from the crack, but it was swallowed by Raiwichi in the blink of an eye. Ah! How can it hurt so much? I feel so painful that I have already been abandoned. The skeleton cried out in pain, and the ghost fire in his eyes trembled frantically. He really didn't understand that the soul he had stored in this body had obviously been abandoned by the senses, but now, that kind of deep and terrible pain instantly flooded the depths of his soul. Make him almost crazy. The crack in the bone seemed to have left a deep mark on the root of his soul. That is despair that is far more tormented than physical pain. Sorry. Sorry I haven't mastered my strength, but... You shouldn't mind it? Raiwichi looked at the skeleton in front of him with an apologetic smile, raised his eyebrows, and raised the corners of his mouth, like a shy boy next door, feeling guilty about something. However, Skeleton understood this young man. At this moment, there is no slightest apology, but a deep banter. The skeleton's hollow eyes flashed with ghost fire hardly. Enduring the intense pain that was almost carved into the bones, he said in a somewhat flattering tone. It's okay, my lord, of course I won't mind. The strong talk about dignity, the weak only seek survival. Skeleton thought of the countless untouchables who knelt down in his hands and begged for mercy. He wanted to kill those guys just to extract curse power and trample on their dignity and soul. And now, in front of this terrifying man, he is also like the untouchables in his words. Like a mourning dog, wagging its tail and begging for mercy. Hee. Raiwichi chuckled, turned around and sat on the sofa, placing the skull on the guest table. The silvery eyes were a little joking. Whispered. From the beginning of the construction site, I felt that there were chores following me, but I didn't expect all of them to follow me at home. Let's talk about it. What is your purpose? Raiwichi clasped his hands together, pressed his chin on it, and stared at the skeleton in front of him scorchingly. Translucent blue power is constantly floating around the body, slowly absorbing the curse power of that thing. After 6 Immortal Thief Treasury progressed to 10%, he could already absorb the spell power through his breath, without opening his mouth like before, but some tricks still needed to cooperate with the action. We have no malice against adults. We just want to ask them to help repair a cursed tool. With the abilities of adults, it must be done by hand. Skeleton didn't dare to neglect the slightest, he didn't fear the death of this cursed body, but the pain that went deep into the soul was too unbearable, and he really didn't want to taste it a second time. Repairing the cursed tool? Interesting. Repairing the cursed tool is a thankless task. No matter how the damaged cursed tool is repaired, the internal curse will not be complete and its power will be greatly reduced. Raiwichi rubbed his chin and leaned against the sofa in a comfortable position. The resources and effort required to repair a cursed tool are enough to reforge a cursed tool. Generally speaking, after the cursed tool is destroyed, no one wants to repair it. But there is an exception, unless the cursed tool is. It's a special grade cursed tool. A special grade cursed tool that has been passed down for thousands of years. Skeleton felt the impatience hidden in Raiwichi's tone, and said quickly. The wildfire is like a bird with a frightened bow. It's interesting, do you understand the rules? Suddenly, Raiwichi sat up straight, with his hands flat, his eyes were not as lazy as before, like a lion who had been awakened all the time, and his eyes were bright and violent. Skeleton was horrified to realize that his curse body was being swallowed by curse power quickly, and the dark blue curse power was being swallowed by some invisible terrible monster. We understand the rules, your request. Whatever you say. Skeleton put his posture extremely low, cursing secretly in his heart. Damn BD. Waiting for you to come to the base. I have 100 ways to kill you. Damn BD. You are ABD too. Hey, interesting, you have only a small part of the soul in this mantra body, but you have your own consciousness. It's really a novel jujutsu. Raiwichi said this. Skeleton only felt as far away as the main body of Osaka, and his back felt cold. How is it possible? How did he know? My jujutsu should not be able to see through. 3 first-level cursed spirits. No matter what the skull thinks, Raiwichi spoke out the other party's secret lightly, and then stretched out 3 fingers. Yes. Skeleton responded without hesitation. The 3 first-level cursed spirits are not difficult in their organization, and when they reach their own realm, it is his turn to go wild. So he responded directly. Don't worry, and that is, how can you come empty-handed when you come to visit? I accept your gift. Gift? What gift? Skeleton eyes watched Raiwichi's mouth with a wicked smile, and a trace of badness rose in his heart. Chapter 10. The next moment, a burst of invisible power burst out of Raiwichi's body, and that power slightly distorted the surrounding space. A strange business was formed in the room because of the compression of the air. Whoa! Do not! The horrible devouring power surged like a huge wave, instantly engulfing the skeleton's consciousness, and the soul was torn into countless fragments at the moment. It's really disgusting. Raiwichi frowned slightly and picked up a bottle of Coke on the table as if to rinse his mouth. Ask yourself to fix the cursed tool. If Raiwichi believes it, he won't be worthy of today's strength. If it weren't for his own strength and ability to restrain that skull. I am afraid that the current self has long since become a prisoner of that guy. Sure enough, no matter which world you are in, only strength is the unique authority. Raiwichi, as he said, is very lazy and hates trouble, so he will only use the simplest method to solve the trouble. The original jade white skull had been drained of its curse power, and only a puff of pale white dust remained. A gust of breeze blew through the window, and the smoke disappeared instantly, and the dust was wiped out. It's as if it has never appeared before. But for some reason, Raiwichi just feels that his mind is a little clearer than before. It is as if the human souls who were tortured and killed by the skeleton were blessed on his body. 3 first-level cursed spirits, it's worth a trip to Osaka. It's been a long time since I went back. The first-level cursed spirit will hardly be born in this small place like Shan's. For the sake of 6 immortal thief treasuries progress, he doesn't mind going to the base of that mysterious organization. It's not that he didn't think that the other party was deceiving himself. After all, the first-level cursed spirit, said more, said less. To be able to catch the cursed spirit alive, it also requires certain means. He was also not sure if the opponent had the strength and means, but it didn't matter. If the opponent can't take out the first level cursed spirit, a seemingly large organization that sucks up all their curse power is enough to withstand the progress provided by the 3 first level cursed spirits. As for the opponent's strength and what kind of curse teacher is hiding, he doesn't care at all. Just like Gojo Satoru said. He is unrivaled. Raiwichi leaned back on the sofa again, lazily, as if not awake. The finger inadvertently crossed the pendant on the neck. As if recalling something bad in the past, a tyrannical trace flashed very vaguely in his eyes. Zenon, I hope you don't provoke me. At the same time, somewhere in the underground of a supermarket in Osaka. Ah! How dare he! In a dark secret room, suddenly there was a roar. The voice was full of resentment, and a creepy hoarseness. It was like a rotten sound made by the friction of 2 worn-out iron plates. In the darkness, a pale flame burned faintly. Illuminate everything around. Not only did this flame not bring any warmth to the darkness, on the contrary. With the appearance of this flame, everything around became more gloomy and cold. In that paleness, countless painful faces appeared constantly, and it seemed that countless souls were being continuously burned in the flame. There will be no peace forever. Old guy, why are you crazy? A young boy's voice slowly sounded. With a bit of sarcasm. The moment the voice fell, the pale demon flame skyrocketed instantly, suddenly illuminating all the surroundings. The darkness disappeared in an instant. But a scene more terrifying than darkness gradually unfolded. Pieces of human skins were randomly spread on the walls of the secret room, and countless weird curses were intertwined with each other. Countless heads are piled up like a mountain, forming small hills, scattered white bones, and paved the floor with an extremely absurd beauty, like a very evil picture scroll in hell. Obviously it is a very small secret room. At the moment, it is as empty as a wilderness. On the highest mountain, a man shrouded in black robe trembled unconsciously. Although it was only part of his own soul, that kind of pain was indeed synchronized to his body in the same way. He had long forgotten what it was like to feel pain, and now he trembled not only because of the sharp pain of the tearing soul. What makes him even more unacceptable is he actually. I felt it in that ignorant boy. Fear. The kind of emotion that he has forgotten for not knowing how long, and deeply disgusted by him. Resurfaced again. My avatar curse body was killed. Anyway, you have 9 clones. If you die, you die. On the side of the head mountain. The man in a white kimono wears a fox face mask and his tone is not stingy. Continuous bursts of white magic flames appeared on his body. All show that he is powerful. I will eat him alive. I will eat him. Whoa. Whoa. Countless evil spirits emerged from behind the people in black, groaning constantly, as if they were telling what kind of misfortune they had encountered. The man's voice seemed to be squeezed from between his teeth. The tone was a wounded lone wolf, tyrannical and crazy, and the surrounding air was stained with a killing air, setting off this gloomy space like a dungeon. Okay, as long as he fixes the grass pheasant sword, the rest is up to you, but the Zenon family would let such a genius go out of the house, it's really unscientific. The fox-face boy gently wiggled the long sleeves of the kimono, and his eyes hidden behind the mask revealed a hint of playfulness. No matter what, the resurrection of Lord Baki is more important than everything, Zenon Raiwichi, don't let me down. Chapter 11. On the blue sky, the white clouds seemed to be squeezed into various shapes by a big hand, floating quietly in the air. A 7-year-old boy, ignoring his mother who was chattering in front of him, stared at the boy flying by the windowsill on the 12th floor with a dull look. Mom. A big brother flew past just now. Okay. I won't write homework for my mother. I learned to lie like your dead father. Come on. Come here. My mother will add a buff for you. Afterwards, the belt whip of the ghost cry and wolf howling, and the cry of the boys' grievances and bobble became the main theme of the room. Tisk tusk, my mother is really grumpy now. A bright white light stepped on Raiwichi's feet, floating in the air. Looking at the bear child who was beaten up, there was a gloating expression on his face. Divine armament 100 refinements, refining everything. The white light under his feet was just a piece of tile he picked up casually, and after a few refining, he created a flying curse tool that was enough to make Jujutsu masters jealous. And the hapless bear kid did not lie. The moment Raiwichi arrived in Osaka, he happened to be seen by this hapless child with sharp eyes, but Raiwichi reacted very quickly. A simple curse tool put oneself into a semi-invisible state, and also gave the bear child a love education. Osaka, it's been a long time since I saw you. A breeze slowly passed, shaking Raiwichi's black hair. He looked condescendingly at the steel forest at his feet, looked at the group of small humans as small as ants, and sighed softly. The originally cloudless sky was inexplicably stained with a layer of haze. At the same moment, in the secret room, on the head mountain, the man in black suddenly opened his eyes. An earth-shattering curse power burst out all over the body, and the surrounding space was wrapped in pictures and texts transformed by countless purple curse powers. It seems that countless souls of injustice appeared behind him. Zenin Raiwichi? It's finally here. He gritted his teeth and squeezed a word out of his teeth, and the bitterness in the words was almost about to take shape. Hee, the speed is so fast. Welcome to Osaka, I hope to have fun. The fox-faced man on the side chuckled lightly, looking at a clearing with his eyes. It seemed to partition the space, looking at Raiwichi who was hundreds of miles away. And Raiwichi seems to have some feelings. Her eyes condensed slightly, and she looked at the sky with a smile. It's like looking at the fox man in kimono. Interesting. Interesting. The two uttered such a sentence at the same time, but one was joking and the other was full of disdain. Raiwichi retracted his gaze, and his figure flickered quickly in the air. Like a silver thunder, it appeared in a sparsely populated lane in a blink of an eye. Although he doesn't care about being photographed, it's always good to be less troublesome. Otherwise, being followed by those boring media is like being surrounded by a group of flies and buzzing. For the dragon, although it is easy to slap the ants to death, he has no interest in moving his claws. Of course, if it is some ants who do not live or die, it is a different matter. Just like this moment. Raiwichi, who came out of the alley, tidied up his clothes, a white sportswear, and his handsome appearance, like a butternitch about to debut. At the entrance of the alley, a group of punks with their hair dyed colorfully looked at each other and looked at Raiwichi with a weird smile. Hey, that handsome boy over there, do you want to make friends? The head of the red-haired coxcomb head, wearing a buckle on his nose, walked towards Raiwichi with duck steps. Me? Forget it. Raiwichi stretched out a finger in surprise and pointed at himself. Huh? Brother, is it so shameless for brothers? The name of our speeding car party is very useful throughout Osaka. If you don't become friends, you will be enemies. Coxcomb came to Raiwichi's face, dangled his triangular eyes, stretched out his scarlet tongue and licked his dry lips, with a deep threat in his tone. Whoosh whoosh. A butterfly knife in his hand swung quickly, like a beautiful butterfly dancing between his fingers. There is an extra hole on such a handsome face. I don't know how many girls feel distressed. Make friends, lend the money you have to brothers to have a good time, that's it? Coxcomb smiled grinningly, and the little brothers behind him were even more watching the show. They squatted on the ground, waiting for Raiwichi to come up with the money obediently. They don't know how many times they have used this trick. Like this kind of white flour noodles, they are all oily noodles. A little frightened, the white money is all their prostitution tonight. You play with the knife like this, don't you worry about your fingers falling off. Raiwichi didn't give up the money as soon as they saw the knife, but said something inexplicable. As soon as the sentence came out, all the gangsters on the opposite side were taken aback. Chapter 12. A trace of anger could not help appearing on Coxcomb's face. Damn. Are you special? Ah. Ah. Before the words came to an end, the coxcomb suddenly let out a howl like a pig. Big brother. Oh my god. Call the emergency call. A lot of blood. A lot of blood. Everyone present became extremely frightened at the same moment, their mouths opened uncontrollably, and they screamed in panic. The bright red blood was as thick as paste, and 5 fingers fell neatly to the ground, lying irregularly in a pool of blood. The left hand of the coxcomb head that used to dance the butterfly knife no longer has a finger. The black butterfly knife, now out of the control of the coxcomb head, was shrouded in a faint blue, floating quietly in front of the coxcomb head. The scarlet on the blade seemed to be faintly flowing. He opened his mouth wide, trying to vent his pain, but an inexplicable fear appeared in his heart, making him afraid to make a sound. Do you deserve to be my friend? Raiwichi's tone is still gentle, like a young man, but those poor guys who are staring at him like hungry wolves, who dare not move, their eyes are indeed full of endless fear. Damn it! Why would I provoke such a monster? The coxcomb head wailed madly in his heart, but his body seemed to be petrified, and he dared not move. Puff! 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 Sudden. In the alleyway, bursts of extremely concealed curse power appeared, and the gangsters fell to the ground uncontrollably with horrified expressions on their faces. His eyes were pale, and he fainted without exception. GGG, Mr. Zenon, it's a great honor to be here. Please forgive me for the poor reception. A very funny voice rang in Raiwichi's ear, like Donald Duck with his nose pinched, croaking. Da-da-da. The sound of footsteps gradually sounded. Deep in the alley, a short man walked out. The dwarf man, facing Raiwichi's back, bowed down in a very standard manner. His respectful attitude made him feel like Raiwichi's loyal slave. But from the beginning to the end, Raiwichi didn't even turn his head, looked at the coxcomb head that had fainted on the ground, and curled his mouth. The moon-white eyes flashed a few boring words. It's kind of interesting. It's really interesting that a Jujutsu teacher who was born with Jujutsu in his body was turned into this alive by you. Raiwichi's voice is not loud, but it sounds like a thunder in the ears of a dwarf. The dwarf's expression trembled, and a flash of astonishment flashed across his pus-packed face. You can see through Jujutsu's foundation with just a glance, this guy is really not easy. No matter what he thought in his mind, the dwarf still had that respectful look on his face, and his tone was meticulous, like a servant who had been trained for many years, docile and well-behaved. Mr. Zenon joked. Compared with Mr. S' magical Jujutsu, these are just small tricks. Little trick? Haha, so is this a little trick to test me? Raiwichi's voice was suddenly erratic, as if he would disappear in front of the dwarf in the next moment. Although the voice did not contain any emotions, for some reason, the dwarf had always been keen intuition to tell him that the man in front of him was in an extremely dangerous state at this moment. He is now facing an abyss in front of him. If he takes a wrong step, he will be overwhelmed. As his second-level Jujutsu master, he still has no sense of security. Sir, the villain doesn't mean anything like that. The dwarf became more humble, and the bean-sized sweat appeared on his forehead. In the eyes of outsiders, he is the messenger of the Dark Knight and the spokesperson of the mysterious organization that walks outside. In Osaka, every Jujutsu teacher will give him 3 points, and even the Jujutsu Association of Osaka will give him 3 points. However, in front of this man, he knew that he did not have the slightest qualification to be respected. Really? Raiwichi turned around slowly, jokingly in his eyes, and took a deep look at the dwarf. My patience is limited, don't try to challenge my bottom line. The surrounding air seemed to become thinner with Raiwichi's tone. Understood. Sir. I understand. The villain never meant that. That's good, lead the way. Just as the dwarf was about to be overwhelmed by that terrifying aura, that aura suddenly closed. Raiwichi's voice has also become extremely warm from the coldness before. With the iconic faint smile on the corner of his mouth, he looked at the dwarf. This smile should definitely make people feel like a spring breeze, but when it fell in the eyes of the dwarf, he did not know why, instinctively the back was cold, and a chill passed from the soles of the feet. On top of the Tianling guy. Moody and unpredictable, such a guy is really only 16 years old. For the first time, the dwarf doubted the intelligence capabilities of his organization. Even the flattering smile on his face did not change, and he stood bowed in front of Raiwichi. Okay, Master Zenon, please here, the special car for you has arrived. Lead the way. Chapter 13. The dwarf who got the answer didn't dare to say a word. Although he still bowed forward, the pace under his feet was indeed getting faster and faster. Not long after the two figures left the alley. On the walls around the alleyway, strange blood vessels suddenly appeared, and the walls also began to turn dark red, like a huge heart, surrounded by thick blood vessels, and dirty blood wandering around the walls. The coxcomb head, who had fainted, slowly stood up from the ground. The expression on his face was very indifferent, looking at everything around him. He swayed his palm at random. An astonishing scene appeared, only to see his left hand with its fingers removed, and new flesh and blood quickly appeared. In the blink of an eye, the fingers had returned to their original state. Zenon Raiwichi? I remember you. Haha. How long will it take? Raiwichi was lying halfway on the seat of the sports car, looking a bit drowsy. The dwarf who drove by the side didn't dare to show any negligence. Hearing Raiwichi's question, he quickly replied. All right, we will be here soon, Mr. Zenon. Let me help you, Raiwichi said lazily, seemingly casually stretched out his palm, with bursts of faint blue, and stroked the surrounding car body. Rumble. The sports car was instantly blessed by something. The speed was so fast that there was a bit of after images. This is Cursed Tool. Turn ordinary sports cars into Cursed Tool in an instant. It works. He will definitely be able to repair the pheasant sword. The dwarf was in ecstasy. The sports car was speeding, and in less than half a minute, the car stopped in front of a shopping mall. Mr. Zenon, you are finally here, welcome to Yuanlu meeting. A cold voice sounded, and the dwarf who stopped the car quickly opened the door and stepped aside. Raiwichi's body lying on the seat did not move. His eyes were half open and half closed, as if he hadn't woken up yet, and he aimed at the man in black standing at the door of the mall. The shopping mall that was supposed to be full of people now does not even have a single figure. Summer in Osaka was supposed to be a day for countless office workers to carve, and the mall sales have touched countless people's hearts, but now it is not a mall, even if the whole street is lifeless. With a radius of 10 miles, it is like a dead city. The man in black did not conceal the powerful curse power on his body, and the dark purple curse power surrounds him, setting him off like a monster. The face hidden under the black robe was not real, but Raiwichi noticed a familiar breath. Oh, I said why this mantra is a bit familiar, it's you, skeleton. Raiwichi continued to speak quietly. It seems that I'm right. Even if you swallow a part of your soul, it won't affect you. You. Raiwichi's words touched the man in black. The humiliation given by Raiwichi, which made him sleepless at night, and the pain that deepened in his soul, even in the past few days, still faintly pained, he shouted. The curse power burst out all over, like a storm, sweeping everything around him unscrupulously. Rumble. Do you want to do it? Raiwichi looked at the man in black unmoved. The smile on his face did not change, but he did have some thoughts in his heart. This is the main body, 6 Immortal Thief Treasury can't absorb the magic power at will like before, tut, it's a pity. Raiwichi, who was planning to irritate the other party and come to a buffet, was quite disappointed, but the other party clearly knew that there was no way to take Raiwichi at this moment. Only by facing Raiwichi in person can he feel how powerful the boy in front of him is. Although the power of the curse was not obvious, it was based on the information sent back by the part of the soul that had fallen before. At least he can't move Raiwichi until he finishes repairing the pheasant sword. Huh. Come with me. The man in black suppressed his anger, tried his best to restrain the murderous intent that surged on his body, and walked forward without looking back. Raiwichi didn't continue to provoke the bad-tempered man in black, shrugging his shoulders. Following behind the opponent, the dwarf stood at the door of the mall like a guard, and seemed not qualified to enter the mall. The moment Raiwichi stepped into the mall, suddenly, a cloud of smoke appeared in the surrounding area, and there was curse power in the smoke, so that Raiwichi couldn't really see the surrounding scenes. After a while, the two appeared in a secret room. Inside the room, an extremely conspicuous crystal cabinet is placed in the middle. A long and slender Japanese traditional longsword is placed in the middle of the cabinet. It is obviously only the most common longsword, but it seems to have a certain magical power. Even Raiwichi's eyes cannot help but be attracted, although it is only a short moment. But it also made Raiwichi vigilant. Divine Armament 100 refinements, first refine the original mind, and master the 100% progress Divine Armament 100 refinements. Raiwichi's mind should be as tough as a rock, but even so, there was a moment of loss of consciousness. The man in black on the side was even more unbearable. Although Raiwichi couldn't see his face clearly, he could imagine the greed on that face through the fluctuations of the spell's power. Ahem. Is this cursed tool to be repaired? Chapter 14. Raiwichi gave a light cough and woke up the man in black, who was completely attracted. Can you fix it? Even if the man in black was awakened, his voice was still blurred, as if he was still intoxicated by the sword. My rules, you know. Raiwichi didn't answer the man in black's question directly, but glanced at the man in black. Peng. The man in black did not speak, and gently waved his palm. The dark purple curse power seemed to have opened some kind of seal, and a burst of smoke suddenly rose on the floor of the secret room. The smoke cleared. 3 cursed spirits whose whole bodies were locked by chains appeared on the ground. Although they were unable to move under the chains, the powerful curse was hard to conceal. There are 3 first-class cursed spirits. 3 first-level cursed spirits, this is our sincerity. The man in black said indifferently, as if he didn't care about these 3 powerful first-level cursed spirits at all. Raiwichi rubbed his chin. Unexpectedly, this group of guys actually have the means to capture the first-level cursed spirit. Okay, the repair process, I don't like being watched. No. This sword is extremely honorable. You must repair it under my supervision. This is the rule. The man in black refused Raiwichi's request without thinking. And Raiwichi smiled slightly after hearing the other party's words. Rules. Do errands with me, what I say is. Raiwichi's voice paused slightly. Rule. When the words fell, a terrifying killing intent broke out from the man in black, and his murderous intent was staring at Raiwichi unabashedly, but Raiwichi did still look at the longsword indifferently, without even looking at the man in black. You wanna die? Hey, if it wasn't for 3 first-class cursed spirits, you would already be a dead person. Want to try? The dark purple curse power outlines mysterious lines, forming behind the man in black. Raiwichi didn't speak, but the pendant on his chest showed a terrifying cold light. 9 ghosts. Listen to him. Just as the two of them were facing each other, the voice of a teenager echoed in the room. Humph. The black-clothed man's face was blue and white, but he still snorted, restraining his jujutsu. Walking towards the door without looking back, when he went out, he turned his head, looked at Raiwichi, and said in a gloomy tone. "You'd better fix it well, otherwise, he." He sneered and walked out of the door. And Raiwichi's gaze also became cold. It was a kind of coldness whose killing intent was compressed to the limit. Any existence that dares to threaten oneself already has a way to find death. The best way to solve the trouble is to deal with the people who will cause trouble. In his heart, the man in black had already been sentenced to death by him. "What's the name of this sword?" Raiwichi calmed his mind and asked softly. He knew the person who had spoken before, still watching this secret room at this moment. "Are you sure you want to know? Some things are better if you get confused." The voice of the teenager sounded faintly. "Name." Raiwichi uttered 2 words indifferently, and then stopped talking. After a long while, the voice of a teenager rang again in the room. "This sword is called the Grass Pheasant Sword." "Understood." Raiwichi was not shocked by the reputation of this thunderous sword. "5 minutes, come in for acceptance, now, step back. You." The young man's voice was a bit angry, and he had never dared to speak to him like this. "I hope you can fix it well." "When?" Shocking. At the moment when the young man's voice disappeared, countless blues appeared, instantly covering the entire room, and the countless G machines that crisscrossed and connected to the secret room were all twisted. "The connection is broken." The fox face boy suddenly stood up from Rentu Mountain. His eyes were deeply shocked. After decades of effort, the secret room created by countless members of the organization, and the vitality that was deeply connected to the high level of the entire organization, was actually cut off by a 16-year-old kid. "Zenon Raiwichi? Who are you? The Zenon family absolutely cannot let your monster out." The fox-faced boy roared, his eyes daring not to leave for a moment the door of the secret room. Everything inside was covered up, and there was no glimpse of it. And when he was extremely nervous, Raiwichi in the secret room unceremoniously opened the crystal cabinet, and the pheasant sword, which they regarded as an artifact, was held in his hand like a toy. He threw out a few sword flowers. "Too light, not easy." Raiwichi sat on the crystal cabinet and stroked the blade of the pheasant sword. "From the outside of the United States, there is no problem with the whole sword. The blade is smooth and the blade is sharp, but Raiwichi, who has mastered divine armament 100 refinements, knew it at first sight. The soul of this sword is broken. That is, the curse in the pheasant sword was torn apart by some kind of force. This trauma may be irreversible for others. But repairing this kind of scar is just a matter of convenience for him, and it is not even troublesome. It is not worth mentioning. I saw a blue light appearing on his hand stroking the sword body, with a mysterious aura. The blue light invaded into the sword body. Click. The pheasant sword shuddered violently, as if something was being bred. A burst of rich curse continued to emerge on the pheasant sword, and the almost substantial aura was like a huge wave that drowned everything. The whole secret room was flooded in an instant. The 3 first-class cursed spirits tied up on the ground. The body that had been struggling began to tremble crazily, as if fearing something. Chapter 15. Raiwichi, who noticed this change, nodded secretly, not surprised. After all, it is a super curse tool, and the curse in it makes the first cursed spirit tremble with fear. It is also normal. You should know that there is a difference between the first-class cursed spirit and the special-class cursed spirit. Base. Raiwichi copied and drafted the pheasant sword and swung it at the 3 first-level cursed spirits. He wanted to see the power of the pheasant sword, but then an amazing scene appeared. As Raiwichi's sword was swung, a dark brown half-moon sword energy instantly appeared at the front end of the grass sword. The terrifying sword aura, with the power to tear everything, went straight to the cursed spirit on the ground and cut it away. In a flash, those 3 extremely tyrannical cursed spirits were completely erased by that slash, and the tyrannical curse power suppressed the quartet. Yeah. 6. Immortal Thief Treasury Swallow. Raiwichi, who didn't expect the grass pheasant sword to have such a terrifying power, was shocked, seeing the curse power that was about to collapse. His hands were sealed, his mouth was slightly opened, 3 cursed spirits, all of his curse power was swallowed into his body. 6. Immortal Thief Treasury ran wildly, transforming all the spell power, and quickly moisturizing Raiwichi's body. Fear. Looking at the grass pheasant sword, Raiwichi couldn't help sighing. This kind of power is beyond imagination. The strength of the first level cursed spirit has reached a level that is difficult for ordinary people to understand. Although Raiwichi can easily solve it, it is absolutely impossible to do it right now. The 3 cursed spirits were erased and there was no trace of the existence of Silk. This not only shocked Raiwichi, but also set a wake-up call in his heart. Since the system was turned on, Raiwichi only felt that he was invincible. Except for the guy Gojo Satoru, there was no threat anymore. The appearance of the pheasant sword undoubtedly broke his state of mind. If a first-level Jujutsu master sneaked on him with the pheasant sword, the consequences would be unimaginable. Raiwichi, who was lost in thought, did not notice. The pheasant sword in his hand suddenly showed a pure darkness. It was a kind of thing that could swallow everything. Endless eternal night? Mortal, do you want power? Do you want the power to hold everything in your hands? Want to rule is the power of the world? A loud voice suddenly sounded, awakening Raiwichi, who was thinking. Does that voice have endless temptation? Everything in the secret room began to become illusory, and in a vague way, countless treasures and beauties appeared all around. Piles of gold, colorful jewels, and diamonds all over the floor appeared in front of Raiwichi in a daze. Countless beautiful women appeared beside him, twisted the wonderful ketone body, wrapped around him, and exhaled gently in his ear. Facing the sudden change, Raiwichi's complexion is as usual, his heart is like a rock, and he doesn't move. Is this curse who lives in the pheasant sword? But so. Raiwichi's frivolous tone was somewhat disdainful. His tone seemed irritated, and that curse suddenly appeared in the room. Peng. The breath of horror crazily emerged on the pheasant sword, and the illusions that represented countless desires were all shattered. The pheasant sword escaped from Raiwichi's palm and floated out of thin air. Hum. Buzzing. Click. Along the blade of the grass pheasant sword, countless curse powers are linked together, and continue to condense into a huge snake head, then the second, third, fourth. A huge demon from the ancient world suddenly appeared in front of Raiwichi. 8 completely different snake heads shook lightly, 16 eyes were as scarlet as red Cape gooseberry, and the huge body was covered with moss, cypress trees, and fur, and the stomach was dripping with blood, as if it had been eroded. Exudes bursts of blood and stench. The 8 thick tails flicked wildly behind it, and each flick set off a scorching high temperature. It revived again with the most primitive curse of mankind. Scarlet eyes with unparalleled madness, contempt for everything in the world, as high as a god. Mortal. You know who you are talking to. You should treat me as a god. The biggest snake head in the middle was vomiting the letter, with scarlet eyes staring at Raiwichi, his voice exploded like thunder. The other 7 heads also echoed the same words. The entire space was filled with his sky-shattering roar, and the trembling power surged over it unscrupulously. Storms of fishy air emerged from its mouth. Yaki Orakai. Raiwichi looked up at the huge monster in front of him. Apparently he recognized the identity of the monster. One of the most terrifying legends in the entire Fusang myth is a terrifying demon who swallows blood and shelters the wicked. Hakameda Toluzi, the culprit responsible for flooding all rivers, one of the most powerful demons in the myth of Fusang for thousands of years, represents the source of all nightmares. It is Yaki Orakai. The legendary Yaki Orakai swallows the sun and the moon, and wherever it passes, it must be covered by violent storms. This is a myth that has been circulated for thousands of years, and the birth of curses. Super hypothetical cursed spirit. Immortal. Give everything to me, I can fulfill all your wishes. Yaki Orokai looked down at the tiny human in front of him. Like a slave owner who gives gifts to his servants, his tone is arrogant and cruel. Haha, interesting, a crippled curse? Also dare to speak out. Raiwichi looked at the huge 8-headed snake in front of him violently. There was no ripple in the tone due to the appearance of this legendary creature. Still understatement, as if everything in the world is in his grasp. Chapter 16. However, he said casually. The original Baki Orokai was stiff, and the body formed by the curse power fluctuated. Yes, Raiwichi is right. As the strongest batch of imaginary cursed spirit, his curse was divided into 3 parts, each became 3 special cursed tool, only one of his curse was sealed in the pheasant sword. But this secret has never been known to anyone, and now it has been revealed by a hairy boy. A murderous intent flashed through its scarlet eyes, which involved a plan for 1,000 years. For this plan, he even did not hesitate to form a fetter with Ryam and Sukuna. Humans, you can't keep you. 8 snake heads, 16 eyes, and a trace of killing intent appeared at the same time, swallowing blood, and it has been a long time since the supreme delicacy has been tasted. It looked at Raiwichi, and suddenly felt a familiar feeling for some reason. Then he remembered, the look in Raiwichi's eyes was too familiar to him, that was his desire to survive, that was endless greed. But why would a human being look at himself in that way? That kind of gaze that looks at the deliciousness can only appear when Master Yaki looks at the lower humans. Humanity. Why dare to show that look at me? Raiwichi made no secret of his greed in his eyes, because he noticed that the guy in front of him who proclaimed himself Yaki Orokai, was in the same state as the skeleton at that moment. In his eyes, it was like a drink poured in a cup, letting him take whatever he wanted. Human, the look in your eyes disgusts me. Haha. Master Yaki, have you ever been eaten by anyone? What are you talking about? The 8 snakeheads roared at the same time, and the terrifying curse power burst out instantly. Ken. Faced with such a terrifying outbreak, Raiwichi smiled, smiling like a child getting his beloved toy. His hands quickly formed seals, his mouth opened, and a sense of crisis that Yaki Orokai had never felt appeared in his heart. For the first time, even the fear that had never appeared in the face of Sime 1,000 years ago appeared in his heart. 6 Immortal Thief Treasury, Gluttonous. The power was concentrated in an instant, and Raiwichi burst out the full power of 6 Immortal Thief Treasury for the first time. The powerful suction force caused the surrounding space to be continuously distorted and deformed. As if a gust of wind swept through, all curse power was smoothed. Suddenly, the body of the Yachi Orokai quickly twisted and gradually faded, and finally dissipated directly, without resistance, turned into a curse power, and was directly incorporated into Raiwichi's body by a terrifying suction. There was not even a groan. This whole process didn't even exceed 3 seconds. In the blink of an eye, the terrible demon died in the secret room, as if it had never appeared. This terrible demon who feeds on humans and devours flesh and blood has actually become Raiwichi's plate of Yuxia food. No, it is belly food. This mysterious organization with Yaki Orokai as its totem, the long-awaited resurrection plan, happened in less than 5 minutes that no one dared to imagine. Their extremely hopeful Master Yachi has been sucked into his body by Raiwichi. Can't absorb it all. Raiwichi closed his eyes slightly, feeling the power surging in his body. Although it is only 1/3 of the Yachi Orokai, it does not possess the power. Raiwichi can digest all of it directly. In the system panel, the progress bar of 6 Immortal Thief Treasury is constantly rising, has reached 30%, and there is no trend of shrinking. Originally, this trip to Osaka just wanted to devour 3 level 1 cursed spirits and improve the progress of 6 Immortal Thief Treasury. But I didn't expect that there would be such a surprise. If this goes on, you will soon be able to unlock the next stunt. Raiwichi was secretly delighted. This time Curse who devoured Yaki Orakai saved a lot of time for the next progress. Otherwise, judging from the current progress, if you want to absorb enough of the progress of 6 Immortal Thief Treasury, you don't know how long it will take. It may not be 100% within 5 years at least. If the Yaki Orakai is completely digested, the progress will be at least 50% or more. Feeling the strong curse power reverberating in his body, the corners of Raiwichi's mouth could not help but show an upward arc. Sudden. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door, and the hoarse voice of the man in black also sounded. It's 5 minutes. Raiwichi quickly converged his expression. His overjoyed expression became very angry, the corners of his eyes hung upside down, his mouth pursed, and there was countless anger between his eyebrows. As if something unforgivable had happened, angrily holding the pheasant sword in his hand, he opened the door of the room. One directly threw the sword towards the man in black outside the door. The man in black looked at the pheasant sword flying, his complexion changed drastically, and he flashed his body and caught the pheasant sword very softly. His movements were so gentle that he might not be so gentle with his own son. A hole. What are you doing? The man in black was furious. With such a magical tool, the other party dared to treat it like this, but he did not expect that his fire had not finished yet, and Raiwichi had made a bigger fire. What are you doing? A broken sword almost killed Laozu's life. I owe nothing to you. Raiwichi's voice was deeply angry, as if she had suffered a huge loss. Chapter 17. The man in black was taken aback, and then there was a burst of ecstasy on his face. The curse power quickly emerged, and he walked around the grass pheasant sword. At the moment, the grass pheasant sword no longer felt the same as before, and the entire sword body became extremely sharp, as if it could cut everything. You fixed it? Nonsense. Raiwichi rolled his eyes. The transaction is over. It's fixed. It's really fixed. Isn't that possible? You can. 9 ghosts. The man in black was about to say something when suddenly the young man's voice appeared again, interrupting his words. The fox-face boy appeared in the mist in a white kimono. Instantly appeared beside the 9 ghosts. With a big wave of his hand, he took the pheasant sword and turned his curse power slightly. Although he could not see his expression with the mask, he could still detect his ecstasy at this moment. Ha ha ha. Mr. Zenon is really a genius. It's a great thing to be able to work with you. The fox-faced man, holding the pheasant sword, was full of enthusiasm. He had planned to target Raiwichi, but he was left behind. Raiwichi was invited to give him a try. Unexpectedly, it was really repaired. Right now, they have more important things to do, and naturally they have no time to take care of Raiwichi. He gave the 9 ghosts a vague look. The 9 ghosts understood, knowing that it is not the time to avenge themselves. Master Yaki is above all else, and they can't waste the slightest curse power now to prepare for the next. I lost this transaction, but my rules, I agree. Now the transaction is over. I understand. I understand. I look forward to another opportunity for cooperation next time. I don't want to do this kind of loss-making business again. Raiwichi's tone was hard as a rock. The fox-face man secretly smiled in his heart. Repairing Master Yaki's curse is really that easy, boy, you are too tender. Ha ha ha. Mr. Zenon joked, and someone sent him away. The fox-faced man was secretly refreshed, and the 9 ghosts beside him were also in a relaxed mood. As everyone knows. In their eyes, Zenon Raiwichi, who has suffered a great loss, has swallowed what they call Master Yaki. If it weren't for the power of the Yachi Orikai's curse, it was difficult to digest for a while, making 6 Immortal Thief Treasury unable to absorb the new curse power. I am afraid that now Raiwichi will have to use the cursed tool to kill the 9 ghosts. The 9 ghosts, who didn't know that they had already strolled around the Gaiman Pass, looked at the grass pheasant sword happily. We won't send him off. The fox-faced man took the grass pheasant sword and escaped into the thick fog, and the 9 ghosts also disappeared afterwards. The original dwarf appeared again. Still so respectful, but with more joy on his face. "Sir, please." Even the tone was very excited, as if it was Hyuxia New Year. "Oh, I hope you will be so happy in the future," Raiwichi thought wickedly. When they discovered that the curse consciousness of Yaki Orokai had been absorbed by him, what they should look like after they had only some curse power left behind. Really look forward to it. The iconic smile hung from the corner of Raiwichi's mouth again. The dwarf leading the way felt that his back was chilling out of thin air, and his steps accelerated a bit. Just want to send away this plague god quickly. At the same time, Zenon's home is separated from Osaka. The solemn hall, without the slightest breath of modern technology, is a bit old. Everything in the room is made of ancient wood, with dense patterns crisscrossing the room. The whole room exudes a faint fragrance, antique, as if it has come to a paradise, without the hustle and bustle of modern life at all. On the tatami, an old man with silver hair sits cross-legged, and on the low table in front of him, the quaint red sandalwood incense burner keeps wafting sandalwood incense. Although the old man has silver hair, he exudes a powerful aura, with a deep scar on his old face like dead wood. The scar almost penetrated half of his face. It is hard to imagine how this old man saved his life under such a knife. The old man is enjoying the afternoon sun, holding a cup of tea in his hand, quiet and cozy. In a corner on the side, a fat black cat was lying on the ground lazily, wagging its tail boredly. Elder, Zenon Raiwichi has appeared in Osaka, and our people are staring at him. Suddenly, a man in a black suit walked up to the old man and half kneeled on the ground. "Zenon Raiwichi, that little guy is a good seed, but this temper really needs to be tempered." The old man took a sip of the tea in his hand and said lightly, "That guy killed Kage-san, and I have never heard of anyone who can awaken a spell the day after tomorrow. I think." The man in suit apparently knew the second-level Jujutsu master who was killed by Raiwichi, and his tone was deeply resentful, but he didn't usually open his mouth. Just because the old man who kept his eyes closed, at this moment, has opened a pair of extremely turbid eyes and stared at him closely. His whole body muscles tightened uncontrollably, big beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his knees trembling slightly. This old man who seemed to be able to blow him down by a gust of wind caused terrible pressure. It reminds the man in the suit that he once faced the super-cursed spirit with independent consciousness. Those eyes were so cold and ruthless. Chapter 18. Keijichi, Zenon Raiwichi is the heir of Zenon's root Masahong. The old man's voice was not loud, but the threat in it was beyond words. As one of the most powerful Big Three sorcerer families in the entire Jujutsu world, the Zenon family has a long heritage that can be traced back thousands of years. This powerful family is the one that pays the most attention to magic skills among the three. They spend a lot of manpower and material resources every year to recruit young people with magic skills. Keijichi and Keiji-san, who died under Raiwichi before, are both talents that this generation of Zenon has cultivated since childhood. But even the Zenon family, who is proud of their spells, has an iron rule that cannot be violated. That is, blood. In this cold and ancient family, Zenon orthodoxy without Jujutsu may be bullied by these recruited Jujutsu teachers, and no one cares about it. However, once the heirs of the Zenon family appear as heirs to the magic, his status will be much higher than those adopted. This is the iron law that has not changed for thousands of years in the family. People who are not from the Zenon family can be called Jujutsu teachers in vain, and those who are not sorcerers can be called people in vain. This sentence speaks out the attitude of the Zenon family. It is hard to be recognized as an upright person in Zenon's family without magic, and even with the inheritance of magic, it's hard to see the Zenin family who also has Jujutsu. This is the self-confidence and domineering inherited from the ancient family and passed down for thousands of years. It's more extreme than Gojo's. More domineering than Kumo's. Zenin. Subordinates understand. Ying Ai's Adam's apple squirmed unconsciously. The aura that the old man showed just now has made him feel chills all over his body, and his attitude is more respectful, and his already lowered head is a bit lower than before. Yeah, but it's really not good for young people to be so rampant. That fellow, Shire, is in Osaka now. The old man put the teacup on the table in front of him, and the tea in the cup rippled. What do you mean? When the man in a suit heard this, he was taken aback for a moment and then cautiously raised his head, looking at the old man. Go ahead. The old man closed his eyes again. Although he didn't say anything, Keiichi already understood what he meant, bowed and saluted again, and then slowly stepped back. In the huge room, only the thin figure of the old man was left at the moment, and the black cat in the corner had disappeared at some point. A good knife needs a sharpening stone. The old man sat on the tatami, his mouth was slightly pursed, and a black curse slowly flowed behind him, and everything in the room seemed to have been stained with a layer of haze in an instant. It seemed to drag everything around into a world of shadows. 10 shadow spells, are there really no inheritance? The old man murmured to himself, a trace of loneliness emerged involuntarily on his face. Meow. In the boundless darkness behind him, a meow seemed to be responding to the old man's question. Children and grandchildren have their own children and grandchildren, and that's right, but Zenin Raiwichi is really a different kind of child. The strength of the Jujutsu teacher has been determined at the moment of birth by the Jujutsu in the blood. That child, 3 rounds of tests, did not have Jujutsu, but suddenly had Jujutsu 2 years ago. This kind of thing is simply out of order. Jujutsu is an instinct, or a gift, that has been carved into the body from the moment a person is born. The Jujutsu teacher is the most unfair in the world and the fairest in the world. The strength of a Jujutsu teacher is determined by his own talent 80%, and the remaining 2 talents rely on hard work. The endless efforts of a mortal may not even compare to a real genius for casual play. This is a recognized rule in the entire Jujutsu community, and it is also the consensus of everyone. But Raiwichi broke this common sense. A good seedling, after all, is the blood of the Zenin family, let the fellow Shi'er go and sharpen him. As the old man's voice fell, the darkness behind him disappeared, and the old man who had been sitting on the tatami disappeared together. The room was like someone had never been here before. Only left, the cup of tea on the table was rippling. On the other hand, Raiwichi, who didn't know exactly what the Zenin family of his birth would think of, Raiwichi lazily pushing a trolley in one of the largest supermarkets in Osaka. Throw the potato chips and Coke on the shelf into the car at will. Raiwichi did not rush back to Suzawa after leaving from Toriho. Instead, he thought that the inventory in his home seemed to be low. The last time Gojo Satoru went to his home, he almost wiped out his own snacks. I just came to the supermarket to buy some. After all, I can't buy many flavors of potato chips in Shan's. Gojo Satoru loves sweets, while Raiwichi prefers potato chips. The two tried to persuade each other a few years ago, but in the end, Gojo Satoru still likes to eat sweets, but he has a habit of bringing a piece of potato chips when buying. Chapter 19. Strawberry-flavored potato chips, cult. Cult. Raiwichi held a bag of pink potato chips and said softly, and a crisp girl's voice on the side did sound one step earlier. I saw a girl wearing black sportswear with long fluttering hair also looked at the potato chips in her hand with a look of discontent. Black eye circles piled up at the corners of her eyes, as if she hadn't had a good night's sleep for a long time. You also think strawberry-flavored potato chips are a cult, right? The girl heard Raiwichi's words, as if she had seen the same kind, and looked at Raiwichi with scorching eyes. Raiwichi rubbed his nose and said, "Strawberries don't match potato chips no matter how they look. Cucumber flavor is genuine." "How do you think so?" The girl's eyes lit up suddenly, and excitedly grabbed a bag of cucumber-flavored potato chips on the shelf in front of her and said, "Sure enough, we are the same people, only cucumber-flavored potatoes." Ring ring ring. Ringing. The girl hadn't finished her words, and the phone on her waist rang with a rapid ringing. She glanced at Raiwichi apologetically, and then answered the phone. After the call was connected, the girl didn't say a word, but the expression on her face gradually became gloomy from the initial hearting. Raiwichi didn't notice this at all, or he didn't even go to see the girl. I focused my attention on the shelf early, and I was a little worried that the girl would grab potato chips with herself. "Sir, I'm afraid you will leave the supermarket soon." After the girl hung up the phone, she looked at Raiwichi with a serious face, and her tone was also very serious. Huh? Raiwichi was confused, wondering why this woman would say this. The girl was obviously anxious and explained quickly. "I can't tell you the specific situation in detail, but please believe me, extremely dangerous things will happen in the supermarket next. If you don't want to get involved in trouble, please leave immediately, otherwise, you may die." Seeing the real girl in front of him, Raiwichi smiled unconsciously at the corner of his mouth. One forward stuck directly to the girl's ear, and the speed was so fast that the girl could not react. Raiwichi whispered in the girl's ear, "Don't be so nervous, Master Jujutsu." "Ah. You." The girl was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, covering her mouth and stepping back unconsciously. Raiwichi chuckled lightly. He had faintly remembered the identity of the girl in front of him. After all, after so long, the comics he had seen before crossing the road had almost forgotten. However, he didn't expect that the intellectual royal sister is still so young now. "Ah. What's the matter? What's the situation? Waiter! Waiter! Why is it suddenly dark and the light is broken? Is there a power failure? Is there no generator in such a big supermarket?" The surroundings suddenly went dark, and the originally extremely bright supermarket plunged into pitch black. But Raiwichi noticed that the culprit of the darkness was the account. Before the battle with Cursed Spirit, Master Jujutsu created a kind of barrier that separates the space in order to prevent ordinary people around him from noticing it. Generally speaking, only when facing the extremely powerful Cursed Spirit, you will use the account. My name is Iiri Shoko, and I am a quasi-high school student at Jujutsu College. With the appearance of the tent, Iiri Shoko directly stated his identity to Raiwichi. Although the identity of Raiwichi is not clear, it can be determined that the other party is indeed a Jujutsu teacher. In this case, any Jujutsu teacher can be a supporting existence. Raiwichi, a little boss. Raiwichi lazily looked at the surrounding accounts. The surrounding lights turned on again, and the people who were panicked had fainted to the ground one after another. A huge meatball, like an embryo, floats quietly on the highest point of the entire supermarket. A powerful curse continued to surround the embryo, an ugly creature that looked like a baby, lying quietly in the embryo. The powerful curse power is like nourishment, nourishing the body of that thing, making the baby's weak body strengthen quickly. The strong and powerful heartbeat became the main melody in the supermarket. Iiri Shoko looked at the changes in the surroundings, and a panic flashed across her face. After all, she, who had just become a Jujutsu teacher, was nothing more than a 16-year-old girl. And it is also the lowest level for Jujutsu division. At the moment, this kind of scene is obviously not something she can handle. She was originally here to purchase, but she strayed into this situation. When she was notified by the window just now, the other party told her to evacuate the supermarket quickly, but she didn't expect the change to come so quickly. The person who laid the tents reacted extremely quickly, and the tents were laid the moment the curse was formed. In the eyes of the outside world, supermarkets are generally the same as usual. But in the eyes of Master Jujutsu, the entire supermarket was wrapped in layers by a very terrifying and evil curse. Chapter 20. What level of curse is this? Just forming is enough to make ordinary people lose consciousness. Shoko clenched his fists nervously. It is hard to imagine what level of curse can achieve this level. Raiwichi is still the same, a lazy look, as if it is difficult for him to be interested in anything. You said that ugly guy, it's super curse. What? Compared to Raiwichi's understatement, Shoko yelled. Premium. That was a level she couldn't imagine at all. The teacher once said that once you encounter a special grade, there is no third way to choose other than escape and death. Extraordinary, these two words represent destruction, power, and terror that can subvert everything. Facing curse of this level, with her current strength, she seemed to have no choice but to die. But for some reason, Shoko, who should have been so alarmed, did look at Raiwichi next to him, and she felt a sense of relief for no reason. This feels inexplicable, as if, even if he is facing a super class, the man in front of him can still protect his own safety. Although she could not perceive Raiwichi's power, the instinct of the body did tell Shoko. This seemingly lazy and frivolous man has a strength she can't imagine. This kind of instinct, which is born with him, has saved herself countless times in the past 16 years. Super curse, aren't you scared? Shoko didn't even notice, and his body unconsciously moved closer to Raiwichi. Raiwichi casually tore open a packet of potato chips in his hand and said as expected. Fear, I'm so scared to death. As he said, he poured the potato chips into his mouth. Looking around with an expression of watching a play, there is no slightest tension and fear. In this supermarket wrapped in special grade curse, he seems to be casual in his own home. Or maybe he is the master here. Irie looked at Raiwichi's free and easy manner, and an incredible thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Could it be that he is a superclass? Off book. Above the tall buildings, a tall man with sunglasses appeared, his huge body with a terrible sense of oppression. Staring at the dark tent under his feet, his face was serious and his brows frowned. Super curse tire, how could it suddenly appear? What is the window for eating? He yelled at the phone in his hand. This is not to blame for the sudden appearance of the window curse. Window's reaction has already been quick. When he noticed the abnormality of the curse power, he quickly notified us, and at the first time, it blocked everything with the tent. Unfortunately, we just contacted a Jujutsu teacher who was trapped in it. She is your student, Shoko. On the other end of the phone was a cold, mechanical voice. What? Why did Shoko appear here? Masamichi, calm down. Don't forget your identity. This tall man is really Masamichi, now the first-year class teacher of Jujutsu College, and the teacher of Gojo Satoru and Shoko. He originally came to perform the task in Osaka, and is the nearest senior Jujutsu teacher from here. She rushed over in an instant, but she didn't expect her student to appear in such a dangerous place instead of the school. How calm are you? You know Iree's Jujutsu. If something goes wrong with her, it will be the entire Jujutsu Academy. No. It's the loss of the entire Jujutsu world. Masamichi looked very angry and worried. Compared with the two stinky boys, Shoko's abilities are not suitable for fighting. At such an age, the genius who can reverse Jujutsu, so far only Shoko can do it for the younger generation and repair all the damage. His ability is a bug, even Gojo Satoru today hasn't learned how to reverse the spell. And even if Shoko didn't have such talent, Masamichi couldn't calmly watch his students fall into the situation. Don't worry, the person from Zenon's family is now in Osaka. He is already on his way, and your two students are also on their way. You know the speed of Gojo. I can't wait any longer, now I'm going in, my students are waiting for me. Masamika's voice calmed down. You, do. Without waiting for the other end of the phone to finish speaking, just hang up. Only a busy tone for the other party to hang up was left. What kind of account is being laid this time, he said as if talking to himself. But there was a voice behind him out of thin air. Only in, no out. Very good. Yagami turned and walked quickly downstairs. He carried a huge tiger backpack on his back, exuding a wild aura. The tiger eyes seemed to flash through a tyrannical murderous intent. While Masamichi rushed to the supermarket. Inside the supermarket. Raiwichi stretched a lazy waist and sat on the ground boredly, eating potato chips. Iiri Shoko on the side seemed to be affected by him, and he was no longer panicked. Sitting side by side with him, I was in no mood to go and eat potato chips as if nothing happened to Raiwichi. Chapter 21. Can you get rid of that curse? Iiri Shoko looked at Raiwichi earnestly, a pair of large watery eyes, reflecting Raiwichi's lazy figure. When Raiwichi heard this, he paused slightly. If it hadn't been for the curse power of the 8 immortal thief treasury that had previously been swallowed was too great, and now that 6 immortal thief treasury had to work hard to digest the 8 immortal thief treasury, Raiwichi would have swallowed the embryo long ago. But now, the 6 immortal thief treasury can't use the magic power of the embryo and can't swallow the embryo, so Raiwichi naturally has no interest in making a move. Of course, he doesn't recommend sheltering Iiri Shoko next to him, but he really didn't think about it if he wanted to kill the curse. Why should I do this? Raiwichi squinted his eyes, looked at the cursed spirit that was constantly complete, and threw the potato chips aside after he had eaten, and asked rhetorically. Does curse need a reason? After hearing Raiwichi's question, Iiri Shoko quickly made a judgment. Raiwichi asked why he did it, without considering whether he could do it or not. That is to say, in terms of strength, this man thinks that he can completely eliminate this unformed curse, so he will ask the question of why do it and how to select, instead of overplaying it. Into the choice. Faced with such a simple question, Iiri Shoko, who has always been smart, doesn't know how to answer it. From the day she became a Jujutsu teacher, she had never thought about such a problem. For her, Jujutsu's exclusion of curse is like a person has to breathe. It's natural, without reason. But obviously, Raiwichi didn't think like this. He supported him with his hands behind him, his head slightly raised, and his moon-white eyes flashed with a few unclear lights. In his eyes, there was indifference and indifference, except for the enthusiasm that belongs to the Jujutsu master. Isn't there a reason? I'm really sorry. I'm not interested in this kind of thing. I can't do this kind of high-end heroic behavior to eradicate cursed spirit and protect humans. Let the hero do this kind of boring thing. Raiwichi squinted, as if looking through the embryonic membrane covered by cursive force, looking directly at the growing cursed spirit. He could feel that at this moment, the continuously forming curse was bred with terrifying power. Once that power erupts, all human beings here, except him, will have no life to survive. Even if you are not interested in saving people, you have to protect yourself. Once this super cursed spirit takes shape, you won't let you go because you stand by and watch. Hearing what Raiwichi said, Iiri Shoko didn't think about those brainless women. What kind of righteousness, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, to suppress Raiwichi. But very cleverly came up with a key point. Cursed spirit is absolutely malicious to humans. As long as Raiwichi is still in the tent, once the super cursed spirit takes shape, no matter whether he shoots or not, he will become the target of cursed spirit. Iiri Shoko can master the reversal warlock, and his wisdom is far beyond ordinary people. When Raiwichi said that, she knew that the man in front of him was definitely not the kind of person who could easily persuade. Every strong man has his own unique path. Looking at Zenon Raiwichi, Iiri Shoko suddenly felt that this man was inexplicably similar to his partner Gojo Satoru. The same young, the same powerful, the same freedom. Kaka kaka. Kaka kaka. Raiwichi just wanted to say something. But the huge embryo floating above the supermarket suddenly made a crisp sound. A weird breath appeared faintly. The surrounding space seemed to have ripples, and even the air became thinner. A creepy feeling gradually climbed into Shoko's heart, causing her to unconsciously lean her body closer to Raiwichi. Special grade cursed fetus, hatching is complete. Bass. Rumble. Sudden. The cursed fetus suddenly burst, and the tyrannical impact, like a storm, erupted centered on the cursed fetus. Raiwichi frowned slightly, the blue cross pendant on his chest appeared, and a translucent protective shield instantly appeared and wrapped him and Shoko in it. Boom! The explosion set off a strong burst of smoke, and the dust overflowed. A figure slowly emerged in the smoke. Human-shaped cursed spirit. Iiri Shoko whispered. Cursed spirit comes from the curse of human beings. The cursed spirit born full of negative emotions are almost all weird monsters. The whole body is covered with eyes or arms, or it is like silt, which is disgusting and nauseating. Only a handful of powerful cursed spirits can acquire the human form. Of course, it is not to say that the powerful cursed spirit must be a human body. But the cursed spirit of the human body must be powerful. Superior, but it's really ugly. Raiwichi stood up, standing tall and straight like a sharp sword, his whole body covered by the dark blue power. The brows are raised lightly, the eyes are like electricity, and the tyrannical power is all over the body. Looking at the cursed spirit in front of him with interest. P.S. Today is the birthday of the author. You can say something to the author. Wish me a great birthday. Thank you for your great. Chapter 22. Chijijijijiji. The smoke cleared, and a white monster with a tail gradually revealed its true face. His body was covered with purple lines and a pair of horns grew on his head. There is only a huge mouth on his face, and there are no organs such as eyes and nose. Chijiji, he made a cry of inexplicable meaning, twisting his body, obviously without eyes, but looked around curiously. What price? Iiri Shoko stared at the monster in front of him, his muscles tensed, and his two small hands gripped the corner of Raiwichi's clothes tightly. The moment the monster appeared, she knew that Raiwichi was not lying. The human-shaped cursed spirit in front of him is a well-deserved special class. In front of it, Iiri Shoko only felt that the blood throughout her body had stopped flowing. If Raiwichi hadn't been there, she would have fallen to the ground already. In the face of absolute strength gap, everything is a powerless struggle. What did you say? Didn't you say that you are a small boss? How much money do you want to get rid of this guy? Iiri Shoko remembered Raiwichi's previous introduction. Raiwichi smiled slightly. Working with smart people is refreshing. I didn't expect Iiri Shoko to go on the road like this. Talking to smart people saves effort, but it's a reward. I'll talk about it later. Peng. Sickle Jiji. The white cursed spirit suddenly exerted force, and a huge pit appeared on the ground in an instant. It's like being bombed by a shell. Chi chi chi. It screamed again and opened its arms as if embracing something. The next moment, cursing power appeared all over the cursed spirit. Empty. Empty empty. The force like a hurricane began to erupt centered on cursed spirit. The tyrannical curse swept all around meaninglessly. The space sent out an overwhelmed sorrow brother. It is like a child showing off his toys, showing off his power in an unruly manner. Raiwichi's figure disappeared in front of Shoko like a ghost at the moment cursed spirit exerted its strength. But the barrier still protected Shoko. Raiwichi's whole body was enveloped by the magical power of the faint blue, and he ran toward the cursed spirit at a very fast speed. actually left after images in mid-air. The tyrannical power spread unscrupulously to the surroundings. Chi chi chi? Special grade cursed spirit cried out suspiciously. He just formed, although he has a certain degree of wisdom, but only a child's level. He couldn't figure it out. This should be regarded as a human being by him as food, why would he rush to attack him quickly? Boom. Grumble. Rumble. Peng. In the next second, when Cursed Spirit was puzzled, Raiwichi had already appeared in front of him. A fist was raised high, wrapped in a powerful force, and hit Cursed Spirit's belly directly. The moment the tyrannical force hit the Cursed Spirit's abdomen, suddenly there was a second shock. The blue curse power turned into a death rose, blooming with a terrifying aura. Boom. Click. With a punch, the surrounding space seemed to be distorted, and roses rose in the Cursed Spirit body. Cursed Spirit's mouth opened wide, and a mouthful of purple blood splashed out of his air. It is extremely corrosive. But the moment the blood was about to touch Raiwichi, it was annihilated in the air by an invisible force. Patter. Super Cursed Spirit, after taking this punch, half kneeled on the ground. Blood was constantly flowing out of the mouth. The tyrannical corrosiveness eroded the ground out of holes of different sizes. Does one punch have such terrifying power? Seeing the incredible scene in front of him, Irishoko covered his mouth in shock. Chiji. Kneeling on the ground, the super cursed spirit screamed and made a harsh sound. Grumble. Boom. Zi. The sound was as sharp as a bayonet, carrying a terrifying force of destruction, and burst out toward the surroundings. Crackle, crackle. The surrounding shelves, together with the glass, began to collapse under the sound. Peng. The surrounding space was faintly distorted, and the power of the sound seemed to form sharp steel knives. Raiwichi, standing opposite the cursed spirit, became the main target of this force. But, listening to the harsh scream in his ear, Raiwichi's expression remained as usual. The terrifying sound wave seemed to be unable to affect him at all. There was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. The moon-white eyes flashed amusement. Is this your jujutsu? Use sound waves to shake the space and achieve the effect of strangulation. It's really a special grade, it's really a terrifying technique. The voice just fell. Raiwichi stepped directly on the back of Cursed Spirit in front of him. The tyrannical power was all concentrated on the feet. Peng. Rumble. That power exploded in an instant, and the unimaginable concentration of power directly broke the backbone of Cursed Spirit. Cursed Spirit opened his mouth to vent his pain by screaming. But it was as if some invisible force destroyed his vocal cords. No matter how big his mouth is, there is still no sound. The special class Cursed Spirit who should have prepared a full meal, the special class who takes pleasure in killing human beings, at this moment, is like a poor worm, trampled by Raiwichi under his feet, like an ant. Chapter 23. Irishoko, who saw the scene with his own eyes, clenched his fists, and the force was so strong that the joints were a little white. Among a pair of beautiful eyes, the waves of her eyes flowed, showing the shock in her heart at this moment, so that her mouth opened slightly unconsciously. Can pure physical power be able to achieve this level? Is this kind of flesh really human? From the beginning to the end of the battle, it only took 1 minute. Even the teachers in Jujutsu High School can't do this. In a millimeter, defeated Super Cursed Spirit. In Jujutsu College, it's not uncommon to be able to defeat the super class people, but being able to defeat Cursed Spirit at such an efficient speed in such a short period of time, even his teacher Yagamasamichi could not do this. During the whole battle, Raiwichi didn't even show any jujutsu, relying only on physical strength, he stepped on the terrifying Super Cursed Spirit under his feet. Raiwichi has jujutsu, and Irishoko can be sure that this barrier in front of him is the best proof. But what kind of self-confidence is it? Only to be able to make a Jujutsu teacher, Jujutsu disdain to use it, can beat a special grade without fighting back. Raiwichi only punched and kicked the entire battle. Ken. That super cursed spirit has lost any resistance. It's a monster in human skin. Shoko suddenly remembered his partner who was said to have changed the pattern of the entire Jujutsu world. Who is stronger than him or Satoru? Raiwichi obviously doesn't care what Shoko thinks behind him, he made it because he found out. In front of the stunned cursed spirit's body. Hidden some kind of powerful cursed object. Weigh the pros and cons, but at a glance, Raiwichi acts in style and does not adhere to a secular perspective. He has his own set of formal guidelines. In other words, he is lazy, so he will not do anything except the things that he finds meaningful. If he finds troublesome things, he must solve the source of the trouble. If Shoko hadn't proposed to him in exchange for this kind of trade before, with Raiwichi's character, he might really watch the super cursed spirit kill all human beings with eyesight. At most, he will look at Gojo's sake and shelter Shoko next to him for a while. Even though, the super cursed spirit in front of him is nothing but an extinct existence for him. Without interest, he still wouldn't make a move. Even without using divine armament 100 refinements, the current Raiwichi, with the physical blessing brought to him by 6 immortal thief treasury, is enough to easily kill the special class in front of him. 6 immortal thief treasury devours everything and uses all the swallowed power to nourish Raiwichi's body. Now Raiwichi, even bullets can hardly penetrate his body. Don't say you are only capable of this, you should work hard, try to make me more interesting, okay. The strength on Raiwichi's feet keeps increasing, and his tone is cold and without a trace of emotion. The terrifying power, like a road roller, all poured on the back of cursed spirit. A crack appeared in the cursed spirit's body, as if it could not bear the terrible power of Raiwichi, and the white body appeared like a spider web with intertwined cracks. Kaka kaka. The sound of bone fracture sounded in the extremely silent supermarket, making the originally weird space even more weird. If hell. And the super cursed spirit that was supposed to bring fear to mankind is like a tortured ghost, suffering from endless suffering, but even being deprived of the right to make a sound. Kaka. At this moment, things happened. Under Raiwichi's feet, the dying cursed spirit, which was covered in cracks, exploded suddenly. There was a terrifying shock. Boom. The corner of Raiwichi's mouth was lightly raised, her eyes condensed slightly, and a cross pendant on her neck exuded bursts of blue, and the powerful curse power instantly spread all over her body. Shocking. There was a sound of breaking through the air in my ears. An extremely sharp claw, like breaking through layers of space, with unmatched murderous intent, piercing the void, and heading straight to Raiwichi's chest claw. Wherever the sharp claws passed, the ground was cracked, and the poor people who fainted on the ground all around were affected by the breath. Puff. Puff. Click. In an instant, the bodies of ordinary people were cut into countless pieces like a cucumber. But what's weird is that there is no trace of blood flowing out of the chopped meat, as if it were a toy that was trampled on by a child. Raiwichi, be careful. Seeing this, Shoko couldn't help but exclaim. With such a terrifying power, if Raiwichi were to hit him abruptly, he would lose half of his life if he didn't die. Compared to the dozen or so people who died, Shoko obviously cares more about Raiwichi's life, because she knows that once Raiwichi loses, there will be hundreds of people in the supermarket, including her. Absolutely no one can survive. Take it easy. Raiwichi's voice rang softly. It was still that laziness, but it gave Shoko an unparalleled sense of security. P.S. Wish me a great birthday, manually funny. Chapter 24. Chiji. The white cursed spirit exploded with power several times stronger than before. Both hands were covered with sharp-pointed claws, dark purple cursive power, wrapped around the sharp claws, with a terrible tearing force, inserted into Raiwichi's chest. Raiwichi looked at Cursed Spirit with a helpless expression. I really don't understand you cursed spirits, hiding the clumsy is the privilege of the strong, do you think you are worthy? Zi. Cursed power continuously emerged on the sharp claws of Cursed Spirit, and that power quickly rotated, tearing his wound on Raiwichi's chest like a chainsaw. However, a strange scene appeared. No matter how terrifying the power on the claws becomes, it can no longer penetrate Raiwichi's body, even a tiny bit. Chiji. Cursed Spirit regained the right to speak, and cried out in confusion. He couldn't understand, he had used all his strength, but why, it was hard to hurt this man. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of Raiwichi's mouth, and the moon-white eyes flashed like a demon flame in the abyss of hell. He looked at the Cursed Spirit who was at a loss in front of him, fixed his eyes on the other person's heart, and spoke softly. Found it, it was here. Base. I saw Raiwichi's left hand lifted up instantly, and the speed was so fast that he left behind shadows. In the midair, the powerful force instantly condensed and slammed directly at the heart of the Cursed Spirit. Come on. Chiji. Cursed Spirit screamed like a frightened chicken, making a harsh sound. But all this is destined to be useless, the harsh sound waves seemed to encounter some obstacle in mid-air. Ripples continuously appeared in the air, cancelling all his sound waves. Puff. Raiwichi's big hand pierced Cursed Spirit's chest directly without any hindrance, and the scream stopped abruptly. Papa. Cursed Spirit's body began to collapse gradually, and the curse power of the whole body began to dissipate. Raiwichi seemed to have caught something in his body, and a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The smile looked like a teenager next door, with a bit of shyness and sunshine. Only Shoko who saw how the Cursed Spirit was killed would know. What a terrifying power this handsome boy who was like the big boy next door had in front of him. Sure enough, there is something. In this case, a super curse fetus suddenly takes shape, which makes sense. Raiwichi muttered to himself as he looked at the cyan jade pendant from the Cursed Spirit. Normally, the formation of a curse requires the accumulation of a large amount of negative emotions, while the special Cursed Spirit takes a longer time. And for this special grade, it only took less than half an hour from the gestation of the cursed fetus to its birth. This is beyond the cognition of the entire Jujutsu world. There is only one situation that can cause all of this. That is, a special cursed object, a curse with a special cursed object hidden in its body. Only then will everything make sense. It looks pretty. Raiwichi took the jade pendant in his hand. This jade pendant was engraved with a weird woman's head, with a little emerald wave of curse power exuding it. Let this extremely clear jade become even more noble. It's gone. The barrier in front of Shoko didn't know when it dissipated without a shadow. She looked at the cursing power that was dissipating all around, and knew that the super cursed spirit had been completely wiped out. Because the field of birth it was born will begin to wither with its destruction, and finally return to nothingness. At the same moment when the field of birth broke up, Yagimasamichi, who had already stepped into the account, stopped his fast-running pace. With his strength, he naturally and easily noticed that the realm of birth was shattered. There are people besides the super cursed spirit. Yagimasamichi's eyes shrank sharply, and the special strength was not unattainable for him. The strength rating of the Jujutsu division needs to be higher than that of the cursed spirit. The first level Jujutsu division can crush the first level cursed spirit while being comparable to the special level. As a first level Jujutsu teacher, Masamichi is confident that he can destroy this newly born cursed spirit, but he can never achieve such an efficiency. From the birth of the cursed spirit to its extinction, there was absolutely no more than 5 minutes. This is the absolute power gap that is like crushing. Only. Super Jujutsu teacher. Is it possible that there is a special grade Jujutsu teacher here? It's impossible. There are only a few special grades registered. Those old guys who haven't registered will not be able to get out. On this occasion, there will be a special grade. Yaga felt the fluctuation of his student's curse power, and the speed under his feet was a little faster. Now he is not only worried about the safety of his students, but also more concerned about who can remove that special grade in this way. If it is really a super Jujutsu teacher, then the pattern of the entire Jujutsu world may change. The strength of a special class is enough to cause the whole Fusang and the world to change. Thinking of this, Yaga Masamika's curse power exploded. His tall body, like a cheetah, ran wildly in the supermarket. Chapter 25. Inside the tent, the western entrance of the supermarket. A man in a shabby shirt walked slowly, holding a freshly opened bottle of beer in his hand. The black hair was splattered randomly, the expression on his face was also sloppy, and the triangular eyes were a little bit awkward. The whole person exuded a kind of crazy aura. His whole body did not have the slightest curse power, but walking in the supermarket shrouded by special grades, there was no panic or uneasy at all. With every step taken, with extremely tyrannical strength, the corners of his mouth were gently raised, bringing unparalleled confidence and arrogance. Jujutsu, it's rubbish. This person is heaven and tyrant. Zenon Shire, the strongest fighter known as the Jujutsu Killer, or the strongest assassin. Regardless of how powerful Jujutsu is, under his keen senses, it is the same. In the entire Jujutsu world, there will never be more than one hand who can survive under his hands. He used his own power to kill 25 first-class cursed spirits and 3 special-class cursed spirits. It was also like Zenon Raiwichi, the poor guy who was driven out of the house by the Zenon family without the slightest curse power by nature. The domain is broken, it's interesting. It seems that there will be some fun in it. Zenon Shire rubbed his nose. Although he didn't have the slightest curse power and was born unable to see any cursed spirit, the almost perfect heavenly restriction gave him a perfect body and sense. He really couldn't see it, but no matter the hidden curse power, he couldn't escape his senses. Have fun. Zenon murmured, vainly exerting force under his feet. Base. In an instant, his figure disappeared directly, and the powerful force stepped on the marble floor under his feet into a deep pit. The speed is so fast that one can only see an afterimage in the midair, moving fast. Who are you? Iiri Shoko walked to Raiwichi's side. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at Raiwichi's face tightly, and this powerful man completely attracted her attention. Raiwichi didn't even look at her, but still focused on the jade pendant in his hand, like looking at some fun toy. I said, I'm just a little boss of the house of everything, so I can do things with money. Raiwichi threw the cursed object up at will. The blue cross pendant on his chest appeared, directly wrapped the cursed object, and swallowed it. This pendant is the highest masterpiece of Raiwichi Divine Armament 100 Refinements. Divine Machine Sky. It is the strongest curse tool that Raiwichi has exhausted his efforts and has continuously blessed and refined since unlocking Divine Armament 100 Refinements. It has the ability to store and control the mantra power, and at the same time it has its own attribute adjustment, which can increase the corresponding speed and power according to Raiwichi's state. And the inside is a self-contained space, similar to a storage ring, which can be used for storage. You are very strong, but unfortunately there was sacrifice. Iiri Shoko saw that Raiwichi was reluctant to say anything, and did not ask. Instead, with a somewhat unbearable gaze, he looked around at the human being torn into flesh by the cursed spirit. Her reversal warlock can heal all wounds, but these human beings who have been torn to pieces, even if she is unable to recover. They created it, and died for it, but it's what they should have done. Even if they survived, they made a profit. Raiwichi did not comfort Iiri Shoko, but muttered to himself, as if to Shoko, or to the group of dead human souls. Shoko classmate. Are you okay? Before the people arrived, the sound came first. Yagamasamika's voice rang from afar, and then the ground trembled crazily. Raiwichi saw only a strong man, carrying a somewhat cute tiger backpack, rushing in his direction all the way. Is it the principal of Jujutsu High School in the future? Raiwichi is very impressed with this guy. After all, in this world, the only person who can spank Gojo's butt is this big guy, a macho with a girl's heart. The user of the skeletal maneuver, Yagamasamichi, ran all the way straight to Raiwichi's face. The eyes hidden behind the sunglasses quickly scanned the surroundings, and finally fixed on Raiwichi's body incredibly. In the entire supermarket, apart from the three of them, there were no more standing people. In other words, besides the Jujutsu master of the super cursed spirit, the one in front of you. Teenage kid. Teacher Yaga, I worried you. Iiri Shoko looked at Yaga with apologetic expression, sweating profusely. She knew that her teacher must have heard the news that she was trapped in the supermarket. You are fine, this is. Yagamasamichi glanced over Shoko and saw that Shoko was neat and tidy, without even a trace of filth. He knew that during the entire battle, his students were afraid that they would not even be eligible to participate. But he also felt that this was right. After all, Shoko's abilities were more precious than those fighting abilities. It's just that he didn't believe that the young man in front of him who looked similar to Shoko's age could really wipe out the super class. Even with the pervert of Gojo Satoru in front, Yaga is a little unacceptable. Chapter 26. His name is Raiwichi and he is the owner of the House of All Things, too. Iiri Shoko's voice paused, and took a deep look at the sleepy boy beside him. Seeing that the other party didn't care, he continued. Said. He saved everyone except Super Cursed Spirit. Okay. Yaga couldn't help calling out even though he had guessed in his heart early. It's incredible that such a young boy is actually a special class. No matter what industry he is in, this kind of situation is extremely rare. Even in the presence of genius, it takes time to achieve success, but Jujutsu Master is the only anomaly among the countless impossible ones. An anomalous talent above all else. In the world of Jujutsu teachers, everything about them has been planned at the moment of birth. Some people are born to be kings, and some people are dead. Someone Jujutsu awakened for the moment and was destined to stand on top of the world. Some people grind day and night, but it is difficult to become a warlock. This is the fairest and most unfair thing in the world. No matter how hard you work, some people are like a mountain, weighing on everyone's hearts. It seems to tell the world that when you see him, you should know. The sky is up. Like Gojo Satoru, like Zenin Raiwichi. Yagamasamichi is obviously not an ordinary Jujutsu teacher. The first-year students he teaches are also monsters. Whether it is Gojo Satoru who masters the unlimited technique, or Sayuja, who is in charge of Cursed Spirit, they are all well-deserved. The peerless geniuses now have special strengths. If it weren't for the decadent promotion system, the two would already be special Jujutsu masters. Even Iiri Shoko, who is slightly worse than that, is also a genius who has mastered the Reversal Warlock. It is not necessarily the strong who has mastered the Reversal Warlock, but the strong must have mastered the Reversal Warlock. This sentence shows the difficulty and strength of the Reversal Warlock. As the teacher of this group of monsters, Yagamasamichi has long developed an amazing mind. After all, with a perverted student like Gojo Satoru, Yagamasamika's nerves have been tempered for a long time, otherwise he would have been tortured by that little monster insane. After experiencing a brief absence, Masamichi quickly regained consciousness. The eyes hidden behind the sunglasses burst out with an astonishing light. Such an age. So talented. If you can join Jujutsu College, then his strength in this class is simply unimaginable. If he is based on such strength, he might really be able to hit the decadent Jujutsu seniors. Thinking of this, Yagamasamika's gaze became even more fiery, and his gaze was like a wolf seeing food. This uncle, to be honest, I am not interested in men. If you are looking at me like this, I can't guarantee what will happen next. Raiwichi felt the hot gaze of Yagamasa Michi, and felt uncomfortable all over her body. If she was watched like this by a beautiful woman, she might still enjoy it a bit. But watched like this by a big man, Raiwichi only felt like a chrysanthemum. Tight. Never heard of it, Yagamasa Michi is a gay guy. Ha ha ha. Little brother, you are not interested in joining Jujutsu College. Yagamasa Michi smiled heartily, and without hesitation he extended an olive branch to Raiwichi. In his opinion, at the age of Raiwichi, if he were a registered Jujutsu teacher, he would definitely not be an unnamed person. After all, the total number of special grades in the entire Jujutsu world can only be counted in one palm. There are only 99 people on board. So he concluded that the young man in front of him was a savage renunciation halfway through. Such a Jujutsu teacher is not uncommon in Fuzu. But if it's not recognized by the Jujutsu Association, it's not a wildcat who can't be on the stage. Without any subsidy and official support, it can be said to be extremely dangerous. Compared with Jujutsu High School and Jujutsu Association, each of their exterminations carries great danger. The dream of every wildcat is to be affirmed by the Jujutsu Association in order to obtain official support. However, both the Jujutsu Association and the upper level of Jujutsu College are a group of extremely pedantic guys. Even if the Jujutsu teacher is very rare in the entire Fuzu area, even among tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands of people, no one will be born. They are not. Ken easily admits the identity of this kind of wildcat. But in his own capacity, Yagamasa Michi is confident that he will not refuse to introduce such a genius to Jujutsu College. As for Raiwichi, Yagamasa Michi doesn't think that any wildcat can refuse the temptation to become an official Jujutsu teacher. Forget it, I'm not interested. Haha, welcome to Ad, what did you say? The expression on Yagamasa Michi's face turned from red to black in an instant. He couldn't believe his ears, and the other party so happily refused to become an official Jujutsu teacher. Chapter 27. Brother. Do you know what you are talking about? An opportunity to become an officially recognized Jujutsu teacher is right in front of you. As long as you join Jujutsu Academy, I promise that with your strength, you will have a boundless future in Jujutsu College. I know that you have a terrible talent that can defeat the super cursed spirit, but if you only rely on the Jujutsu born that day, your future achievements can only stop there. But if you join, after Jujutsu College, your improvement is unimaginable, which will greatly help your future development. Yagamasa Michi was afraid that Raiwichi would not know the strength of Jujutsu High School, frowning, and quickly told about the benefits of joining Jujutsu High School. However, Raiwichi was so lazy from beginning to end, as if he had no interest in Yagamasa Michi's words, nor did he have any yearning for the so-called Jujutsu High School. Raiwichi. You have to know that there is no one from a family background. Only by joining Jujutsu College can you become orthodox. Yagamasa Michi gritted his teeth and seemed to squeeze the sentence out between his teeth. Yagamasa Michi has always been scornful of the decadent system of Jujutsu, but at this moment, in order to attract this promising genius in front of him. As a teenager, he still had to take advantage of the coercion brought about by the system he had always spurned on. Because Yagamasa Michi understands, orthodoxy, what these two words mean to wildcat, and what kind of temptation they have. Orthodox. Raiwichi repeated what Yagamasa Michi said, with a somewhat inexplicable tone. A trace of sarcasm flashed through the pair of eyes that looked like how you. Yagamasa Michi glanced at him with a smile. The corners of the mouth were gently raised. What's the meaning of that kind of thing, orthodox? He what a ridiculous rhetoric. Yagamasa Michi looked at him and changed his lazy appearance before becoming a rebellious teenager. The expression on his face suddenly stiffened. He had never thought that a wildcat would actually ask questions about the rules that are above all else. Suddenly there was a bit of confusion. Shoko looked at his teacher's slumped appearance, and couldn't help but feel a little anxious, although he only had contact with Raiwichi for a short time. But under such special circumstances, it is not a strange thing to be young. At the moment when the super cursed spirit appeared, Raiwichi's not-so-tall figure stood in front of him. The figure was like a dome, out of reach, but close at hand. As if he is there is no need to worry about everything in the world, everything is possible with him. This strange feeling may not be like. But in Shoko's heart, a seed was deeply planted. If you can persuade Raiwichi to become a student of Jujutsu Academy, wouldn't it be possible to go to class with myself and do tasks together? Thinking of this, Shoko also came up with words to persuade Raiwichi. But before opening his mouth, I saw that the smile at the corner of Raiwichi's mouth that seemed to never fade, gradually converged. The whole person has an aura that no strangers should enter. The so-called orthodoxy is just more powerful. Why are they noble and superior? Isn't all this because of their power to dominate everything? Since power is the root of everything, then as long as I am strong enough, why should I join the so-called orthodox? I don't want anyone's recognition and acceptance, nor the so-called recognition. I only need to stand on the top of the mountains. Even if I am alone, I will let all beings see me as the sky. I am orthodox. Raiwichi's words blasted like thunder in Yagami-samaika's ears, and these words completely overturned his thoughts. He had never thought that this simple yet so complicated truth would come from a little boy. His Adam's apple moved a bit unconsciously, and suddenly an incredible thought came up in his heart. The young man in front of him would one day stand on the top of the mountains in this world. That incomparable self-confidence is natural, as if he was born with everything, and should be so. Who are you? Yagami was silent for a while, his eyes turned serious when he looked at Raiwichi, and his body was straight, as if he was facing some great person. His name is Zenin Raiwichi. He is a monster. Not waiting for Raiwichi to speak, the voice of vicissitudes of life was the first to think of it. Who? Yagami panicked, and the curse power of his whole body suddenly condensed, and the tiger backpack mountain behind him gave out an extremely tyrannical aura, as if he had transformed into a beast that chose people and devoured him, keeping his saliva, looking for his prey. It's no wonder that Yagami is so nervous. Every Jujutsu teacher has gone through countless experiences, and his perception has already been honed to a terrifying acuity. Even if flies fly around, Yagami will be able to spot them for the first time. But this time, the man's voice rang in his ears, but he really didn't notice it at all. Chapter 28. This is undoubtedly fatal to the Jujutsu master who is fighting on the line of life and death. If the opponent has a trace of malice, he has already become a dead soul under the sword. Hey, Yagami hasn't been seen for a long time, you are still like this. Weak. Curse skeleton manipulation tiger claw. Roar. Yagami quickly formed seals on his hands, and a deafening roar erupted behind him. In the next moment, the tiger appeared. The horrible tiger claw suddenly appeared, with incomparable strength. They slapped the man who was hiding in the darkness behind Yagami. Hey! Don't be so fierce. Facing such a powerful blow, the man's voice was so casual. Base. Zi. The moment the tiger paw was about to touch the man, a cold light appeared at a very fast speed and collided with the tiger paw. Two powerful forces entangled crazily, and black thunders appeared all around, and the terrifying force shook the space slightly. The collision of the two forces lasted less than a second. He pulled out and evacuated with great tacit understanding. And on the ground where the two confronted, cracks appeared like spider webs, tearing the extremely solid marble floor. Zenin, how come you are here? The one who came was the Jujutsu killer, Zenin Shire. With scattered black hair and unruly eyes, with a bit of scorn, he appeared in front of everyone with a look of stubbornness. "Hey, I didn't come to you anyway." Shire's attention only stayed on Masamika's body for a few seconds, and then concentrated on Raiwichi, who was watching a play. I looked at Raiwichi up and down a few times, and the corners of his eyes hung up, as if he had discovered it. "You actually want him to join Jujutsu College? Stop dreaming, this kid, but you don't even want to enter the door of Zenon's house anymore." "Zenon's family? Raiwichi is from Zenon's family. How could it be possible that the Jujutsu teacher of Zenon's family will register after the test is over? In any case, I won't be ignorant." Yagama-samichi apparently believed Shire's words. Raiwichi didn't make a sound, but sat cross-legged on the ground, tilted his neck, and looked at Shire lazily, as if the posture of stepping the world under his feet had never appeared before. "Ha ha ha. Of course it's because this guy used to be like me for 2 years, and he has no curse power. Trash. What? Raiwichi also has heavenly restriction." Yagama-samichi glanced at Shoko. He didn't see the scene of Raiwichi fighting with his own eyes, but Shoko experienced everything before. Although Raiwichi is physically strong, he has jujutsu. She first glanced at Raiwichi inquisitively, and saw that Raiwichi shrugged her shoulders indifferently, and then she spoke. "In this world, apart from Kyonkei, there are always some monsters that go against common sense, right, Raiwichi?" Zenon Shire looked at the sleepy Raiwichi sitting on the ground with interest, his muscles tightening. With all his force in vain, he went straight to Raiwichi and killed him without warning. The steel knife in his hand ran into Raiwichi's head mercilessly and cut it away. And Raiwichi did not even open his eyes, as if he was unaware of everything. Base. The blade stopped half an inch in front of Raiwichi, and when it took a step forward, it would pierce Raiwichi's head. "Don't hide. A non-killing attack, I don't even have the interest to look at it, and who do you think will die first?" Raiwichi opened his eyes slowly, a wicked smile formed at the corner of his mouth, and his brows were raised slightly. His left hand had appeared on Shi'er's chest for some time. "The tyrannical curse can penetrate Zenon's body in just an instant. My body can take on everything jujutsu, you will die." Shire's smile narrowed and said quietly. Raiwichi was still indifferent. "My jujutsu, no one in this world can resist, even you, Zenon. Oh, no, you are the son-in-law of others now, you should be called Fuheier." "Humph." Shire snorted coldly and retracted the steel knife in his hand, stepping back a few steps. Tilting his head, he looked at Raiwichi like an uninfluenced little BD. "The old guy from the Zenon family wants to spend money for me to teach you a lesson, what do you think? I think those old guys are so boring. Such a Zenon house is no different from a pig nest. Ha ha ha. You guy, so funny. So funny." Hearing Raiwichi's words, he laughed, almost burst into tears, and then stopped after a long time. Turning around without saying anything, he walked straight to the outside of the supermarket. The account at this moment has gradually faded. Raiwichi looked at Shire, who appeared inexplicably, and he didn't know what medicine the guy bought in the gourd. I didn't care about it. Instead, he got up and prepared to leave. It is estimated that there will be a big trouble in the aftermath, and he doesn't want to get involved. Divine Jitian, emitting a faint blue light, lifted his body, and slowly floated up. Chapter 29. Raiwichi. Seeing that Raiwichi thought about leaving, Masamichi shouted again. He took out a button and threw it directly. Raiwichi took it instinctively. There is a swirl pattern on the button. Anytime, as long as you want to join Jujutsu College, you can come to me at any time. The door of Jujutsu College will always be open for you. Yagama-samichi looked at Raiwichi sincerely, and the 4 large fonts appeared vividly. For Yagama-samichi, There is no death without regret for Jujutsu teacher, so Raiwichi is the perfect Jujutsu teacher in his mind who can put everything out of things like an outsider. So far, apart from Gojo Satoru, Raiwichi is the closest to this level. The presence. Boring, let's go. Raiwichi stored the buttons in the magic machine, waved his hand, and instantly disappeared from the supermarket. Teacher, I'm sorry, I can't help with anything. After Raiwichi left, Irishoko looked at the corpses around him and lowered his head in loss. Even if he had a reversal technique, he would be like fish on a chopping board without Raiwichi, even himself. There is no way to save the lives of others, let alone the lives of others. Shoko, you are not to blame, no one is to blame. Yagamasamichi comforted softly, watching Raiwichi's leaving back, a few spirits flashed in his eyes. This time the super cursed tire appeared too suddenly. I suspect that someone is making a ghost. Cheer up, we still have a lot to do. After leaving the supermarket, Raiwichi found a quiet beach and fell slowly. A dim light flashed across the sky in front of the chest. Suddenly, behind him appeared the long-lost wisteria chair. He lay on the rocking chair, found his body in a relatively comfortable position, and lazily took out the super cursed object taken out of the cursed spirit body. The emerald green human head, exuding bursts of fluorescence, is like a rare treasure in Raiwichi's hands. No one's eyes can leave it with just a glance. No one can imagine how terrible the curse stored on this jadeite is. It will be a taboo for all Jujutsu teachers to instantly create a cursed object of a super cursed spirit. Even the fingers of Ryaman Sukuna need a period of gestation to give birth to a special grade. Of course, this is also because the guy Ryaman Sukuna has 20 fingers. But even so, it has already demonstrated the power of this fast cursed object. It is a super cursed object that can rival Ryaman Sukuna, the king of Jujutsu, with at least 10 fingers. It's pretty rewarding. Raiwichi nodded in satisfaction. The cursed power filled in the cursed object made him very satisfied. After 6 immortal thief treasury completely swallowed the curse of the 8 different snake, this cursed object can definitely improve himself. Cut progress. Speaking of which, only 1/3 of the 8-pointed snake curse has such a huge curse power. If I can swallow all the 8-pointed snake, maybe I will be able to unlock the next stunt directly. Raiwichi put away the jade pendant and wondered if he could swallow the scene of the 8-pointed snake. But what he didn't know was that the 8 different big snake he had swallowed should have been completely awakened by the people of Yuanlui today. At this moment, all the high-level members of Yuanlui gathered in that strange secret room. A group of strangely shaped curse masters appeared on the head hills. Some of them were dressed in robes, some with masks, some were short like dwarfs, and some were huge like apes. But there is one thing that everyone is the same, that is, everyone exudes extremely powerful curse power, and they all discuss with a bit of excitement. The pheasant sword is repaired. After so many years, has the pheasant sword finally been repaired? Great, Master Bakey can finally see the sun again. Hearing the noisy voice in his ear, Fox Mian's eyes flashed a little triumphantly. Yuan Luhui was implementing the oldest guild leader transfer system. For decades, after countless changes of term, no one can find a way to repair the pheasant sword. During his tenure as the president, he finally repaired the pheasant sword intact. With such a feat, how proud of the fox-faced man. Zenon Raiwichi, you are really my lucky star. To repay your kindness, after the ceremony is over, you and I will become one. A cruel flash flashed across the corner of the fox-faced man's mouth hidden behind the mask. Then he patted his palms lightly. Bang bang bang. Be quiet, everyone, we have not known how many years have passed since the establishment of the Yuanlu Association. Finally, with my efforts, the sacred pheasant sword has been repaired. Master Bakey will see the sky again. I just don't know. Do you still remember that year? Under the rules. The fox-faced man glanced at the crowd, and the triumph in his eyes could not be hidden anyway. Yuanlu has a well-known rule. No matter who it is, as long as he finds a way to repair the pheasant sword and successfully repairs the pheasant sword, then the guild leader circulation system will be directly banned, and the guild leader who repairs the pheasant sword will directly inherit the position of the guild leader. Become the true master of Yuanlu Club. Chapter 30. Foxface, don't worry, we will not break the rules. The most important thing now is to liberate Master Bakey from the pheasant sword. A short old man said muffledly. Everyone also joined together. Foxface, this time repairing the grass pheasant sword, you and the 9 ghosts are indispensable. Acting according to the rules, no one has other ideas. GGG, young people don't worry, take a long-term view, once Master Bakey is resurrected, the whole Fuzang, no. Even the whole world will be ours. Okay. Remember your words, please pheasant sword. The fox smiled slightly and waved his big hand abruptly. A sword glow appeared like a thunder in the world. Light up the darkness in the secret room. Next moment. An eternal night that was purer than the darkness emerged. It seemed to have brought everything into the dark age ruled by the Horror King. Whoa! As if countless souls were wailing together, the human head mountain kept shaking, and everyone's faces were full of seriousness. The pheasant sword floated gently in the air, exuding a weird curse. Like a demon king who swallowed everything, swallowing the curse power around him unscrupulously. The master of endless hell, you are the source of all misery and the master of all nightmares, you are the mountains and lakes, but also the storm and thunder, you are the supreme of everything. You are the supreme of everything. You are the supreme of everything. Everyone chanted the motto that Yuanlu had been handed down since ancient times, half kneeling on the ground, the curse power of the whole body quickly emerged. Let the grass pheasant sword feast on it. There was greed and thirst on their faces, and what they were giving now was only for the return beyond everything else after the resurrection of the Bakey or Akai. Or life, or power. Rumble. The grass pheasant sword exploded with an incomparable curse power, a series of phantoms appeared in the air, 8 huge heads faintly appeared, and the surrounding space uttered an overwhelming scream. Compared with this level of curse, the special cursed spirit that Raiwichi killed before is not even a doll, at best it is a slightly larger ant. Mortal, do you want power? As if the babbles from hell sounded with seductive power, everyone did not dare to raise their heads, but buried their bodies lower. Do you want power? The voice suddenly became louder, and layers of accents appeared, and 8 completely different voices sounded. Either grumpy or indifferent or crazy, lazy. This voice seemed to sound from a past that was more distant than ancient times. Everyone dared not look up, but dared to bow and flatter. According to the rumors, anyone who saw its lineup without the permission of the Bakey or Akai became his belly delicacy. Welcome Master Bakey to see the sun again. Congratulations, sir, reappearing, the whole world will bow its head in front of you once again. Bang. Empty rumble. At the moment when everyone was crazy about flattering, a strong explosion suddenly sounded in the ear. The light of the foxman inadvertently swept over the huge phantom, and then his eyes fell into a dullness, because he saw that the 8 differentiated serpent in the sky had begun to fall apart at some point, and the curse power had collapsed. And the sword of the pheasant sword, like fish scales, was covered with cracks of all sizes. It seemed that it might be broken at any time, like a candle in the wind, and it was unbearably dilapidated. Zenon Raiwichi? How dare you? Foxface looked at each other with the 9 ghosts next to him, seeing the panic in the other's eyes. Although I don't know what is happening right now, but don't want to know, the culprit of all this must be that guy. But now is obviously not the time to be angry, because next, he will be in big trouble. Fox Noodle. What did you do? Why did the grass pheasant sword break? Master Bakey's curse has been completely erased. The little old man yelled in anger, and his whole body curse power outrageously condensed, and his hands quickly formed seals, which was obviously murderous. The rest of the people gathered Jujutsu at the same time, looking at the two with bad eyes. The whole body is almost crazy. Yuan Lu Hui's decades-long plan was completely ruined at this moment. Humian didn't give any explanation, because he knew the situation now. No matter what he said, no one would believe it. I am now a sweet potato falling on my crotch, not shit, or shit. When the interruption continued, instead of being victimized, the fox's face and heart slammed, the curse power burned all over, and the white flame slowly rose. Murderously looked around. 9 ghosts, you said they are all dead, what will happen? The 9 ghosts beside him stretched out their red tongues, licked their dry lips, revealed a bloodthirsty smile, and black heads appeared behind them. That will be fun. A tyrannical storm of curse power broke out in an instant, and the entire secret room was plunged into a whirlpool of power. The culprit responsible for all this is Zenon Raiwichi, lying on the rocking chair on the beach without knowing it, swaying the rocking chair, as if on vacation. Chapter 31. Cough cough cough. First of all, thank those readers for their great blessings on my birthday. My brother is very grateful here. The second thing is that I have already sent the contract for this book, so please feel free to enter the pit. There are only a few books on the subject of Jujutsu Kaisen, but it is said that the grades are not very good. However, since I decided to write, I felt that I couldn't let down the readers, so the younger brother dared to set a flag. Current flowers, 8,050. Evaluation votes, 895. Reward, 4 people. Monthly pass, 41. As long as the flowers reach 2W, the evaluation ticket can have 1,200, and the monthly ticket can have 66. If there are a few brothers to give rewards, the younger brother will go straight to the 10. I promise to let my brothers look cool. I actually feel a bit too much of this request, brothers. To be honest, even some brothers will scold, "Are you worthy of the author of SX?" But brothers, do you know, as long as I am shameless, I am invincible. Manually funny. Chapter 32. The sea breeze set off ripples, and waves appeared on the calm sea. Flowing clouds in the sky happened to cover the sun, and everything seemed so peaceful. Raiwichi lay on the wisteria rocking chair, closing his eyes contentedly, and the rocking chair swayed slightly. In such a calm afternoon, everything seemed so beautiful. He was like a young man who didn't know anything about the world, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, as if waiting for something to come. You really will enjoy it? A man's voice suddenly sounded, and that unruly voice was a bit playful. Far away at the edge of the horizon, the man's figure slowly emerged. Then disappeared again in an instant. Next moment, he has already appeared next to Raiwichi. On the beach behind him, not even a single footprint appeared. As if this man appeared out of thin air. Oh, it's okay, I'm boring enough to wait. Raiwichi was still lying on the rocking chair, her eyes narrowed slightly, and she looked at the not-so-tall man beside her, and her moon-white eyes were a little bit of interest. This is the ghost of you, isn't it? The man is Fuhaisher, and now his arm is covered by a palm-sized black ball. There was a faint curse shining continuously on the ball. After leaving the supermarket, Shire was surprised to find that such a strange thing appeared on his arm at some time. Although this black ball doesn't have any aggressiveness, and it seems to be able to increase the power of the blessing to a certain extent, it is a good curse tool for the Jujutsu master. But for sure, who has always been known for his assassination ability, this thing with weak curse power is simply a thorn in his eye and a thorn in his flesh. As the strongest heavenly restriction, sure, because there is no curse power in his body, coupled with his abnormal concealment ability, it is almost impossible for ordinary Jujutsu masters to detect his existence. Just like the Yagamasa Michi in the supermarket before, unless there is a very special Jujutsu, almost all Jujutsu teachers cannot detect sure. But now, the appearance of that strange black ball on his arm completely destroyed this. Even with the weak curse power, it is still difficult to escape under the perception of Master Jujutsu, and she is as conspicuous as if it is installed with a light. He also tried to grab the black ball directly with brute force, but the black ball seemed to be integrated with his body, completely rooted in his body. No matter how hard it was difficult to pull it out. In other words, his power was eliminated by Jujutsu covered by the black ball. This made Sure very annoyed, and the black ball seemed to be carrying some kind of guidance. There were waves of curse power along the way, echoing the direction of the beach. You don't even need to think about it, Zenin Raiwichi made the ghost. So he directly killed him non-stop. He didn't even go to his favorite casino. After all, Raiwichi's hand was too ruthless, which was equivalent to breaking his way directly. How about it, is this little thing fun? Raiwichi sat up a little bit, raised her brows, and looked at the scowling Shire beside her, knocking on the armrest of the rocking chair casually. Da-da-da. The voice had a certain magical power, which calmed down the obviously irritable Shure next to him. She frowned lightly, her ink-like eyes condensed slightly, her feet separated, stepped back and forth, and her muscles collapsed slightly. Shure, who survived countless life and death battles, gained an extremely keen intuition, and his body responded instinctively. You can enter the battle at any time, can affect the mood, can affect the situation of the battle. This is the law that Shure has summed up after countless battles. Like a war machine, he felt a sense of crisis at the moment his emotions were calmed down. Don't be so nervous, I just want to make a deal with you. Raiwichi looked at Fuhaisher, who was like an enemy, and shook his hand to show that he was not malicious. Deal? What deal? How about being my employee? My house of everything has no employees yet. Hearing this, Shere was taken aback. He really didn't expect Raiwichi to want to take him. As a bounty hunter, taking money to do things is his rule. But the strong always have the dignity of the strong. What he wants to do and what he wants to do are completely different to Fuhaisher. The corners of his mouth twitched in a dangerous arc, and his eyes shrank slightly, looking at the smiling Raiwichi in front of him like a poisonous snake and said, "Why? Just rely on this toy on my arm." "Ha ha ha, of course not, of course I am better than you." As soon as this was said, Shure's expression became very funny, and the look in Raiwichi's eyes seemed to be an idiot. "You are better than me. Do you want to make a bet? We only fight physically. If I win, you will become my employee." Raiwichi stretched out a finger and looked at Shire earnestly, his whole body's strength constantly emerging. "Then what if you lose?" Shure's tone became extremely solemn, perhaps because she felt the tyrannical power burst out of Raiwichi's body. A dagger also appeared in his hand. "I won't lose." Chapter 33. Bang. Bang. The moment Raiwichi's voice fell, both of them disappeared at the same time. There were two extremely clear air bursts. This is an air burst that can only appear when the speed reaches a certain level. Raiwichi clenched a fist with his left hand, the curse power of the whole body was not obvious, and the tyrannical force was concentrated in one point, and he punched Shere in front of him. Bang! The strength was so strong that an air burst appeared again in mid-air. Shire faced Raiwichi's menacing punch, with his hands stacked on his chest. The power broke out in vain. The power of the two clashed together madly. The tyrannical force raged like a storm. Click. The surrounding wild fruit trees were broken by the impact of the aftermath of the force. Just the collision between the bodies created such a terrifying scene. Boom. Wow. Raiwichi's eyes are like electricity, like a walking humanoid Raiwichi, his slender body carries unimaginable power. One punch after another, he helped haze here in front of him. Shire's brows were lightly frowned, and he felt that the tiger's mouth was aching, but just blocking Raiwichi's fist with his palm made him a little hard to resist. For so many years, he has never been the only one who relied on his own physical strength to crush others, and when will he be suppressed with strength? Is this kid really heavenly restriction? Sheer gritted his teeth. One step is slow, step by step is slow. At the moment of the confrontation between the two, Raiwichi took the lead. He insisted on using his inhuman strength to talk about the suppression. Bang! Bang Quan punch! Raiwichi's eyes changed, and the strength in his hand increased a bit. Both fists were thrown out, and he went straight to the gate of Shire. The fierce power actually evacuated the surrounding air, and the blown fist, like a cannonball, came with terrifying power. In the face of such a tyrannical blow, Fuhei Shire did not retreat but moved forward, twisting his body, and flashing to Raiwichi's left side at an extremely strange angle, 1 second before Raiwichi's attack was about to fall. Boy! You are too tender. Base. Swinging the dagger in his hand, like the fangs of a hungry wolf, he took Raiwichi's head straight. You were fooled, idiot. Raiwichi's eyes suddenly looked at Shire beside him, with a bit of sarcasm. Seeing this scene, Shir's heart suddenly rose up with a trace of badness. The dagger came out directly, wanting to withdraw and evacuate. But it was too late. I don't know when, one of Raiwichi's palms quietly appeared on his chest. Bang Quan punch. Peng. Rumble. The power of horror erupted instantly and exploded directly in Shir's chest. Shire backed a few steps, his face pale, his chest shirt was already in tatters, and the corners of his mouth were red. Compared to Shire, who is like a beggar, Raiwichi on the opposite side is still as lazy and casual. It seems like nothing has been done. Standing in place, the smile that always hangs on the corner of the mouth is even brighter. With his white teeth exposed, under the sun, he was like a demon who chose people and devoured him. It deserves to be the strongest body, even with 6 immortal thief treasury moisturizing the body, it is still difficult to defeat him. In fact, Raiwichi is not as easy as it seems on the surface, although the battle between the two seems to be a one-sided situation. But every time Raiwichi attacks, he actually puts a huge load on his body. So he shot without mercy and tried to defeat the enemy. But Fuhei Shire deserves to be the name of the strongest body. After receiving such a blow from the front, he was only slightly injured. Although his face was pale, his whole body was full of energy and blood, and he still carried a very crazy fighting spirit. Sure enough, it's a monster. Raiwichi thought to himself. Shire tore off the tattered shirt. A body covered with scars was exposed. Countless scars crisscrossed his body. Like an ugly centipede, lying on his body. It was after countless battles that left the glory and medals. Come again. Shire cracked his mouth open, revealing a bloodthirsty smile, his whole body's strength continued to gather, and the sand under his feet instantly exploded into a deep pit. Shire's figure disappeared before Raiwichi's eyes at the same time. Seeing Shire's figure disappeared, Raiwichi didn't panic either, using his feet in vain. The figure also rose into the air instantly. Shire appeared on the opposite side of Raiwichi at the same time. Bang! Bang! Bang bang bang! Shire's fists hit Raiwichi's chest with terrifying power like thunder. Raiwichi didn't evade, and abruptly accepted Shire's extremely powerful punch. Bang! Shire only felt that this slap seemed to hit a high mountain. No matter how powerful he was, he couldn't shake Raiwichi half a point. Are you tickling me? Raiwichi glanced at Shire contemptuously, and punched out abruptly. The strength was so fast that he left many after images in the air. Bang! Shire also did not dodge, physically resisting Raiwichi's punch. A hint of redness flashed quickly across his face, but there was still arrogance between the eyebrows. You are nothing but that. I hope your bones can be as hard as your mouth. Bang! Bang bang. The impact of fists and body continued to sound, and the friction of bones and the scarlet of blood seemed to be the main theme of everything. There is no bells and whistles, nor any fighting skills. Both of them tacitly chose the most masculine way to determine the outcome of this battle. The fist was like raindrops, leaning on the opponent's body recklessly. Every punch used all his strength. It's like a machine. The two fell on the beach from mid-air, not exhausted or how long it took. If this is a life and death fight, I have 10,000 ways to kill you. Fuhaisher's nose was bruised and face was swollen, blood was constantly flowing out of the corners of his mouth, and there were countless bruises all over his body, making his already terrifying body even more bloody. He grinned and looked at the other side. To Raiwichi, who looked a bit embarrassed but almost unscathed, said in a vicious voice. Chapter 34. Good job, got it, then you work hard. Raiwichi seemed to coax a child, but with his left hand raised high, he clenched his fist tightly. The powerful force gathered again and unceremoniously punched Shur's abdomen. This punch arched Shur's whole body, like a well-cooked prawn. His eyes were white, and the blue veins on both sides of his head violently. Obviously, this punch caused Fuhaisher, who was already weak in physical strength, to take great damage. But the dignity of the strong supports Shire's will, even if his consciousness is a little confused, looking at Raiwichi's figure is slightly doubled. But still gritted his teeth, raised a trembling iron fist, and staggered towards Raiwichi. Even though this punch has not had much strength, it still makes Raiwichi feel a little admired. Patter. The soft fist fell on Raiwichi's face, leaving a blood mark. Fuhaisher, you are a respectable fellow, but not enough. The smile on Raiwichi's face narrowed, and there was a rare seriousness on his face. Opposite him, the man who seemed to never be subdued, did not sneer as before. I saw his body maintaining the posture of punching, his eyes were white, his teeth were locked tightly, like a lone wolf, with a fierce hostility. Look at Raiwichi closely. If you faint, you will fall down well. Raiwichi reluctantly moved Shur's fist away. Next moment. Puff. Fuhaisher, this powerful man, fell to the ground like a golden mountain collapsed. That last punch had exhausted all of Shur's strength, and he fell into a coma together with his unwillingness and ambition. Raiwichi squatted on the ground. The moon-white eyes flashed with a gleam. If it hadn't been for the curse power stored by 6 immortal thief treasury that was constantly repairing his body, it would be himself who fell on the ground now. Heavenly restriction, the strongest body, Fuhaisher deserves the name of mortal ceiling. But unfortunately, he encountered a real hang-up. 6 immortal thief treasury moisturizes the body, allowing Raiwichi's physical strength to reach an extremely terrifying peak. By relying only on the body, it is almost on par with Shur. But in terms of combat experience, Raiwichi is far less than the old and cunning Shire. If you fight as usual, then Raiwichi will have to pay a great price even if he can win. But Raiwichi abandons Jujutsu and only fights his body, which arouses Fuhaisher's arrogance. People who are born without cursive power are almost like falling into hell in the place where Jujutsu is the supremacy of Zenon's house. But the perfect heavenly restriction gave Fuhaisher a nearly invincible body. Even in hell, he is still the most ruthless Rakshasa. He is confident that his body is invincible and perfect. So when Raiwichi gave up the curse power, Fuhaisher also gave up his biggest killer. The two of them used the most primitive method to determine who stood on the boundless sea of sand in the end. The 6 immortal thief treasury, who can constantly repair his injuries, has shown amazing results in this kind of battle. Every punch of Raiwichi caused Fuhaisher's body to suffer huge damage. And even though Fuhaisher's attack made Raiwichi feel terribly painful, the actual damage he received was really minimal. Under the circumstances, Fuhaisher was naturally defeated and fainted to the ground. When the consciousness fell into a deep sleep, Only a strange thought rose in Fuhaisher's heart. Can heavenly restriction also have curse power? It is hard for him to believe how the body can achieve that kind of abnormality if Raiwichi does not have heavenly restriction. Raiwichi stood up from the beach and stretched a big slacker. There was a crackling sound all over. It's like popping beans. Looking at Shir, who fell on the ground, his left hand was raised, his two fingers were brought together, and bursts of curse power radiated all over his body. The Shenjushin hanging on his chest flashed a faint blue. Fuhaisher's body slowly floated under the halo. "Welcome to the house of everything," Raiwichi said softly. Base. The voices and the light were brilliant, and the two figures instantly rose up, turned into two streams of light, and instantly disappeared into the sky. Since then, the strongest assassin, Fuhaisher, has officially become the first employee of the House of Everything. At the same time, already felt that Gojo Satoru in the supermarket raised his brows slightly and looked up at the sky with a smile on his mouth. "Raiwichi, you guy, how come you are here?" Gojo Satoru's voice was not loud, but Iiri Shoko, who was full of Raiwichi's leaving figure, heard it really. "What did you say?" "Ah, it doesn't matter. You haven't told me who defeated the special grade. I thought it was going to be fun, but I didn't expect it to be preempted. It's really disgusting." Gojo Satoru responded casually and quickly focused his attention on the previous question. But after he heard of the emergence of the super class, he kept coming straight from Tokyo to break out Jujutsu. Unexpectedly, he was robbed first. Originally wanted to ask Masamichi teacher, but seeing that guy looks busy, Gojo Satoru didn't make trouble. Rather, it entangled the first eyewitness, Iiri Shoko. No one thought of Shoko but didn't say it. Chapter 35. Despite Gojo's various methods, she still refused to speak. Raiwichi's status in Shoko's heart is now rising, and the mountain-like figure flashes through her heart from time to time. In a pair of beautiful eyes, there is a somewhat natural amorous feeling. Raiwichi belongs to the Zenin family, and the Zenyuan family and Gojo Satoru's Gojo family are the same three families. But it has always been at odds. In the final analysis, it can even be traced back to hundreds of years ago. The patriarchs of the two big families died together in the imperial test. This almost caused the Gojo and Zenin homes to be submerged in the torrent of history. In the family, there are countless strong men. In the Jujutsu world, there is no such thing as big three sorcerer families for a long time, but the Komo family is the only one. This incident is not a secret. Although his birth is not as noble as Gojo Satoru, Shoko is not an ordinary person, so she is very clear about the grievances between the two families. Even now Raiwichi has been evicted from the house. But after all, there is the blood of the Zenyuan family in the body and flowing. Shoko did not look for certainty. As the next patriarch of the Gojo family, Wu, once learned that the Zenyuan family had a superior that was comparable to him, what kind of behavior would he do? On the one hand, he saved his benefactor, and on the other hand, he is his partner for the next few years. Shoko couldn't imagine if Zenin Raiwichi and Gojo Satoru were on the opposite side, then he would face the two of them. So when Gojo Satoru asked what happened before, she chose not to mention it. But just now, the man's name appeared in Gojo Satoru's mouth. Could they have known each other a long time ago? Shoko suddenly thought of such a conclusion. Both are big three sorcerer families, and the two are about the same age, maybe they really know each other. As soon as an idea came out, the more Shoko thought about it, the more he realized it was possible. Shoko. Just tell me. Oops. Gojo Satoru put both hands on Shoko's shoulders, shaking Shoko's body frantically, directly bringing Shoko, who was a little absent-minded, back to reality. Idiot Shoko took an angry look, and there was an idiot like Gojo in front of him. He obviously had an appearance that fascinated everyone's lives, but he seemed like an idiot as he pleased. Unconsciously, I compare him and Raiwichi together. But apparently, Zen and Raiwichi won, and the comparative Libra didn't even hold on for a second, it leaned directly on Raiwichi's body. Say it, Gojo said in an almost coquettish tone, twisting his body. This tone, combined with his extremely cold face, seemed so out of place. But it is so true that the strong should ignore everything and do whatever they want. This sentence is the best expression of Gojo Satoru's life creed. From the moment he was born, the pattern of the entire Jujutsu world has changed because of him, and all the units of measurement have become Gojo Satoru's line of good and evil. He is evil, and the whole world will fall into an abyss that never sees the sun. If he is good, then, whether it is the terrifying cursed spirit or the lawless curse master, he will be condemned by the heavens, with a sharp sword hanging on his head forever, a sword that can take their lives at any time. The future Nanami Kento once said that Gojo Satoru can kill everyone in Fuzu alone. So he doesn't need to care about the world, nor does he need to live in the eyes of anyone, in a sense. He and Zenin Raiwichi are the same kind of people, equally powerful and equally free. Fortunately, Gojo Satoru is lawful by nature. Although a bit frivolous, his heart is still a pure land. Do you answer me a question first? I'll tell you. Okay, you ask. Do you know Raiwichi? Shoko hesitated and asked this question again and again. Even though he already had the answer in his mind, he still wanted to get the exact answer from Gojo. Hearing this, Gojo was stunned for a moment, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The sunglasses slipped slowly, revealing a pair of blue eyes, staring at Shoko closely, as if seeing something funny. That guy, it's my kind. After Gojo Satoru finished speaking, no matter what Shoko's reaction was, he turned around, crossed his hands behind his head, and walked out of the supermarket. The original Gojo suspected that Raiwichi did it, but he still had doubts in his heart. Hearing Shoko's problem right now, if he still couldn't figure out who did it, then his strongest is a joke. Similar? It's hard to be recognized by you. Xiaoyuja, who was struggling with strange braids on his head, walked out from the side with a smile, and hit Gojo with his shoulder, as one of the few friends who could be favored by Gojo. Xiaoyuja has enough proud capital. His jujutsu can control the cursed spirit, and even when the strength reaches a certain level, even the special level will be used by him. It is also one of the 4 special grades in the world in the future. That guy is very strong, Xiaoyu, maybe you are not his opponent. Gojo Satoru pushed the slippery sunglasses, looked at Xiaoyu who was obviously interested, and said something like this. Xiaoyu's expression froze. He was not a person to fight, but he also heard Gojo Satoru's recognition of Raiwichi. Really, then I will try not to provoke him. Xiaoyuja shrugged casually. Chapter 36. It seems that there is no slightest interest in the same kind that Gojo Satoru talks about. But who would have thought that things are impermanent? Xiaoyuja has never imagined that such a name randomly mentioned by Gojo will bring him much change in the future. But this is all for later. Inside the supermarket, the family members of the deceased were crying, and Yagamasa Mika's expression became more gloomy. If he could arrive sooner, maybe these people would not die. But his heart knew that all this was impossible. Raiwichi was able to solve the superclass fast enough, and he almost eliminated the superclass without a chance to breathe, but human life is too fragile for the superclass. Even the power leaked unintentionally is enough to punish human beings. Even if he was there, he might not be able to do better than Raiwichi. It would be great if he could join the college. That kind of talent will definitely become stronger in the college. Only when the strength of the Jujutsu division continues to grow, can these cursed spirits be eliminated the fastest, and the tragic loss of life can be minimized. Yagamasa Michi murmured softly. Gojo Satoru, who walked to him, heard him, and patted Masamichi on the shoulder. If you're talking about Zenin Raiwichi, Guy 1, you won't have a dream. He even refused me. You know him. Yagamasa looked at Gojo Satoru in surprise. Of course, we are close friends. When Masamichi heard this, his eyes lit up, his mouth cracked and an ugly smile appeared. Since you are friends, can you? No. I said it, he has already rejected me once. Old man, don't you listen to others. Before Masamichi finished speaking, Gojo Satoru interrupted him. Old man. You call me old man. On Yagamasa-mika's forehead, the veins violently, his big hands clenched, and he waved an iron fist, wanting to teach this little devil who doesn't respect his teacher. Gojo, who has no lower limit technique, would naturally not be hit, and made a grimace, watching Yagamasa-mika's fist hard to get close in front of him. Suddenly, he turned his eyes and looked at the tall building in the distance of the supermarket. The smiley eyes instantly became cold. The corners of his mouth slid a few times, but there was no sound from Chu. I got a deep look at the building. The mouth shape clearly said 2 words. Missions. Following this look of Gojo. On the opposite building, the man who had been dormant suddenly got up and left without even turning his head. The curse power of his whole body exploded rapidly, for fear that Gojo would appear in front of him in the next second. He is like an embarrassed old dog, walking through the streets and alleys, not daring to appear on the street. If the ghost in the night is normal, after some time, he finally stopped. Came to a pub that was extremely hidden. Why are you so embarrassed? The lady proprietor of the tavern is a very hot blonde woman. She lay on the wine table, setting her body more exquisitely, and the evil is almost gushing out. The man took off his hood and revealed his ugly face. A scar pierced half of his face, making his ugly and dark face even more hideous and terrifying. He leaned against the door of the tavern, pressed close to the wall, and slid down on the floor. The wall was scratched by his sweat, and his whole body was wrapped in cold sweat. Panting like a drowning man. What's the matter with you? Seeing this, the lady boss hurried forward, helped the man up and sat on the high chair. The man took a deep breath. The whole body trembled uncontrollably. I saw Gojo Satoru, and finally I knew why I must get rid of that guy. The man seemed to be caught in a nightmare. Gojo Satoru's pair of heavenly pupils without any emotions, like the might of heaven, were deeply imprinted in his mind, and they could not dissipate for a long time. It's too dangerous. No one can show up next to Gojo Satoru without instructions from an adult. Don't you want to live? The lady boss yelled. Unexpectedly the man was so courageous. Although it's dangerous, I seem to have found an existence that can fight Gojo. The man clenched his fists, resisting the fear in his heart, and his teeth kept shaking. Who is it? Even the adults said that we must avoid the edge. Who can fight that monster? The lady boss looked at the man in disbelief. A touch of color appeared on the man's face. What about giving his life for the great cause of himself and others? Only monsters are fighting against monsters. Jujutsu can infinitely magnify sight and hearing. Within a radius of 10,000 meters, everything can be perceived. I saw a superb existence, whose name is Zenin Raiwichi. He is another monster. Chapter 37. Impossible. Don't forget. Adult Jujutsu can glimpse the long-term future. Gojo Satoru's pervert is invincible. It is an absolutely irresistible monster. Only an adult can wake up the shadows that existed thousands of years ago. Appears to rival the existence. Together with Sayuja, who is a special grade, he will be left behind by Gojo Satoru. No one can resist such a monster in this era. The lady boss couldn't believe what the man said. The adult Jujutsu took them to see the endless future together, and Gojo's godlike figure was deeply planted in her heart. Why do you think I dare to spy on Gojo Satoru? Of course it was the instruction of the adult. Zenin Raiwichi is a monster, a monster that did not exist in the past and the future. A demon that can resist Gojo. The man's voice was almost crazy, like a crazy believer, his face was sickly red, and his whole body trembled involuntarily. There was a spark of enthusiasm in his eyes. Only believe in adults, is the root of all suffering, Zenin Raiwichi is our chance to kill Gojo Satoru. The lady boss was completely speechless by the man's shock, and stood there blankly, no matter how the man whispered, she didn't respond. In her red eyes, a black nether appeared invisible, and it disappeared in a flash. Yeah, for adults. The man felt the strength of Raiwichi firsthand with his own Jujutsu, and also heard Gojo's affirmation of Raiwichi through Jujutsu. But he left the most important one. That is, Jujutsu resists. He has to perceive that Jujutsu can magnify his senses countless times, which is a magical skill for obtaining information. However, Gojo Satoru has a natural command of one of the strongest Jujutsus, no lower limits. Whenever Jujutsu reaches Gojo, he will be aware of it. And no lower limit technique can instantly plant several infinity in space. In other words, everything a man hears is what Gojo wants the man to hear first. So the man heard that Gojo personally admitted Zenin Raiwichi's strength, but he didn't hear the friendship between the two. He heard that Gojo Satoru told Sayuji to be careful of Raiwichi, and he thought to himself that there was an enmity between Raiwichi and Gojo Satoru. I'm going to inform the adults now, no matter what the cost is to win Zenin Raiwichi, as long as the cerebral worm is planted in, we can immediately start our hearts. The man stood up excitedly. No, I'm here, an old male voice slowly sounded. Sudden. The door of the tavern behind him slammed open. A burst of black mist quickly emerged, enveloping the entire tavern layer by layer, and the curse power was like flowing water, and strangely flowing slowly throughout the tavern. Whoa! There were bursts of baby crying all around, and black crows circled outside the door of the tavern. The originally cloudless sky was covered by endless ink. Above the dome, it seemed to be covered by a huge curtain. A man covered in black robe appeared at the entrance of the tavern. On his shoulder, stood a small black crow. You did a good job this time. I already know where Zenin Raiwichi is. You will be responsible for the next actions, quack. The vicissitudes of life sounded strangely from the crow's mouth. The man called Din knelt on the ground with the proprietress, looking at the black-robed man who appeared in front of him frantically. Yes. Your lord. I will never let down your trust. Well, very good, very good. The crow combed his feathers, a black curse appeared in the bean-sized bird's eyes, and quickly rushed towards the truth. The speed of the curse was extremely fast, and in a blink of an eye, it was submerged in D's body. Ah! D let out a heart-piercing scream, and the muscles all over his body trembled frantically, swelling in an extremely fast posture, and then shriveled. Like a duck being flooded with water, this process is like hell punishment, causing D's constant bills to scream. The lady boss on the side listened to D's screams. Not only was there no fear at all, but a bit of jealousy appeared on his face. The man's scream gradually weakened, and finally he let out a sound that was almost moaning. The whole body was covered with black power like ink, and the spirit of the whole person was almost as different as before. Thank you, sir. Dai was delighted to feel his own changes. He can feel that his current strength has doubled, whether it is physical or curse power, it has been greatly increased. From the third level Jujutsu division has reached the second level of apex strength. For the future of mankind, don't let me down, quack. The crow screamed leisurely. Before the sound fell, the black mist gathered up, swallowing all the figures of D and the boss. I will help you reach the place where Raiwichi is, and then I will rely on you, my child. The endless black mist faded like a tide. Chapter 38. In the tavern, the figure of the proprietress and D disappeared out of thin air, and the black-robed man was quietly immersed in the black mist, for an unknown period of time. The black robe fluttered slowly. A voice that was far different from the vicissitudes of life sounded. The voice was like the babble of the devil in hell, and it uttered like curse, which made people shudder and noisy. Humans are really stupid. There was a bit of ridicule in that voice and a bit of inexplicable sadness. Click. The door of the tavern was pushed open again. A BD with red hair on his head walked into the tavern with his head tilted. He raised his head and looked at the man hiding in the black robe. "Hey. Give Laudza a glass of wine." The BD's mouth cracked and sat at the side table. The black-robed man turned his head and faced the gangster. The crow on the shoulder quackled strangely, as if playing some kind of tragic song. "You are deaf. Pour wine to Laudza." Seeing that the man in black actually ignored him, he became furious and drew out a knife and stood up directly, looking at the black-robed man with a fierce face. "Base. Ah! What is this?" The little BD screamed suddenly, only to see a black tentacles coming out from under the black robe, rolling the little BD up. The powerful force gives the gangsters almost no chance to resist. It was rolled up layer by layer, and the tentacles once again tightly blocked the little BD's mouth. A little bit dragged the BD into the black robe. The black robe showed a corner, and there seemed to be a huge mouth in it, greedily waiting for his food. Click. The door was closed out of thin air by some force. The tavern was plunged into darkness. Ha 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 ha. The sound of chewing slowly sounded, as if something was tasting the food. "Osaka," Zenon branched out. The old man looked at Yingsen, who was half kneeling in front of him. Unbelievably, his eyes burst open, blue veins rose, and the teacup he was holding was trembling slightly. "You say it again." The old man seemed to be unable to believe what he had just heard, and tremblingly stood up from the tatami, and ordered Yingyi to repeat it. Upon seeing this, Yingyi hurriedly bowed again and said, "The abandoned son of the Zenon family, Zenon Raiwichi, appeared in Lianyuan supermarket at 10:02 a.m. yesterday, and the super cursed spirit was born at 10:30 am, at 10:45. Yingsen paused, and the two hands were tightly clasped into a ball, and the joints were white, without even noticing it, and continued. "Except for the special grade at 10:45. According to our news, no one assisted Zenon Raiwichi in the whole process, which means that Zenon Raiwichi's strength is at least a first-level Jujutsu teacher. Keiichi didn't expect Zenon Raiwichi's strength to be so tyrannical. He had already made a plan in his heart and could only continue it quietly. First level Jujutsu teacher." The old man narrowed his eyes slightly, and he kept muttering in his mouth. He slowly sat on the tatami again, with a hint of glamour at the corners of his mouth. "Okay. As expected to have the blood of my Zenon family. If I remember correctly, Zenon Raiwichi is only 16 years old this year, and he awakens Jujutsu the day after tomorrow. He has an extremely powerful physical power and has the ultimate mastery of curse power." On the desktop in front of the old man, a pile of thick information suddenly appeared, and Yagamasa Michi and Iiri Shoko's discussion of Raiwichi was recorded verbatim in it. Including Iiri Shoko's retelling of Raiwichi's battles are recorded one by one. Even Jujutsu, the only Jujutsu force in the entire Fuzu, like Jujutsu High School, can hardly resist the intelligence system of the Zenon family. This is the enduring power of the family that has been passed down for thousands of years. Refuse to join Jujutsu Academy? Hee, what is worth joining in such a place of incompetence? The old man's mouth brought a trace of disdain, and the arrogance in his tone could not be concealed anyway. In his eyes, they are nothing more than the toys of those old antiques in Jujutsu world. It's okay to play around, but the real arrogance of Zenon's family is not something they can attract. At this moment, he seems to have forgotten that the arrogant man in his mouth was originally expelled from the house by the so-called Zenon orthodoxy in the name of experience. Keiichi, send this information to Tokyo and tell Zenon Naobi to let Raiwichi return to Zenon's house by all means. Before the next Uzen competition, I will try my best to train Raiwichi, the junior of Gojo's family. I thought I was going to crush this generation. I didn't expect the heaven to take shelter, my Zenon's house will never die. The old man took a sip of the tea in his hand in excitement. There was no trace of elegance, but like a warrior about to go into battle, revealing a few iron-blooded feelings. This feeling appeared to a thin old man who was extremely abrupt, but unusually harmonious. Yes, elder. The subordinates will go to Tokyo immediately and personally report the matter to the patriarch. Well, it's okay to go there in person. I don't think it's prudent enough for mobile phones or something. The old man nodded and agreed to Kajiaki's proposal. Subordinates set off now. Yang Yi clasped his fists and bowed out of the room. He buried his head very low, for fear that the old man would see the crazy killing intent in his eyes. Zenon Raiwichi, do you really think you can climb to the sky in one step? Don't dream too much. A plan emerged in Kajiaki's heart, and the hatred of the brother's death and the jealousy of Raiwichi exploded in his heart. Chapter 39. But Yang I also did not notice that the old man sitting on the tatami was holding tea. His eyes were like wild beasts, staring closely at his back, as if calling out at any time, tearing the prey to pieces. However, until Yang Yi completely disappeared from the room, the old man did not take action. Just sitting quietly on the tatami, her eyes squinted, the tea floating on the table, and the room is beautiful. Vaguely, thousands of mountains and birds rang. Click. The old man put the teacup heavily on the table. There was a muffled noise. Muttered to himself. All right, yes, a good knife always needs a sharpening stone. Before the conference begins, get stronger, Zenon Raiwichi, you have noble blood on your body, don't let me down. Fuzu, Tokyo. As the center of the entire Fuzu country, almost half of the population has gathered, making this small city even more crowded. In this golden city, some people tried their best and could not get even a square foot of land in their entire life. Under such high pressure, countless negative emotions were naturally born. And the birth of Cursed Spirit broke ground from these countless negative emotions. The denser the population, the higher and stronger the quality of Cursed Spirit. Throughout Tokyo, there are no fewer than 30 registered special class Cursed Spirits, and countless unregistered special class spirits. It can be said that the people of Tokyo dance on the tip of a knife every day, and if there is only one super violent, then these poor guys will join hands and become the food of the Cursed Spirit. For Cursed Spirit, ordinary humans are simply too fragile and small, and they can make them worse than dead without exerting force. If those guys who claim to be Jujutsu teachers, they would have destroyed everything and become the real masters of the world. But because of the existence of those guys, the Cursed Spirit had to hide in the darkness and linger, just because the three mountains-like names in the center of Tokyo are deeply pressed on all the Cursed Spirits. No. Even the Curse Masters, who do no evil, shivered under the three names, and did not dare to touch their edge. Originally, there was a delicate balance between Cursed Spirit, Curse, and Jujutsu, which lasted for hundreds of years. But with the birth of the monster of the Gojo family among the three families of Yu, everything has been changed. When he was born, the balance of the world was broken by him alone. The Curse Masters are dormant in the darkness, and the advanced Cursed Spirit with wisdom is hidden in a deeper gloom. And at the moment, this man, who can affect the entire Jujutsu world with every move, stands under a towering old tree. Around, countless wind chimes rang sweetly. The old trees are surrounded by slender red threads. The red threads are like blood, with a bit of weirdness and a bit of peace. This sense of contradiction continues to surround the old tree. From nothing to nothing, and from nothing to nothing. Sometimes the red line appears, sometimes dissipates. With the sound of the wind chimes, it kept changing in front of Gojo Satoru's eyes. Gojo Satoru sat on the ground, eating the latest version of the cake. Looking at everything in front of me with interest. He didn't wear sunglasses, the pair of eyes on the sky, like a pool of dark blue lakes, constantly reflecting everything on the ancient trees. In his eyes, it seemed like countless stars flowed. What did you see? The old voice remembered from the ancient tree. A short old man sat cross-legged on the root of the ancient tree. The wrinkles on his face were like annual rings, entwined one upon another, and there were countless mottled age spots on his face. He opened his eyes, but in his eyes, there were no eyes, only a deep void. Obviously both eyes were gouged out, but for some reason, Gojo still felt that countless pairs of eyes were watching his every move. This weird feeling came from the old man who seemed to be close to decay. I saw it, infinite. Gojo Satoru casually threw the pastry into his mouth, with his hands supporting the ground behind him, with a smile at the corners of his mouth, looking at the ancient wood in front of him, as if watching an extraordinary performance. In the eyes of heaven, everything was seen by him. So thorough. Is the person who sees through everything the strongest person, and the most boring person? Hearing Gojo Satoru's answer, the old man nodded in satisfaction, with a smile on his face. Faced with the best genius of the Gojo family for thousands of years, and mastering the six-eyed Gojo Satoru who has only appeared twice in the entire generations, even if he is picky as an old man, he can't help but feel a bit proud. Very well, Wu, you are the next person in charge of the family. This warship that has been sailing in the torrent of history for thousands of years, you will be the only helm. Your talent and strength will bring you the Gojo's family will move towards glory. Grandpa, it's good to be happy. To be honest, I have no interest in running the family. Gojo Satoru shrugged his shoulders helplessly. If other children talked to the old man like this, the family law would have served him a long time ago. But in the face of Gojo Satoru, the old man ignored his frivolous attitude and continued to speak for himself. Xiao Wu, the Komo family has proposed to reopen the Prince test. The Zenin family has agreed to it. I want to know your attitude, because if you want to do it, this competition will be a well-deserved crush. Chapter 40. For this kind of thing, Grandpa, you can be the master, I don't care, curse spirit or Jujutsu teacher, I am the strongest. Gojo Satoru doesn't care who his opponent is or how strong he is. He is invincible. No one has ever doubted this. The old man seemed more satisfied when he heard Gojo's words. The wrinkled old face bloomed like chrysanthemums in full bloom, smiling at Gojo Satoru. The Prince test is the eternal pain in the hearts of Gojo and Zenin. The patriarch of the Gojo family of that generation, Tianzong talent, was the same as Gojo Satoru. He not only possessed 6 eyes, but also mastered the unlimited technique. The Gojo family should have burst out of unparalleled brilliance in the hands of the patriarch of that generation. But what I did not expect is, the Zenin patriarch of that generation was also a first-class genius. The battle lasted for 3 full days, and no one could repeat the process of the battle, because those who had witnessed the battle had already died in the aftermath of the battle. Until everyone reappears on the battlefield. I only saw the 2 men who looked like demon gods. Even if they died in battle, they still refused to fall, one holding the flag of the Zenin family, and the other wearing the clan emblem of the Gojo family. Standing in the center of the ring. Even if the body died away, the curse power of that body still lingered on the entire battlefield. The original big arena, known as the most prosperous arena in Tokyo, the arena that cost countless craftsmen's hard work, completely collapsed under the battle that was almost a natural disaster. The wall made of black stainless steel, which is known as indestructible, was affected by the battle between the two, leaving only one ruined wall. At the center of the arena, the meteorite that fell from the sky was shattered like a baby's toy. Except for the arena in the center of the battlefield, whether it is the auditorium or Optimus Prime, it is completely destroyed by the unimaginable force. and the reason why the ring can exist to the end. Because of one of the most important rules of the imperial contest is that those who fall out of the ring lose. These two proud and godlike men never stepped out of the ring until they died in battle. Both the Zenin family and the Gojo family were almost withered due to this sudden change. If it weren't for the fact that the trump cards were still hidden in the family, they would have been eliminated in this historical torrent. It was also after that, Gojos and Zenins. The times are enemies. Open and dark fights continue, and there are countless lives and deaths. If it weren't for Komo's reconciliation, the Gojo family and Zenin family have been at full-scale war long ago. Although now in the present society, it is different from the former warring states period, but the battle between the two big families has never stopped. Now the Komo family, which has always been reconciled from the middle, actually proposed to rehost a prince test. Now that the Zenin family has agreed, it is naturally impossible for the Gojo family to quit. What's more, the current Gojo home is in full swing. Gojo Satoru's growth rate is almost far faster than the generation of patriarchs with 6 eyes. Such strength is almost invincible among the younger generation. Xiao Wu, among the younger generation, no one should be your opponent. The old man stroked his long beard and his face was kind. But Gojo narrowed his eyes after saying this, and a lazy figure suddenly appeared in front of him, with a smile unconsciously at the corner of his mouth. Young generation? It doesn't matter which generation is, it will be a boring contest without even thinking about it. But if that guy also comes to participate, it might become more interesting. Hearing this, the elder, who is very old and fine, frowned slightly. You found an opponent that is enough to fight you. Haha, of course, standing alone on the top of the mountain should be so boring, it's fun. Gojo Satoru closed his eyes and looked at the infinite sky in a hug pose. A word came up inexplicably in his heart. Heaven and earth. I am the only one. The old man felt the spirited Gojo and didn't say much, but after Gumyu, a few figures quietly left, like a ghost. Someone in a family is the face and the other is the inside. When you do what you have to want to do with face, Litzy will always do it, and quietly. Passing down from the inside and out, is the way of life that the Gojo family can pass down to this day. Even with such a peerless genius as Gojo Satoru, it must not be taken lightly. The shame of the past is still kept in mind by the old man, and he must not allow Gojo Satoru to have any more accidents. Even if you give everything for it? Komo's house, what are you hiding behind that hypocritical skin? Is the foxtail finally showing up? Zenin and Gojo, the biggest beneficiaries of both losses, are they really that great? The old man stroked the towering ancient tree next to him, as soft as he was caressing his own child. The wind is still blowing in the atrium, and the wind chimes are still ringing crisply. Gojo Satoru looked at the sky thoughtfully. Everything is so small in the eyes of the sky. P.S. What strong lineup in hentai. Do you have any bosses to tell me? Also, is there any netcom to play with? Chapter 41. But in a corner he couldn't see. A pair of blue eyes was watching his figure silently. There seemed to be a reverse galaxy in those eyes, endlessly bright. Jujutsu High School. 4th grade office building. Yagamasamichi stood respectfully at the door of an office. The tall body stands straight, and he can open the wooden door with just pushing his hand, but like a moat, he doesn't dare to step beyond the thunder pond. Crunch. The dilapidated wooden door made a soft noise, and because it was too dilapidated, there was an overwhelming scream between the wooden door and the mezzanine. Masamichi, it seems that you haven't been here for a long time since you became the 1st grade class teacher. In the office, a woman's voice slowly sounded. The voice was calm, and Gujing did not wave. It seems to be able to brush all the dust in the dead. Hearing this voice, Yagamasamichi, who was originally traveling back and forth between Osaka and Tokyo, seemed to have gone through some baptism. The bloodshot whites of his eyes also quickly restored the old Qingming. It's been too busy recently. I just made time to visit the principal. Masamichi scratched his head a little embarrassedly. He used to be with the principal every day, but since he became the first-grade class teacher, his affairs have become more and more, and he has not visited this respectable person for a long time. Women. The principal of Tokyo Higher Jujutsu Professional College is also his own teacher. Haha, let's talk about it. What's the matter? You are very busy now, and you can't go to the Three Treasures Hall. My old lady can't attract your attention. The headmaster's voice was like a complaining old man. He was spitting out his own child, and he didn't care about himself as soon as his wings were hard. Yagamasamika's old face blushed. Such an ironclad man was so stunned by a word that he couldn't even let out a fart. He stomped awkwardly outside the office. He, who was always bad at words, really didn't know what to say. After all, since this period of time, I have indeed never visited my teacher once. Moreover, the most important thing is that this time he came, there are really a few things that need to be answered by the principal. It can be said that the old principal's words are all in, and Yagamasamichi feels like a wolf-hearted guy. Suddenly fell into a depression, a dark cloud seemed to appear above his head, entrenched on his head. You guy is still so serious. Well, I also came from your time. Everything is difficult at the beginning. Now the undercurrent of Tokyo is surging, you really should work harder. The old principal smiled in a momentary voice. Dispelled the dark clouds on Masamika's head. Her voice seemed to have a power to soothe people's hearts. If you have anything, just say it directly. Masamichi pushed up a bit, and said with a light cough as the sunglasses were falling. Teacher, in a supermarket in Osaka, a super curse fetus was born. It took no more than 10 minutes from the gathering and forming to the breaking of the curse fetus. Oh! Masamika's words caught the old principal's attention, and the old principal smashed his mouth with interest. In the supermarket, there is a surging flow of people, and there are indeed a lot of negative emotions, but there is only one possibility to be able to give birth to a superclass cursed spirit at such a rapid speed. That curse swallowed the special grade cursed object and was able to instantly create the special grade cursed object. This era has not yet spawned, so it can only be the cursed object left over from the ancient times. You defeated him. That kind of cursed spirit is very powerful. Strong. Special cursed objects must be preserved well. None of the cursed objects passed down at that time are simple. There may be some terrible curse hidden in them. The old headmaster's voice was a bit proud. After all, Yagamasamichi was his proud protege, and it was not surprising that he could beat the superclass. No teacher, it was a 16-year-old boy who defeated him, and cursed object was gone when I arrived. Apart from the little monster in Gojo's family, is there such a genius? What a great world! The old man's voice became a little sigh. After several years of staying behind closed doors, I didn't expect the world to change so fast. Although she could destroy the super cursed spirit, at the age of 16, she seemed to be not even a third-level jujutsu teacher. As for the so-called cursed object, the old principal didn't mention a word. Whoever controls it, this is her rule, and it is also the rule of Jujutsu College. So no matter how powerful the cursed object is, it has nothing to do with her. You didn't even enroll him in the academy because of your personality. Teacher, I was rejected. Ha ha ha. Normally, geniuses and monsters are both problematic teenagers, don't force this kind of thing. The old principal, who has gone through countless years, has seen countless monsters, and naturally knows that each of these monsters has its own unique path, and no one can interfere. But, teacher, this child was evicted from the Zenin's house 2 years ago. You understand the rules of the Zenin's house. When this child left the Zenin's house, there was no curse power in his body, but now the curse power in his body is equal to Jujutsu are extremely powerful. Jujutsu is the power engraved in the blood. There has never been such a situation where Jujutsu was born the day after tomorrow. Chapter 42. Masumika's voice fell. The entire office building suddenly became extremely quiet. Being quiet allows Masamichi to almost hear his breathing, and the noise outside the window seems to be cut off by some kind of power. Something seems to isolate this space from the outside world. No sound can be transmitted into this realm. Masamichi tried to make a sound, but even if he could feel his vocal cords trembling crazily, he couldn't make any sound. After a long time, in the room, a deep sigh came. Hey, I didn't expect that old guy's predictions actually came true. The old principal's voice sounded slowly. Next moment, the entire world that had been pressed to silence the entire world instantly returned to normal. Domain. Masamichi had only one thought left in his mind. At the moment, the old principal activated the field for a second. Although it was only 1 second, it repeated countless seconds in his mind. Teacher, what's wrong with you? The domain consumes a lot of mantra power. At the age of the teacher, the body's functions have long been aging, and the mantra power that can be stored is increasingly scarce. The inexplicable development field, this kind of extremely depleting mantra power, is a great burden to the teacher. But the teacher ignored Masumika's words. For the first time, there was a bit of sternness in the voice. Masamichi, don't participate in everything about that boy, don't ask anything else. Masamichi wanted to say something, but when he heard the teacher's tone, he didn't leave himself the slightest leeway. As long as he nodded, motioned to himself to be clear. The teacher's voice only relaxed a little, and he continued. There are some things that are not your turn to take care of. By the way, 3 months later, Big 3 sorcerer families will once again start the Prince test. At that time, all the Jujutsu divisions will come to participate. The venue of the game will be in Tokyo. You are responsible for the matter, and there must be no mistakes. Prince test. Masamichi furrowed his brows, his eyes condensed slightly, and finally nodded heavily. Leave it to me, teacher. Very well, the brat has finally grown up to become a great Jujutsu teacher. The old man's voice gradually became illusory, and finally calmed down. Masamichi bowed his fists, then slowly left. The Imperial Contest, a grand gathering all Jujutsu family members, has obviously stopped for hundreds of years. Why should it be reopened? What is the point of wasting life on this kind of thing? After Masamichi became a famous sect, he naturally knew how many outstanding Jujutsu masters had fallen on the ring for the so-called honor. Is it a blessing or a curse to restart the Imperial Contest again? Everything is not yet known. But this unprovoked change made him a bit tricky for a while. I hope nothing will happen. Hey. I said you're too much. With just such a small amount of money, you are going to beg for food. The sound of anger echoed in a villa by the sea, disturbing the calm sea, and there were little ripples. Fuhaishir looked at the sleepy Raiwichi on the sofa with an unhappy expression, and the steel in his hand made a sharp clashing sound like a mockery. Don't be so loud, as I said before, when I am an employee, the salary depends on the boss. Raiwichi waved his hand weakly, beckoning him not to get excited. But Shur saw Raiwichi's appearance, and was even more angry. Shouted now. Who is I? Zenon Sieter. The strongest bounty hunter. Is it too much for you to give me 3 coins in a month? I don't say anything anymore, I can't get to the 3rd and 4th levels every day. The little guy on the countertop, don't you think it's a bit overkill? Shir's forehead was violently blue, his fists clenched, and he protested loudly. Since being defeated by Raiwichi, Shur has obeyed the promise and became an employee of Raiwichi Wan's Haya. But what I didn't expect was, in this place where the house of all things is located, where birds don't shit, the spiritual events that come to the door every day are cursed spirits who cannot get up to the table. He can solve it with a casual wave. And what is his worth? The king of dignified bounty, the strongest body, should have lived a life of drunken money, but now it is good, 1 month's salary, he can't even afford a box of cigarettes. Oh, when we finish dealing with things here and go to Tokyo, there will be more business and peace of mind. Raiwichi comforted this, but he avoided the issue of salary. Hearing this, she dropped the coin on the table, and the powerful force directly set the coin on it. One turned and sat directly on the sofa, took a sip of the beer on the table and said, "I'm still driving to Tokyo. Your House of Everything is a 3-no company that no one recognizes. Those old guys won't let you go. Whether it's Jujutsu Academy or Jujutsu Association, they won't allow anyone to use cursed spirit. Started a company." Chapter 43. That's it, such a powerful official, I'm so scared. Raiwichi was scared, but she was still indifferent and lazy, apparently not taking Shire's words to heart. Shire didn't continue to say anything. After getting along for this period of time, Shire found that Raiwichi, a lazy-looking fellow, was carrying pride that he didn't know where to bring. So he was able to lightly reject the Zenon's apology, and he was able to reject the invitation of Jujutsu Academy without hesitation. This kind of arrogance in the bones will not be revealed. Only when you really come into contact with Raiwichi will you know how powerful and terrifying this man who doesn't seem to care about is. He doesn't care about anything, because he knows that as long as he wants, everything he wants will be firmly grasped in his palm. He cannot, but you can't touch it until he is tired of playing and throwing it away. Just like the House of Everything he opened, now he doesn't need this dispensable House of Everything to gather wealth. But it still hasn't closed, and even recruited employees decently, all because of his willingness. Whatever you want, I'm going to have fun." She gave a glance at Raiwichi and got up from the sofa. With a slight force under his feet, his body instantly turned into a flowing shadow and disappeared into the room. Only the curtains floated gently, as if a breeze was blowing. Does neither of them walk the door? Raiwichi also sat up from the sofa and stretched his arms. This time he seemed to have been asleep for a long time. Actually, it's really not Raiwichi snooze. Instead, he chose to run 6 Immortal Thief Treasury with all his strength in order to digest the curse of the 8 different big snake in his body. At this moment, the huge curse in his body was almost completely absorbed by him. "System, fall out of the panel," Raiwichi said silently in his heart. "Divine Armament 100 refinements, satisfactory, current progress is 100%. 6 Immortal Thief Treasury, Dachin, the current progress is 70%. Feng Ho Chi Men, unlocked. Dispatch of Detained Spirits, unlocked. Full Hand, not unlocked. Tongtian Talisman, unlocked. Delugo Cave Temple, unlocked. Origin of Qi, unlocked." Seeing the skyrocketing progress bar, Raiwichi nodded in satisfaction, swallowing the improvement brought by an 8 different snake, almost catching up with the 1-year progress. If this continues, it won't be long before he estimates that he will be able to change 6. The progress bar of Immortal Thief Treasury is full. Start the next stunt directly. Sudden. A sharp glow flashed through Raiwichi's white eyes, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. There was also a glimmer of light on the divine machine on his chest. "Long time no see." Raiwichi looked at the door. His tone of voice was as kind as he was facing an old friend who hadn't seen him for a long time, but the playfulness and jokes that kept flashing in his eyes made people feel chilly all over. Bang! Zenon Raiwichi? Go to hell! The door suddenly exploded, and black skulls emerged like a tide, seeming to engulf Raiwichi in front of them. As soon as that power appeared, it was as if it had rendered everything in the space black, and the powerful curse power carried bursts of corrosive power, filled the air in the house. "I'm so excited when my old friends meet." Raiwichi sat up straight and looked at what was happening in front of him with a smile. The expression on his face was relaxed and comfortable, as if he had no sense of the powerful curse power in front of him. Haha, yes, old friend. I really am, okay. I think. You. The Dark Nine Ghosts walked into the room step by step, and the curse powers all over his body rolled frantically, as if the souls were surging on him one by one. Looking at Raiwichi's eyes, there is endless resentment, and his hands are tightly clasped. With a grinning face. Cut. Don't be so stingy, didn't you just eat a little snake? A hole. Hearing Raiwichi's teasing, Kyoji finally couldn't bear the anger in his heart, and showed his fangs like a fierce hungry wolf. Furiously rushing towards Raiwichi, the endless skeleton curse power, like a huge wave, followed closely behind Kuki, intending to drown Raiwichi directly in this endless resentment. Face the 9 ghosts who are like crazy. A trace of joking flashed across Raiwichi's face, and a bit of sarcasm in the corner of his mouth. Base. A curse power flashed across his body quickly, and the whole person instantly disappeared into the room. This speed. There was something bad in Kuki's heart, and the whole room was enveloped by his own jujutsu. Logically speaking, everything in the room could not escape his perception. But now, he really couldn't detect Raiwichi's breath at all. He couldn't help appearing a little flustered, his whole body's curse power was boiling, and it condensed into an armor-like object on his body. Watching the surroundings vigilantly, beware of the disappearing Raiwichi. Suddenly, a voice that made him stand upright came to his ears, which sounded like a demon's babbling, which made his whole body tremble. Are you looking for me? Chapter 44. The curse power of Kuki's whole body fluctuated violently at the moment Raiwichi appeared. Obviously, this situation reminded him of the scene where 1/9 of his soul was swallowed by the harmless young man behind him. While panicking, his whole body surged, and his toes suddenly hit the ground. A flash, turned into an after-image. He quickly moved away from Raiwichi's side. His eyes condensed slightly, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Just facing Raiwichi, he already felt a great deal of pressure. Damn it! I thought he was a second-level jujutsu at most, but now it seems that this guy is even better than me. The thought of Raiwichi's weird devouring ability just to restrain his own jujutsu, Kuki felt even more palpitated. Quite regretful, since I came here so recklessly. Raiwichi. What did you do to the pheasant sword? The 9 ghosts' eyes slid around a few times. I plan to hold Raiwichi and wait for the fox face to come together and do it together. Otherwise, it is difficult to defeat this guy only by relying on physical skills. When Jujutsu dare not release it, it is almost a situation of being slaughtered. If it hadn't been dazzled by the anger, the 9 ghosts would not lose their minds and let themselves fall into such an embarrassing situation. After Baki Orakai was broken in front of everyone, he and Humian paid a lot of money, almost completely destroying the members of Yuan Luhui. But the plan that the two have worked hard for many years is indeed impossible to realize. The smashed Yuan Luhui had no value anymore. This strong anger turned into endless curse power, dragging the body of the 9 ghosts. After solving the matter in Osaka, without waiting for instructions from the face of the fox, he left only a text message and rushed to Shanzawa alone. Finally ended up in such an awkward situation. Casting Jujutsu will be consumed by Raiwichi. Do not use Jujutsu, just look at the speed that Raiwichi showed just now. I'm afraid I will be beaten into human-shaped sandbags. For the first time, the 9 ghosts regretted their recklessness. Raiwichi on the side is like a cat catching a mouse. As if looking at some fun toy, he looked at the 9 ghosts with great interest. Said with a little bit of playfulness. Didn't you say it? That little snake tastes good. You swallowed Master Yaki. Jigui's eyes widened suddenly, his eyes were slightly loose, and the corners of his mouth split unconsciously. He knew that Raiwichi's ability could swallow the spell, but he never thought that Raiwichi could even swallow the nightmare from ancient times. Don't get excited, your trick of delaying time is really clumsy, but I'm in good spirits today, and I can wait for your partner. While speaking, Raiwichi glanced out the window casually. I only saw that the black curtain seemed to fall from the sky. Completely cut off his villa from the outside space. Born from darkness, darker than black. Foul residuals, there are only a few. A cold voice suddenly sounded in the room. With the falling of the sound, the dark curtain completely fell, completely enclosing the entire villa. Account? Really come prepared. Raiwichi looked at the changes around him and couldn't help pursing his lips. Generally speaking, the tents that were only laid when the high-level cursed spirit were removed, were actually used on one's own body, which felt a bit subtle. Haha, compared to the gift you gave us, this battle is not great, I even think it's a bit smaller. Hula. A white magic flame suddenly burned around the 9 ghosts. The flame appeared out of thin air, with a bit of hellish chill, slowly condensing into a human form. The fox's face was brought together, and he looked into Raiwichi's eyes, wishing to swallow the other person, eat his flesh, drink his blood, and he couldn't solve his hatred. It's really stingy, but if you eat your little snake, I don't think there is anything wrong. After all, it looks like you guys have eaten my plan again. Raiwichi put his hands on his head behind him, in a leisurely manner. Fox's face was completely angered, and his eyes were quickly covered with bloodshot eyes. The white magic flames boiled instantly. By Yanhu. The hands of the face of the fox quickly formed a seal, and the speed was so fast that there were many after images. Behind him, the white flames condensed and formed, and a giant tiger appeared outrageously, let out a roar, with fierce power, went straight to Raiwichi to kill. Roar. Longxing Yun, Tiger Xing Feng. There was a tiger roar, like a storm. The magic flame roared along with the tiger. In an instant, he appeared in front of Raiwichi. I'm not interested in cats. Facing the terrifying monster close at hand, Raiwichi's eyes flashed with a sharp light. The left hand lifted instantly. At the moment when Bai Yan's fierce tiger attack had not yet fallen, he slammed into the tiger's head. The tyrannical power exploded outrageously, and the gloomy light emitted by the divine machine wrapped around his arm, cutting off all the white magic flames. Boom. Bang. This punch hit directly on the head of the Bai Yan fierce tiger. The tyrannical force bombarded the tiger's head unscrupulously. For a moment, the tiger collapsed instantly like a piece of tofu. The demon flame was firmly suppressed by the gloomy light emitted by the divine machine, and the demon flame that seemed to never extinguish gradually dissipated under the gloomy light. Raiwichi's mouth brought a trace of violence. It's really base. Raiwichi's figure disappeared in place like a ghost. Thanks for your hard work. Bangquan Punch. Chapter 45. As Raiwichi's voice rang, his godlike figure suddenly appeared in front of the fox face. Above both fists, the curse power entangled continuously, circling continuously on Raiwichi's arm like a poisonous snake. This punch hasn't been hit yet, but just relying on the aftermath of the accumulation of energy, it has already caused ripples in the space. Bangquan Chong. Rumble. A punch is like a subversion of heaven and earth. In the eyes of the fox face, Raiwichi's iron fist is getting bigger and bigger. It seems that he has lost the ability to move. He can obviously avoid this extremely devastating blow, but the whole person does stand in place, stupidly as if being taken in. Attentive. Bang. Raiwichi's broken fist penetrated directly through the chest of the fox face. But the weird thing is, the body of the fox face did not imagine the scene of blood flow. On the contrary, there was a strange smile at the corner of his mouth. F-ed. Idiot. Whoops. The whole body of the fox face began to burn wildly with white magic flames, and the flames followed Raiwichi's arms through his chest and began to burn at an extremely fast speed. Like a man-eating ant. Quickly wrap Raiwichi's arm. The white magic flame that never extinguished, with a cold solemnity, began to burn on Raiwichi's arm. Huh! The moment the body of the fox face ignited Raiwichi's body, it began to collapse, disintegrate, and melt quickly. In the end, it was like a puddle of soft mud, completely returned to nothingness. Beside the 9 ghosts who were watching coldly, a white figure slowly emerged, and the fox's face looked a little proud. From the beginning, this body was a trap. The fox noodles staying in Osaka are not idle. He has learned about everything that happened in the supermarket through some shameless means. After knowing that Raiwichi's strength has reached the first level, he made a plan for the moment. Relying on your own jujutsu, dealing with this kind of guy with strong physical strength is simply easy. Ho 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 Zenin Raiwichi. I didn't expect it. My jujutsu, is the osseous jujutsu. It can turn into everything by accumulating the death fire of burning bones. This flame will never go out. He will start burning from your arm, and finally spread to your whole body, your soul, and your curse power. Everything you have will be ignited by me, in the endless pain, go to repent. This is the price of fooling me. The eyes of the fox face were covered with deep bloodshot eyes, like a jackal who had been hungry for days and nights. The resentment in his eyes seemed to be substantive, almost overflowing. The dream he had been pursuing for half his life was easily destroyed by this guy in front of him. How could he not hate it? How does he not hate? He looked at Raiwichi expectantly. I want to see Raiwichi, who is lingering and yelling in embarrassment under the white magic flame. Even a man of iron can only behave like a dog under his jujutsu. The pain of burning the soul is unacceptable to anyone. But what was about to happen really moved the fox face with disappointment and horror. He saw my own demon flame, which seemed to never extinguish, was wrapped in layers of blue power on Raiwichi's palm. The power emanating from that faint blue seems to be able to cut off all curse power. The magic flame became more and more dimmed in Raiwichi's hand and finally turned into a touch of nothingness. The corner of Raiwichi's mouth was a little taunting, looking at the dumb face of the fox in front of him, and the Kyuji that was like a big enemy. He shook his hair helplessly, and said dissatisfiedly, "For the long time I was looking forward to it, it turned out to be this kind of thing." Bang! Raiwichi squeezed his palms together, and the tyrannical force instantly annihilated the sporadic demon flames around him. Impossible! Absolutely impossible! My osteitis jujutsu is inextinguishable, how could you possibly? The fox yelled hysterically, unable to believe everything in front of him. The scene that happened at this moment completely destroyed his pride. Having exhausted half of his life, jujutsu, proud of his bone inflammation, was in front of Raiwichi, unable to even play the role of a star. For the proud him, it was almost like a heavy hammer, which hit his heart fiercely. Make him a little fuzzy for a while. Hey! Fox noodles! Now is not the time to be in a daze. Jigui pushed the fox noodles anxiously, trying to wake up the fox noodles. But Raiwichi seems to have lost interest in the two of them. The smile on his face gradually faded. In his eyes, there was a cold murderous intent. Base. Point to the ground. In an instant. A pair of fists with infinite power, with unmatched strength. Straightforwardly flatten everything around. Raiwichi has already killed the fox face. There was no mercy, no hesitation. This punch hit directly on the head of the fox's face. The 9 ghosts on the side shrank suddenly. The figure quickly twisted, and fleeing frantically. What brother? For a comrade in arms, only one's own life is the most important when it comes to life and death. Chapter 46. Bang! With the power to tear everything apart, Bang Quan brazenly bombarded the face of the desolate fox. Null. Boom! With this punch, the head of the fox's face instantly exploded into blood mist. The white and the red ones exploded right now. The power of Yalan floated again, annihilating all the filth. With a casual flick of his palm, Raiwichi glanced around quickly. Where can you go if the account is not broken? Hula la. The powerful suction exploded on Raiwichi's body. The curse power of the fox face was quickly swallowed by 6 immortal thief treasury. This kind of takeaway delivered to your door is really happy. The figure of the 9 ghosts evaded crazily in the black mist. His jujutsu is the soul reserve jujutsu who can split the soul. Able to absorb the souls of ordinary humans and split their own souls. The absorbed ordinary soul can be stored as a curse. However, a large amount of modeled curse power does not improve his combat power, but it allows him to continuously obtain curse power, just like carrying a large power bank. His jujutsu attack can be used directly. Jujutsu drowns a person's soul. But as long as he shows the power of the spell, he won't be swallowed directly by Raiwichi. So after the death of the fox face, he could only choose to flee. Damn fox noodles. I usually look like a lofty genius. What a waste. Jujutsu is just like an idiot. You really killed me. The current 9 ghosts no longer think about revenge or rights at all. The fox face was shattered by the beating head in front of him, and even a few traces of his brain splashed on his body. Only then did the 9 ghosts find out. Everything is so trivial before death. Everything before cannot be called a battle at all. It was clearly a slaughter. In the face of the absolute power gap, Kuki couldn't even raise the slightest heart of resistance, just thinking about being able to avoid Raiwichi's sight. The tent that had been pushed outside was destroyed, and then escaped and ran to a place where no one found. Continue to live a normal life of nothing to kill and torture the soul. The outside world is too dangerous for an ordinary curse teacher like him. He hides in the darkness, like a mouse. The curse power turns into tentacles, perceiving everything around him. Once there is any disturbance, he is ready to split the soul directly, destroy the 8 remaining souls of himself, and can run out one by one. At this moment, abnormal. A big hand suddenly appeared in front of the 9 ghosts. Silent, as if appearing out of thin air, without any fluctuations in curse power, even his tentacles were completely unaware. But that slender palm really appeared in front of his eyes, with an unstoppable force of terror. It was firmly grasped on his head. The cat and mouse game is over. The young man's voice did not carry the slightest human emotion, like a cold wind, freezing the whole body of the 9 ghosts. Off book. Cher held a can of unfinished beer in his hand and sat on the sand, looking with interest at the account that covered his company in front of him. He smashed his mouth happily. Hey, it makes you so lazy, so exercise. She took a sip of beer and wiped the corners of his mouth indiscriminately. The sparse beard was growing on his chin in a disorderly manner. He brushed his chin with his hand, and his beard fell off as if shaken by some kind of force. He has felt it since someone coveted this ocean view villa, and he didn't believe that his nominal boss hadn't noticed it. I'm not lazy, I just asked the boss to exercise. It's very caring, right? Click. Shire looked at the man stepped under her feet, as if asking the other person's opinion. And the man was trembling and couldn't say a word. Under Shire's feet, his whole body trembled. Why? Zenon, sure, this monster will be here. Why? The man came to find the meaning of Raiwichi. With the help of the man in black, he and the proprietress came to Shan's, but he didn't expect that the BCH of the proprietress would actually run to find Kaisen. Dai Ben didn't expect what that woman could do. Self-consciously inquired. The House of Everything in Raiwichi is very famous in the small place of Shan's. Almost 80% of abnormal situations are handled here. After finding the House of Everything, did not act the first time, but thought about how to communicate with Raiwichi. But I didn't expect it. As soon as he was thinking about speaking, he ran into Shire, who came out of the room and planned to have fun. Before joining the House of All Things, sure could be said to be in the Jujutsu world, which is not visible. Naturally, he recognized that the wretched guy in front of him was a member of the dark world. And unfortunately, as soon as the two met, the tent was raised. This will inevitably make Cher misunderstand that everything is the ghost of this guy. He didn't listen to the explanation at all, and the one who divided by two was pressed to the ground. Dee's strengthened body, without even the slightest resistance in front of Shire, was trampled under his feet. P.S. If you love me, give me flowers, and if you love me, give me your comments, QVQTVT. Chapter 47. Click. The corpse of 9 ghosts was like a dilapidated toy, and was thrown on the ground indiscriminately, with blood flowing all over his body. The Kuki, who relied on Jujutsu to do whatever they wanted, had no resistance at all when faced with monsters like Raiwichi. And the plan he originally wanted to execute, the plan to split the soul and escape, didn't even have the slightest room for action. Because at the moment he was discovered, Raiwichi penetrated his body directly. 6 Immortal Thief Treasury is operating at full capacity. 9 ghosts are like a large power bank, continuously contributing to Raiwichi the curse power he has stored over the years. This really gave Raiwichi no small surprise. I originally thought that although these two guys could add to their progress, they probably didn't have much. But what I did not expect is, there is so much curse power hidden in the body of the 9 ghosts. Although this curse power is modeled, its qualities are different. But the number of wins is huge. Speaking of the amount of curse power alone, it was almost equal to half of the curse power provided by the 8-pointed snake. And 6 Immortal Thief Treasury has reached the status of great success. The swallowing speed is no longer comparable to before. Now Raiwichi, the power swallowed into the body can be digested almost instantly. On the system panel, the progress of 6 Immortal Thief Treasury is skyrocketing at a speed visible to the naked eye. 80%, 81%, 91%. Although the pace of progress is much slower than before, there is still no stopping the posture. It is still growing steadily. This made Raiwichi feel a little bit involuntarily. 9 ghosts and Fox Mian are really their own lucky stars. Not only let himself come to swallow the 8-headed snake. Now it is not far away to give people away. The progress of his 6 Immortal Thief Treasury is almost full. If it weren't for them, it's estimated that a 6 Immortal Thief Treasury would have been stuck on his own for several years. Good person Raiwichi couldn't help but sigh with emotion thinking of what Toro would do for herself. Finally squeezed out all the curse power the 9 ghosts had stored over the past few decades. The progress of 6 Immortal Thief Treasury is only 3% short of being able to withstand 100%. A gleam of light broke out on Raiwichi's chest. Instantly annihilate the body of the 9 ghosts. No trace was left. At the same time, a touch of emerald green also emerged from the divine machine and slowly landed on Raiwichi's palm. A vivid human head is carved on the jade pendant. This object is the cursed object that Raiwichi took out of the body of the super cursed spirit in the supermarket in Osaka earlier. Hidden inside are extremely magnificent curses and curse. Previously, when he digested the curse of the 8 different big snake, he couldn't call 6 Immortal Thief Treasury, and he hadn't swallowed the cursed power of this cursed object. But right now, only one kick can unlock the next stunt. Raiwichi did not hesitate at all. Grab this Kuya directly. 6 Immortal Thief Treasury, running like crazy. Boil oh boil. Oh oh oh. There were bursts of ghosts crying and howling wolves, weirdly resounding in the room. This sound was like the appearance of a Rakshasa, and like an evil ghost coming to the world. Why are you cruel? Ah. You said you want to marry me. I am pregnant for you in October. You are so to me. I don't accept it. I don't accept it. How can you fail me? How can you fail me? The sound seemed to be superimposed on countless human screams, and it seemed that all the lamenting women in the world were crying in it. The surrounding walls glowed with weird green light. One by one, slender and pale palms came out from all directions, clinging to Raiwichi's body one after another. The palms were cold and wet, without the slightest temperature. In the pale, like countless women, lamenting why his lover is so ruthless. The woman's voice seemed to be squeezed out between her teeth, with deep bitterness and madness. It kept ringing in Raiwichi's ear. Raiwichi sat on the sofa, holding the jade in his hand, facing everything with no expression on his face, his eyes half closed. The curse power hovered throughout his body, the blue of divine armament 100 refinements, and the brilliance of 6 immortal thief treasury continued to converge on his body. Isolate all the weird surroundings. Wow. You don't love me. Just let me go. Don't love me. Just let me go. Under the faint blue and bright, the palms of Raiwichi's body were like candles in the wind, all of them vanished. The woman's voice became extremely painful and terrifying. Everything around began to change constantly. On the walls, ceilings, floors, and chandeliers, countless long black hair emerged out of thin air. Entangling everything, the long black hair, with bursts of viscous blood, makes everything look so terrifying. Long hair is like a venomous snake, hovering over everything. Except for the sofa where Raiwichi was on, everything here was overwhelmed by the long hair. Become a sea of death. 99%. 99%. 100%. Base. 6 Immortal Thief Treasury is complete. The third stunt is unlocked successfully. A mechanical voice rang in Raiwichi's ear. Chapter 48. Whoa. Bad guy. A bummer. Men are all liars. Damn them. Damn you too. Damn. In the room, the woman's bitter voice became the only melody. Long black hair hovered in every corner of the room, and a pair of slender hands were faintly visible in the air. Raiwichi sat cross-legged on the sofa, under this hell-like scene. He was at ease, as if all this had nothing to do with him. Whether it's a terrible cry or long dark hair, none of this seems to affect this man anymore. He sits in it, like the master of this ghost realm. If that curse is the source of all treacherous creations, so Raiwichi is now the master of all curse. His eyes opened slowly, revealing those moon-white eyes that looked like a bright moon. Seeing everything around him, there was a flash of excitement in his eyes. FK. FK. Take your life. Take your life. Oh. As Raiwichi's eyes opened, a woman's figure slowly appeared in mid-air. Her whole body was wet and bloody, and her face was covered by long black hair all over her head. Countless palms flared their teeth and claws around her, and her long black hair hovered around her like a poisonous snake. Through the layers of black hair, the pair of resentful eyes stared at Raiwichi in front of him, as if looking at a negative person. The resentment almost condensed into substance, falling from the corner of her eye. What a strong curse, this is the curse on the jade. Raiwichi played with the jade in his hand. The sculpture of the human head on it has become extremely blurred with the appearance of curse. Fr. Naughty. I said, you are also a special grade who doesn't know how long it has existed, so you won't only say such a word. Raiwichi stretched out his hands helplessly. A cursed spirit keeps repeating something in front of you. The ordinary Jujutsu teacher may have been scared to pee. The cursed spirit, which can express its own language completely and clearly, is one of the best even in the special class. After all, this is a special grade cursed spirit that has been around for a long time. A superb batch with obvious wisdom and perfect human form. But Raiwichi is obviously no ordinary person. Constantly listening to the woman scream in her ear, Raiwichi showed some impatience on his face. The long hair and palms that were constantly trying to attack Raiwichi were blocked by the dim light radiating from the divine machine. But the gloom at this moment is far less bright than before. Already, That faint blue began to dim continuously. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Feeling that the power that blocked her was about to dissipate, the black-haired cursed spirit looked unusually excited. She roared and waved her hands. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Go! Go! The long dark hair in the whole room seemed to be mad, dancing irregularly. In the midair, it condensed into a giant wave and pressed down hard against Raiwichi. Wow! Rumble! It deserves to be an antique. The magic power stored by the magic machine has been exhausted. In the face of such a crisis, Raiwichi is still so unhurried, as if nothing in this world can shake his mind. Badger! Die! Following that, cursed spirit let out a bleak scream. The huge wave fell abruptly, and the long black hair that seemed inexhaustible, instantly submerged Raiwichi, and even the whole room was stirred frantically. Peng! Peng peng! Negative negative man! After a long time, the black wave subsided, and the cursed spirit seemed to calm down, constantly talking about her obsession. The desolation in the voice cannot be concealed anyway. It seems that I did not feel the slightest joy because of killing the bad guy of Raiwichi. Love is the biggest curse in the world. A voice suddenly rang in cursed spirit's ear. Unhappy. The cursed spirit became violent again, the black tide stirred crazily again, as if wanting to make a comeback again, but the next moment, an eternal night darker than darkness suddenly bloomed. That Yongye represents the end of everything. It also represents all the unknown haze. With the appearance of the eternal night, the originally violent cursed spirit instantly stopped the movement of the body. Everything around was as if the pause button had been pressed, the black wave no longer rolled, and the slender palm no longer appeared. The cursed spirit floated in the air blankly. Endless Yongye kept climbing on her body. Raiwichi looked at the cursed spirit who was quiet in front of him, and moved his left fingers together. The mysterious aura slowly radiated from his body, and the root of the endless eternal night radiated from Raiwichi's fingers together. Guling. Raiwichi snorted softly. The gesture suddenly changed, and in an instant, Yongye, which had clung to the cursed spirit, quickly crawled all over the cursed spirit. The black breath began to invade the cursed spirit's body continuously. Send General. Raiwichi quickly closed his hands, and black Yonjai broke out in an instant. In the cursed spirit's whole body, countless black chains faintly appeared, with mysterious runes, quietly reclusive. Wow! The cursed spirit began to converge everything around him, and the long black hair faded away like a tide. Chapter 49. After a long while, Raiwichi landed on the sofa again. In front of him, the cursed spirit, who was not alive just now, was as clever as a pet. Without cursed object, I almost overturned. Raiwichi once again played with the jade in his hand, which is the cursed object of the cursed woman cursed spirit. Dispatch of detained spirits can master all cursed spirits. Become your own puppet, suppress the cursed spirit's consciousness, and completely obey the user's commands. It stands to reason that the dispatch of detained spirits that Raiwichi just unlocked is far from mastering this ancient special class, but because this special class has been sealed for too long, so that the consciousness has not fully recovered, and his root cursed object is still in Raiwichi's hands. By directly controlling the cursed object, he bombards the already vague cursed spirit will suppress it in an instant. The whole process seems simple, but in fact it is extremely dangerous. This kind of ancient curse, even Raiwichi is difficult to defeat directly, even after the magic power stored in Divine Machine Sky is completely consumed, the victory may drop by more than 10%. Fortunately, the third stunt that just awakened, Dispatch of Detained Spirits, was powerful enough. He actually suppressed this ancient curse into his own puppet. However, the command cursed spirit is not the most powerful place of dispatch of detained spirits. The true ability of dispatch of detained spirits is that you can extract Jujutsu that subdued the cursed spirit and become your own Jujutsu. In other words, every time Raiwichi succeeds in culling, he gets a powerful Jujutsu. I hope you won't let me down. Raiwichi glanced at the long-haired cursed spirit in front of him, mutteringly. Slowly raised his left hand. A black spiral nest emerged in his hand. With endless suction, it broke out in an instant. The long-hair cursed spirit turned into a black air, without the slightest resistance, and was directly swallowed by the black spiral nest. Bang! A black air appeared on Raiwichi's body, and it surrounded him tightly. His eyes gradually became blurred. It seemed that countless images flashed crazily in Raiwichi's eyes. Looking forward to the return of the lover, the pain of being betrayed by the lover, the sorrow of being scolded by the world, the cursing of helpless being pressed on the ground, the resentment of being completely abandoned by the times. Everything disappeared quickly in front of Raiwichi's eyes. After a long time, the black air faded away. Raiwichi's eyes moved slightly. In an instant, he experienced all the causes and effects formed by the cursed spirit. From the Warring States period, the resentment and curse of countless abandoned women came from the curse of women's anger and sorrow that was destroyed by the war. So, love is the biggest curse in the world. Raiwichi's voice was long and his eyes flashed, as if he was thinking of a past that he didn't want to recall. Then he suppressed all emotions. Snapped. He stretched out his hand and snapped a crisp finger. The surrounding space floated slightly, and a strong and powerful hand appeared out of thin air, carrying a terrifying force, as if it could tear everything. Being able to repeat his own attacks countless times, appearing in any direction, it is worthy of being a special class. Raiwichi nodded in satisfaction. I am very satisfied with this ability. Although this ability is not a metamorphosis, once matched with Raiwichi's power like a steel behemoth, there will be an unimaginable chemical reaction. It's time to clean the room again. Raiwichi glanced at it with a headache. The ruined room was quite a headache. Sudden. Frowned. The eyes condensed slightly, only feeling a little strange in the body. Black aura emerged from the whole body, the palms spread out flat in the air, bursts of black aura condensed in Raiwichi's palms, with strong suction, constantly pulling Raiwichi's body of. It seemed that something was dormant in Raiwichi's body. Huh. A black energy was suddenly pulled out of Raiwichi's body. It fell on the palm of his hand. This is. Raiwichi looked at her palm in surprise. A pocket monster measuring only 10 centimeters appeared in his hand. 8 heads and 8 tails, body erosion, snake eyes scarlet, covered with iron stones. Isn't it the 8 different snake that was swallowed by himself? Unexpectedly, this thing was not completely digested, but lost consciousness, turned into the most primitive essence and hid in Raiwichi's body. But I didn't expect to be discovered by dispatch of detained spirits. Incomplete curse, I can't sculpt the spirit. The curse of this 8-pointed snake is not complete, otherwise it won't let Raiwichi absorb it so easily, which Raiwichi has long known. Originally, I thought about devouring it. Now that the progress of 6 Immortal Thief treasury is full, there is no need to look for other parts of it to devour it, but it's different now. If you can restrain the spirit, the 8-pointed snake, what kind of surprise this powerful curse that has been formed since the existence of Fuzang can bring you. Raiwichi unconsciously had some expectations. Interesting, where are the other 2 cursed objects? Raiwichi rubbed his chin subconsciously. Forget it, don't worry, before you find Baki Orakai, improve your progress. Chapter 50. The dispatch of detained spirits that has just been unlocked is actually very limited. When facing the cursed spirit with strong strength in front of it, it may not be able to successfully restrain the spirit. At this point, the moment Raiwichi unlocked dispatch of detained spirits, he already had feelings in his heart. The superclass cursed spirit that was able to restrain the spirit was only successful due to various coincidences. If Raiwichi is now faced with the complete body of the Orokai, Raiwichi may be more than enough, but it would be a bit idiotic to say that I can hold the Orokai. The power of cursed spirit comes from the negative emotions of human beings. So in a sense, cursed spirit is an immortal existence. As long as the cursed spirit has always existed, they will continue to absorb human negative emotions and become stronger. No one has known what kind of terrible strength it would have if the three seals converge at the same time, like the curse that existed since the Baki Orokai has written records. But most of it will be as recorded in history books. There are giant beasts with 8 different names, and wherever they go, corpses are everywhere, yellow sand is all over the sky, mountains and rivers are broken, and rivers are half exhausted. Open the panel. A blue semi-transparent panel that only he can see appeared in front of Raiwichi's eyes. Divine Armament 100 refinements, satisfactory, current progress is 100%. 6 Immortal Thief Treasury, successful, the current progress is 100%. Dispatch of Detained Spirits, beginner, 5% of the current progress. Feng Ho Chi Man, unlocked. Full Hand, not unlocked. Tongtian Talisman, unlocked. Delugo Cave Temple, unlocked. Origin of Qi, unlocked. Only a special grade cursed spirit can increase the progress by 5%. Sure enough, the further 8 mysterious arts is, the more difficult it will be to improve the progress. Just like 6 Immortal Thief Treasury, if it weren't for Yuan Lu's large experience baby, it would come to the door. I don't know how long it will take to reach the state of consummation. It looks like I'm really going to Tokyo. Raiwichi played with the beautiful jade in his hand. The curse had been completely removed by Raiwichi, and it was now reduced to an ordinary jade pendant. But it still exudes a faint green light, which is breathtaking. Going to Tokyo was originally planned by Raiwichi. After all, it is difficult for even the first-class cursed spirit to appear in a small place like Tsujizawa. Compared to Tokyo and Osaka, the number of people in this place is too scarce. The cursed spirit was born in the negative emotions of human beings. The larger the population base, the stronger the cursed spirit was born. In order to strengthen his own strength, he had already made preparations to go to Tokyo. However, according to his original plan, he was going to Tokyo in a leisurely period of time, but since dispatch of detained spirits had been unlocked, he had no choice but to follow the boat. Base. A black shadow suddenly appeared at the window, passing by at an extremely fast speed. He appeared on the opposite side of Raiwichi in an instant. Shere Han sat on the sofa without hesitation. The beer in his hand hasn't been finished yet, and there is even a bit of froth on the corner of his mouth. It's solved so soon, boss. You are so embarrassed to say that for an employee like you, I'm already pretty good without deducting your salary. I actually let the boss do it himself. When she heard this, 3 black lines suddenly appeared on her head. Nima. Have you seen such a boss? Give 3 coins as salary in 1 month. Special salary deductions. Sure really didn't hold back, and rolled his eyes at Raiwichi. Raiwichi looked completely unaware. He focused his attention on the figure at Sheer's feet. We are the house of everything, not a triad. What do you do when you catch someone back? Raiwichi waved his hand in disgust when looking at the figure that was rolling like a worm at Sheer's feet. Ah! You say him, he is sneaking around the door, maybe he attracted all your enemies. This guy is from Master Curse's side. What is it called? She frowned slightly, thinking hard about the name of the man at his feet. After a long while, he said with a mouthful of white teeth. Sorry, remembering the name of the ant is still a difficult thing for me. It is true that Sher's words are very arrogant, but he does have the proud capital. Although like the curse teacher, the bounty hunter is still not a visible profession. Can stand at the apex of all bounty hunters and despise everything like an emperor. Heaven and tyrant, Fohaisher, he is qualified to say this. I can't stand you, how old you are still so second. Raiwichi glanced at Shire with disgust. Fingers moved slightly, and a cold light appeared immediately. Drifting, the cold light flashes in an instant. All the ropes that Shire bound to the man broke. The dark blue dagger returned quietly to Raiwichi's back. But the icy chill that radiated from the blade made Shire's gaze immediately attracted. First class? No, it's special class. Superior. The untied truth couldn't help exclaiming. P.S. Let's see if there are any brothers, let's just say something, the old man is selling Q to you, cough cough, no, I am a cute girl, and cute girl is selling Q to you. TBT.